Secretary of Manager Touch and teacher at the St. Boniface School -- letter to Sarah Riel st vital / street vital March 1873 My dear Marguerite Marie. I seem to see you the moment you receive our morning letters. Oh, that I would like to be near you to help you, crying with you, in these first moments of cruel anxiety and real pain. I console myself for our distance, because I am a Christian and I know you are subject to the will of God. He, through whom all things happen, is with you, entirely to console you, to strengthen you as well as to guide you in this second life that he has deigned to give you miraculously. My sorrow, by taking the name Marguerite Marie, as you do, we will be able to pronounce again with joy a name that we have not pronounced since January. You understand me. Our good sister Mary has returned to God. Pam, mg.d. Letter written on morning paper. We made repairs to the second page. This incomplete text appears to be a draft on November 1872. Sister Riel began to hemorrhage in her lungs and received the last rites at the mission of L'Arcross. Father P. Ledyard, O.me, who conferred the sacrament of extreme unction, asked him to place himself under the protection of a French nun, blessed Marguerite Marie Alacoque, and to pray to her with devotion. Sister Riel followed his advice and, according to her own account, was healed instantly. She promised, that same night, to change her name and adopt that of the French nun. She was henceforth known as Sister Marguerite Marie, Pam, MGD, reference to Marie Riel, a young sister who died on January 1873, at the age of years. Riel recounts his illness in the text -- letter to Sarah Riel. St. Vital. // My dear Sarah, I pray to God, following your intentions, to grant you the grace to use for the benefit of His glory, for the benefit of religion and society, the life that He had the great goodness to give you. The virtue that suits you is humility. You already have it, I know it. But have it even more. Because with this virtue, you will do, more surely, what God wants you. Ask for this grace, for me, for each of our brothers and each of our sisters. Pray well for us, the Sacred Heart of Jesus, Mary and your maid and boss. My sorrow, excuse my letter. It is long and without order. It's long. But I would still like to extend it. The letters go tomorrow. This letter is the first I have written in quite a while. I cannot write to the Reverend Sisters, your companions. But please give them my respects and thanks. The whole family greets them and thanks them for their care and attention when their sister and ours were so ill. I will write as soon as possible. To Reverend Sister. Our respects to Reverend T.S. Fathers, Ledyard, registered trademark symbol and leg of our friend S. Joseph. My sorrow, I kiss you, sacred of Jesus and Mary, on you and on us, Mom, Octavie, Eulalie, brothers. Thank you for they kiss you, and believe me, affectionately. Pam, MGD, file, fragment written on both sides of a single sheet. The paper is soiled and rodents have eaten away a good portion of the bottom right corner of the sheet so that certain parts of the text have been obliterated. The document bears no date, place of origin, or signature. This is a draft. The allusion to Sarah Riel's illness suggests a date later than November 1872 and probably a date at the beginning of 1873. In the Pam collection, we housed this fragment with the text. However, despite certain similarities in the ink and the condition of the paper, the content of this simple sheet suggests that it was part of another letter. Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel, Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel, the Sisters of Charity of the Montreal General Hospital, the Grey Sisters, reference to Sister Riel's illness in November 1872. The account she made of it is found in Pam, MGD, Father Prosper Ledyard, OMI, missionary to L'Arcross. Father Laurent Legov, OMI, missionary to L'Arcross. Josette Legemodier, daughter of Joseph Legemodier and Joseph Loupier, married Charles Laflot, a guide interpreter from L'Arcross in June 1873. Letter to Benjamin Marchand. St. Vital. / Street Vital March 1873 Benjamin Marchand Squire. My dear friend, I should have written to you a long time ago, but today that I am freer, I like to send you my news, which is better now. Illness has been visiting my family for some time. I even had the pain of losing one of my sisters. I myself found myself very overwhelmed by the illness, but thanks to God, I am better. And now I can still take care of my friends and public affairs. My dear friend, We really need to be careful. Because the government will deceive us if it sees that we are not paying much attention to our interests. But if the government wants us to absolutely have our rights, and we will put on all Canada's papers the injustices that its employees want to do to us, it will give us what belongs to us. Because the government does not like things to be publicized in the newspapers that the public would not like. Our 2 miles for hay, our advertisements taken before the transfer, the government would like to take them away from us to let them be taken and bought by others. But we are as much as an orange man. When we have the right, that is why the government must give us what is right. My dear sir, I wish you and your family good health and all kinds of success. I thank you for what you did for me during the elections last fall. I already thanked everyone on the papers from that time. But I am happy to thank you as often as possible, and for being with us this winter, when our enemies were so desperate to break my head. Thanks to God and my friends, I will succeed in our business. Believe me, your sincere friend. Pam, MGD. File. The third and fourth pages of this letter are written lengthwise. Slightly faded ink. The document shows smudges here and there. Marie Riel, Riel's younger sister, who died on January 1873. The distribution of lands granted to the Métis by the state has been a bone of contention since the adoption of the first regulations to this effect in April 1871. The privilege of cutting hay for a distance of 3 kilometers beyond the boundary of the lands bordering the river created new problems and much confusion, since the Métis reserves ended at the boundary line of the plots already occupied along the rivers. Kemp, land grants under the Manitoba Act P. D.N. Sprague has just done a revaluation of this whole question in the Manitoba Land Question, 1870-1882 Journal of Canadian Studies, pp. It darns government lawlessness pp. In September 1872, Riel and H.J. H. Clark as candidates in the constituency of Preventure. Both declined the nomination. The nomination of George Etienne Cartier was then proposed, who was elected by acclamation. Stanley, Louis Riel, p. Letter to Stain.st vital / street vital April 1873 Monseigneur. A certain number of citizens of Street Vital take, through me, the liberty to ask you for a favor. I say a certain number because the poor state of the river prevented us from seeing each other. But assuming the goodwill of the entire parish, we dare to ask you to provide us with the exercises for the month of Mary in St. Vital during the month of May. Monseigneur, we know that the cruel illness which detains you and unfortunately the poor state of health of several of your holy priests leaves few priests at your disposal. Also in making this request to your grace, our desire is to ask you to grant us whatever grace is possible for you. In any case, please your grace itself present to the Blessed Virgin our desire to honor her in her beautiful month. Your devoted and respectful children Bapt. Gervais Chapter Neo Paul Proulx Daniel Dumar Louis without regret Andre Neo Louis Riel at his grace Monseigneur Tach Archbishop of Saint Boniface, AASB, Funds Tach. T11867. The first of these folio pages is bordered in black. Tach had been ill since December 1872. An inflammation in his right leg and later in his left leg forced him to stay in bed for a period of more than 3 months. Benoit, Life of Manager Tach, Happy Smiley -- letter to Monseigneur St. Vital // and our sisters as if dried up with pain and anguish. The height of the danger had become a little less, and consequently having less need to travel through the different parishes that people were trying to divide and turn against me, I was able without much inconvenience to stay near the bed of our dear little sister. We requested in this second week of our dear Marie's illness the care of Dr. Pear, who found her weak, but who did not appear any less full of confidence. She also had, on her side, the disease, complicated and was going to realize, marked in, on the third Sunday of the illness. We had a service recommended for our dear dad the following Tuesday. Eularly, Joseph, Alexandre and I went to the service. Mom, Octavie, Mania remained by the bed of our sick beloved. During the service our dear Mary devoted herself considerably to the cherished memory of our father. She even got up and threw herself on her knees at the foot of her bed. And there she prayed with great fervor for our dear dad. Octavie, mother, begged her not to get tired of getting back to Olgelet. But she asked that we let her do it. When we returned from the service our sister seemed more. She began, a change Monseigneur, we wish you a beautiful and happy 3 of Pam, MGD, File. Unfinished draft written on both sides of a single sheet of paper. The bottom right corner of the page has been eaten away by rodents and some parts of the text are obliterated. The document is smudged. Although the manuscript is not dated, the wishes in the last paragraph indicate that the letter was composed around the beginning of May and, on the other hand, the references to Louis Riel's illness suggest that it is the year 1873. Marie's death occurred on January 1873. The long interval which elapsed between the death of his sister and the composition of this letter can be explained by the mourning of the family and also by the fact that Riel, during March-April of that year, made a vocation retreat which he had always postponed until then. After this retreat, Riel definitively abandoned the idea of a religious vocation. Flanagan, Louis David Riel. T. Being a draft, this text did not need to be written on morning paper. The Monsignor to whom the letter is addressed is undoubtedly Manager Tatch. The fair copy of this draft is not found in the AASBL. Alphonse Père, a French-Canadian doctor who settled in Red River during the summer of 1871. Père arrived with a letter of recommendation to Riel signed by Eustache Prudhomme, a classmate of Riel in Montreal, PAM, MGD. Louis Riel Sr. died on January 1864. Eulalie, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel. Young brothers and sister of Louis Julie Riel, mother of Louis Riel, Octavie Riel and Charles, Meunier, Riel, young sister and brother of Louis. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. Stvital. / she.j. Dubuc m.p.p. etc. My dear friend, I received your ticket from Mr. Gervais. Leon Beauchemin, Daniel Dumas, should be included on the electoral list of Saint Vital. You are authorized by Daniel Dumas. As for Leon, I saw him and spoke to him the other day. I don't know if his name has since been put on the list. I salute you, as well as your lady. Monsignor told me the day before yesterday that we had until June to get the names in. I would have liked to see all the names that were put aside. But due to poor health I had to stay at home. I wish you happiness. Be well. And believe me, your devoted friend Louis Riel. PAM, MGD. Letter written on morning paper. Dubuc's name and address also appear inside the document. The circled annotation appears under Riel's signature at the bottom of the second page. On the right. It is not in Riel's hand. Contrary to usual in previous letters to Dubuc, the abbreviation No does not precede the number. This way will also be true for letters numbered from 21 to 32. See text note. In the upper right part of the second page is the annotation L. R. May, 1873 in a hand other than that of Riel. This letter concerns the revision of the list of voters in the constituency of Provencher. According to the existing law at the time, the list of voters had to be established or revised every year. In the district of Provencher the revision was undertaken on April 1873. There were complaints because the new list had arbitrarily left out the names of many qualified voters. Le Métis St. Boniface, June 1873, probably Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian living in St. Vital. Marie and Dubuc Nihino. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Speech on the occasion of the feast of Saint John the Baptist. St. Boniface. / Monsignor, your children, gathering under the flag of Saint John the Baptist, which we adopt as our national holiday, come to greet you. It must be a great happiness for you, Monsignor, to see in the founding of a new people celebrating their nationality here, the result of what you say and do among us in your evangelical missions. We thank you for the words of life you gave us today. The word of God carries with it life. And it is through her that you gave us life. The French-Canadian Métis, extending a hand to their French-Canadian brothers, want to continue here the beautiful work that has been going on for a long time by the generous and noble province of Quebec. Monsignor, you told us that if we were not good Christians, we would never amount to anything. Following your advice, we attach ourselves to God. Because we know that Jesus Christ also told us that without him we could do nothing. We attach ourselves to you, Monsignor, and to your clergy, because, linking yourselves by a holy hierarchy to the infallible Pope, you have in your possession the true teaching, without which peoples cannot exist according to goodness. These, Monsignor, are the feelings that great Catholic truths inspire in us. Please also accept the expression of the feelings of our filial love. Le Métis, St. Boniface, July 1873. After the religious ceremony at St. Boniface Cathedral, members of the St. Jean Baptiste Society formed a procession to go to the bishopric to greet Manager He came out to welcome them, and Riel, as vice president of the society, addressed him this address as a sign of homage. Riel spoke later that day at a special meeting of the society and again at a session that evening. The press did not report any of these speeches. Draft of an address of the inhabitants of St. Vital to Robert Cunningham. St. Vital. // Cunningham. Yesterday, the 23rd day of July, we have learned of your arrival. On the occasion, the inhabitants of St. Vital have immediately held a meeting at Andre Neo's Esquire. Andre Neo took the chair. Amable Gaudry was voted secretary, and they all adopted the following address to you. Your arrival is truly agreeable to us. We welcome you heartily. Pam, MGD. This draft is composed on a single page of blue-lined paper. Riel did not append the date or occasion of composition, but these may be obtained from other drafts of this address. Text is a French version. Text, a more complete English draft of an address of the inhabitants of St. Vital to Robert Cunningham. St. Vital // 24th July 1873 R. Cunningham Esquire. Yesterday, the 23rd July, we have learned you was arrived. The inhabitants of St. Vital have immediately held a meeting at Andre Neo's Esquire to congratulate you on your arrival, to bid you a hearty welcome, to acknowledge your manly stand in the House of Commons, your successes, as well as what you have done for the country in general, and for the Métis population of the province. Sir, it is true we do not belong to your district of Marquette. But we are strangers to none of those who voted for you, having the same interests in working for them. You have worked for us. Our land question, which you have so fairly liberated from a wrong explanation, is one of great importance. And we do acknowledge your services. In devoting your energy to the cause of the Métis children, you have earned the general approval of the Métis heads of families, because you have worked according the spirit at the full signification of the clause of the Manitoba Treaty. We call our treaty the Manitoba Act. Pam. MGD. This draft is written on in-folio pages embossed in the upper left-hand corner. The paper is smaller in size than that of other versions of this address. Texts and draft of an address of the inhabitants of St. Vital to Robert Cunningham. St. Vital // Street Vital, the 24th of July 1873. Yesterday, the inhabitants of St. Vital have had the pleasure to learn that you had arrived. On the evening, they immediately all met at Andre Neo's Esquire to express to you their sincerest congratulations on your happy return in the province, and on the fair stand you have taken in the House of Commons of Canada. You will not be surprised if Métis who do not belong to the district of Marquette are so much moved toward you. Sir, you have taken as your own concern our own good cause. It is only just that any Métis locality should acknowledge your noble services. We have followed your acts in the House of Commons. And let us mention to you what were our feelings of pride when we saw that, as we had anticipated, you were a very faithful representative of the interests of Manitoba. What you have said and done in our favor will be a very great help to render us more happy. Your name is already written in our memory. The Métis children will say in speaking of you, he is the one who so largely contributed to preserve the integrity of our acres of the Métis. Heads of families are satisfied of what you have done for their families. They know that you have not deprived them of anything in regaining all what they had themselves stipulated for their children with the Canadian Ministry by the 31st clause of the Manitoba Act. We will all think of you whenever there will be a mention of that amnesty which the present Canadian Ministry had promised to see proclaimed after the transfer, and before taking possession of this you do enjoy our esteem, and we place you amongst the most courageous defenders of our rights. In working as you have done to secure what great influences were trying to shake in anything fundamental to the province, we hold that you became yourself a founder. Don't serene, sir, we are not only glad of what you have done for the Métis people. We are also satisfied to see how you do devote your energies to the interests of Manitoba and of our Northwest in general. We are, sir, very truly and respectfully Andre Neo, Chairman of the meeting. Amable Gaudry, Secretary. Mr. Charles Neo moved, seconded by Monsieur Louis Sangs, regret that Monsieur Paul Proulx be named by the meeting to carry the present address of the inhabitants of St. Vital to Robert Cunningham Esquire M.P. in Winnipeg. Adopted and agreed by Monsieur Paul Proulx. Pam, MGD. This document is written on medium-sized sheets of blue-lined paper. It is badly wrinkled and stained. The first word of the text has completely faded. Text is a fragment of this address, and text is the French version. Text is an incomplete version that is significantly different. PAM MGD is an incomplete draft that has been accorded the status of variant V. See the textual notes. V is also composed on medium-sized sheets of blue-lined paper, the folds of which have worn through. Under Cunningham's name, Riel wrote the following lines. Man is the only being established on earth that God, legible word, s. To spare sometimes the bottom 2/3 of the third page of V consists of a draft of text. Death will come like a thief. The fourth page is a draft of text. In the lower right-hand corner, written perpendicular to the text, are the lines of poetry cited in the textual note to line of text. Robert Cunningham, Liberal M.P. For Market, had raised the matter of the Hay privilege and the half-breed grant in Parliament, House of Commons, debates, March 1873, March 1873. On March 1873, Cunningham wrote to Riel to state that as soon as the Métis land question was resolved, the House would address itself to the amnesty question. Cunningham hoped that the affairs of Manitoba would be on a different footing at the end of the session. PAM MGD. Address of the residents of St. Vital. Robert Cunningham. St. Vital. // Cunningham. Yesterday the inhabitants of St. Vital had the pleasure of learning of your arrival. In the evening they gathered in assembly at Mr. Andre Neo's house to send you their most sincere congratulations on the state of your health, on the role you played during the spring in the House of Commons of Canada, and on your happy return. Don't be surprised to see Métis people outside of your market district showing so much interest in you. Sir, you are interested in the great and beautiful cause of the Métis. It is only fair that any mixed-race community recognizes your noble services. We have carefully followed your conduct in the House of Commons. And let us tell you of the happiness we felt in seeing that you were, as we had anticipated, a very faithful representative of the interests of Manitoba. What you did and said about the Métis will help make us happy, and your name is already written forever in our memory. Métis enjoying citizenship rights. The Métis fathers will think of you each time it comes to this amnesty that the Canadian government had promised to proclaim after the transfer by taking possession of the country. Métis children will say of you, he contributed so much to the integrity of our acres of land. You also enjoy our esteem. And the Métis nation places you among the most courageous defenders of its rights. But we are not only happy about what you have done for us in particular. You took care of the interests of the province and the entire Northwest. We are the founders of Manitoba, and in working as you have done to secure what great influences were trying to shake in anything fundamental to the province, you become yourself a founder. PAM MGD. Incomplete draft written on sheets of lined blue paper. The date and provenance which do not appear here can easily be established using other drafts of this address. The texts, and, are fragments, and the text, forms the English version. Letter to Sarah Riel. St. Vital. // My dearest Mr. Marie, my Sarah, I am taking a large sheet of paper to write to you. You see that I intend to write to you at length. But I don't know if I can get through it. I have so much to do. Another election, full of difficulties that only the good Lord can help us overcome. My dearest sister, I will be content with having mentioned the election to you. In connection with public affairs, I prefer to use the good time I have talking a little with you, on something less dry than politics. Honest politics cannot fail to benefit others, but profit is hardly for me. Temporally speaking. Because I hope that, despite the black ingratitude of many men, I will not fail to receive from the good Lord the reward that he gives to those who do well. Sarah, my man is quite good, but weak. Eulalie is also very weak. Octavie is in good health, except that she sometimes suffers from headaches. Harriet is on vacation. She is busy playing with your little godson who was recently confirmed. Monia and Joseph are growing up and will be good citizens, I hope. Later. I work to instill obedience in their minds. The grasshoppers have cleaned almost everything, even the violet grass. A few pea fields remain fairly intact. So, my dear, continue not to forget us. May the good Lord who feeds the little birds help me to feed Mom, our little brothers and our little sisters. My Sarah, until now I have hardly thought about myself. Thank God, I have done everything I can since I have been in the country to help their religion, the country and the home. My work would have already overwhelmed me, if God had not come almost visibly to my aid. Although I am very unworthy of it. But listen, I have to ask you a favor. Pray that I soon settle down at home. Ask God to grant me the grace to choose a pious and holy companion. Ask Him also urgently to grant me the grace to be a good Christian until my last breath. I have been asking God for this for a long time, without ever having actually thought about settling down. But now I have made up my mind and I will do it as soon as possible. I also pray to the good Lord to guide our little brothers and our dear sisters in their establishment. Unite with me if you want. For this intention we honor, my dear Sarah, your good patroness and benefactress, both the Sacred Heart of Jesus and the Sacred Heart of Mary. I am convinced because of the goodness of God that we will not be abandoned from heaven. My Sarah, it was 5 years ago today that I returned to my native soil. I can't help but shed a few tears. Oh, how cruel and great is the void that has been created in the house this winter. Let us pray for her. The memory of her holy end is our consolation in our sorrow at having lost her. Sarah, I want to tell you some news that contributes to my happiness, and that of the family. Because you know that until today I have identified my fate with that of the house. On May, as I passed Rivière Sale, I felt so weak that although I had left to go as far as Point A Grouet, I stopped at the house of the Reverend Sisters of St. Norbert. Sister St. Therese was there. She advised me not to risk going any further. I spent the night at the presbytery. Mr. Richard's replacement, who had gone to Ottawa in our interests, was absent. So I didn't stay up as late as usual when I met the priest. I went to bed at 9 o'clock. I left my lamp half high and tried to fall asleep, but impossible. Oh, if you knew how many times I have seen you pass by me in my insomnia, and also the one we will always regret. I saw our dear dad all the time. No doubt that during this night those who love me the most came despite the grave, despite the distance, to prepare me for the happiness that I would soon have. I don't doze off at all, but I was continually dealing with illusions. And I don't know how. I was so moved that I couldn't pray without tears coming to my eyes. Around 6 o'clock I got up, horribly tired. I went to the church. Sister Street Therese sent for me for lunch. After lunch I told him about the night I had just spent, and we talked for quite a long time. Finally I said hello to him, and in this small apartment which serves as an entrance, in the house of the Sisters of St. Norbert, Sister St. Therese said to me, "Louis, I see you are suffering." I looked at her. Well, she said. Emotion contracted her good face and she shed tears. Well, she said, I have to give you a treasure that I have kept for you for 9 years. I have seen you suffer often already. But I thought that times would come when you would need the help that was reserved for you even more. She continued, that I assisted your father in his last moments. When I saw that he was going to finish, I thought of you. God undoubtedly pushed me after he had blessed the whole family and you at the same time, to go and throw myself at his knees in my turn. And I said to him, before you die, please give me a special blessing for the one of your children who is in Canada, so that I can one day give it to him in your name. I knelt in front of the sister, asking her for a moment of contemplation. While she poured out our Father's blessing on me, I prayed to God to apply all the graces she brought me and to be kind enough to share them with Mother, with each of our brothers and sisters, with you and with Octavie. I didn't dare get up anymore. I felt so good. Then I asked the good sister if she would like to accompany me to church. She came. And while I was praying, she said to me, don't get up now. She went to the back of the church. And I heard him speaking to God with great fervor. I believe she still blesses me. I prayed to God to bless me too. We separated. Arriving home, I told the family of our happiness. And since then, I feel that my political and other actions are coming to light. A divine force helps me. Certitude. Pam, MGD, file. Letter written on large sheets of lined blue paper. In very dark ink. The paper is torn and soiled along the center fold. The edges have been trimmed so that the marginal note on the last page remains partly indecipherable. The document does not bear a date. However, the allusion to the date of his return to St. Boniface, July 1868, allows us to specify the date of this letter. See the texts. And Stanley incorrectly places the date of Riel's return as July. Louis Riel, p. The letter appears complete even if it does not bear a signature. This is a draft since the letters written to Sarah have not been preserved following the death of George Etienne Cartier in July 1873. Riel was asked to run as a candidate in the riding of Provencher. Julie Riel, born La Jamodière Eulalie Riel, a younger sister Octavie Riel, another young sister Harriet Riel, the youngest of the sisters. The identity of his godson is unknown. Charles Riel, a younger brother. /O. Joseph Riel, younger brother. Reference to the death of Marie Riel, January 1873. Mary Margaret MacDonald, member of the Grey Nuns community, superior of the St. Norbert Convent. Father Noel Joseph Richot, one of the 3 delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870. The last 9 sentences are written in the left margin of the 4th page, running lengthwise. We will notice here the oldest reference to Riel's belief in a kind of providential mission. Letter to Joseph Royal, Emma. Gerard, Joseph Dubuc, and R.C. Larivy.st vital. / street vital August 1873 to the Honourable J. Royal, M. A. Gerard, J. Dubuc. A.C. Larivy ECU. Gentlemen, the letter that you were kind enough to send me last month honours me with the confidence it shows in me. And your kind support that you promise me for my election in Provencher. I accept it with great gratitude as a strong hand in the midst of our difficulties. Gentlemen, you have clearly understood that for 4 years it has been a matter of establishing our colony as an independent province in the Canadian Confederation, to establish our race here on solid political foundations. And finally that it was and still is a question of the true application of the beautiful principles of our Constitution as a free English province. Your sympathy for us and our company has led you to come and share our work and our dangers. Gentlemen, let us carry out our work, favoring the men who devote themselves to our principles. I am flattered to see that you count on my devotion to the country, since you do me the honor of telling me that, in the interest of the arrangements we made with Canada in the spring of 1870, you favor my election. I will therefore count on your valuable assistance. Thank you. Honorable gentleman, your humble servant Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. To the right and a little above the greeting gentleman is the annotation circled. It is not in the hand of Riel, probably in that of Joseph Dubuc. See the note of the text, and of the text. The date August 1873 placed in square brackets above the name of M.A. Gerard was probably added on a date post. This letter constitutes the final version of Pam, MGD, an unfinished and undated text written on a single sheet of blue paper. The sheet is very wrinkled and torn at the edges. The lesson of the draft, B1, was retained and compared to the lesson of the final version. Differences are noted in the textual notes. Pam, MGD, contains among the draft sheets, B2, of an address to Robert Cunningham an undated fragment. The lesson of this fragment was also retained to allow the differences in the textual notes to be noted. The same sheet additionally contains the draft of the text, a poem which is written perpendicular to the text in the bottom right corner of the page. Pam, MGD. In this letter of July 1873, J. Royal, J. Dubuc, Emma. Gerard, and R.C. Larivy declared having supported at a meeting of the voters of St. Norbert the motion proposing the candidacy of Riel for the election in the constituency of Provencher. They also declared that Riel's presence in the Ottawa Parliament should hasten the ratification of the provisions of the Manitoba Act. The signatories of this letter were among the most influential figures in the Francophonie of Manitoba. Among the most urgent constitutional procedures to establish was first the principle of the responsibility of ministers, individually and collectively, before the Legislative Assembly. Second, ministers who accepted a paid position from the Crown were required to seek re-election. Riel was going to raise these important questions with his colleagues. The texts, and contain similar references. Letter to a G.B. Ban18. Saint Vital. / 28th August 1873. Honourable a G.B. Ban18. Dear Mr. Ban18, Reverend Father Douglas told me the other day that you had bought from him as authorized by me a land I had to sell. He told me how tilder fairly you have given the bargain. I have received the pound and given him the resheep. I send today my mother to receive in my name, if you please, the balance. Reverend Father Douglas that the land has been sold £30. Besides, the reverend gentleman told me that you had offered him to use your influence for my election, With some people of Oak Point. I accept the nice offer. And remain very thankfully respectfully Louis Riel. Pam. MGD. This text is written FDUL indicating that it was composed within a year of Marie Riel's January 1873 death. The document is torn along its folds and the ink has faded. For a subsequent communication concerning this transaction, consult text. In all probability, the land in question was lot number in St. Vital which Bannatyne patented in 1876. Reverend Georges Douglas, T. CWRE of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. While Douglas is the spelling he used for his family name, others have spelled it Douglas. Adrian Gabriel Morris. Historical Dictionary of Canadians and French Métis of the West, Kamloops, BC, at the Author's House, 1908, p. Julie Riel born Le Jamodier letter to Stain. / Monsignor, I am happy to see from the news that your health is improving. May you get well and come back soon. Monsignor, on the day of your departure, I went to your archbishopric, 10 minutes too late. You know how happy I would have been to receive your blessing and to wish you in person a journey beneficial to your health. Mom, my sisters and my brothers send you their humble respects, and offer you their best wishes for your health. Monsignor, I have had the advantage of knowing Mr. Bender, and I have the displeasure to note that difficulties threatening to become serious are already heading his way. Mr. Bender's commission charged him with coming here to help Mr. Dorson in drawing up the plan for the bridge over the Red River. According to the verbal explanations given to him by the Honourable Mr. Langevin, Mr. Bender expected to make the plan himself, unless he submitted it to Mr. Dorson. Mr. Dorson now sends Mr. Bender a Mr. Maurer, English. This gentleman has a ready-made plan for the bridge. And at the same time Mr. Dorson instructs Mr. Bender to act in concert with Mr. Maurer and correct his plan. Mr. Dorson asks Mr. Bender to simplify the plan and to be careful in the estimates. I won't make any comments. Your greatness sees this set of things as it should be. There's probably a lot you can do to smooth Mr. Bender's path a little. Here, the pity in all this is that you are not present to lead this very devoted young man and gather around him the friends he needs to get through Pam. MGD. Document written on both sides of two simple sheets. The first page bears the black mourning border. The draft is incomplete, without signature, without date, and without indication of provenance. Depending on the content we can conjecture that the letter was written in August 1873, when Tatch was visiting Quebec to rest and restore his health. Benoit, Life of Manager Tatch, Happy Smiley. After the arrest of Ambrose Lepine on September 1873, Riel hid in the woods, on the other side of the river, opposite St. Vital. In July, Le Métis, St. Boniface, contained several complaints about the ferry service between Winnipeg and St. Boniface. The August edition reported that Mr. Bender was making plans to build a bridge across the Red River. The August issue reported that Bender had determined the location of the bridge. Julie Riel born Le Jamodier Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel Antoine Eugene Prosper Bender, a cousin of manager Tatch. In November 1873, Bender made the first topographical survey with the aim of discovering a navigable route from Fort Garry to the Rockies. He reported it to Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie, who was at the same time serving as Minister of Public Works. A copy of this report can be found in AASB, Funds Tatch, T13774. Simon James Dorson, civil engineer, charged by the Canadian government with opening lines of communication with the Red River region. The road between Port Arthur and Winnipeg became known as the Dorson Highway. Hector Langevin, Federal MP for Dorchester, Quebec, Minister of Public Works. The identity of this character has not been established. Letter to a.g.b. Bannatyne. St. Vital. Street Vital. September 1873. Honorable A.G.B. Bannatyne. Dear Mr. Bannatyne, I sent modest de large Jamodier to receive for me the £20 remaining for the land Reverend Father Douglas sold you in Paul Proulx told me that you have authorized one of the gentlemen employed in your store, Mr. Mells, if I have well understood the name, to pay me the above-mentioned account. In hand with the sum to the bearer, you would oblige. Your humble serve. Sir Louis Riel. Pam. MGD. This draft is stained and the ink has faded. Text is an earlier communication relating to the sale of this property. In all probability, the land in question was lot number in St. Vital, which Bannatyne patented in 1876. Reverend Georges Douglas, T. Cure of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. This individual has not been identified. Letter to Joseph G. Buck. / My dear friend, your precious letters arrived to me only yesterday in the middle of a large assembly held at Salomon Jean Vane's house, which Mr. Clark had convened. When your letters were given to me, it had already been more than an hour since Mr. Clark, no longer able to stay in his half-daylight among our people, attacked me, him, first. I was just waiting for this. Mr. Clark did not want to risk an assembly after Mass. I did one at the door of the church, where I got the names of those who had not yet given me their name. François Gosselin announced at the same time that at 12 p.m. there would be an assembly at Salomon Jean Vane's house. I invited our people to go there. In the middle of storms, on foot, on horseback, many went there. Mr. Clark began to attack me, calling me unpatriotic and a coward. Without patriotism because I asked for the votes of the world, and cowardly because I had not yet ventured to enter Winnipeg. Then came ineffabilities, about which I can tell you goodbye. After everything had been thoroughly muddled, and Mr. Clark's policy had become clearly defined in the eyes of the assembly, we asked why this other assembly had been held. What the world had been called for. Was it so that Mr. Clark speaking, the voters of Provencher invited him to run. The assembly was divided to find out those who were happy with Mr. Clark's visit. I counted it for him. Let's give him a few more votes even. We couldn't count any of ours. The fact is that the house of Salomon Jean Vane was too small. We had to go out. There were no less of us who didn't even thank Mr. Clark for the trouble he had taken to come from downstairs and have it arranged quite nicely. I think. I do not know if Mr. Clark will now play the role he has just taken in sharing politics. He is at the head of Mr. D's party. If I could have read your letters during the assembly, I could have made him breathe in their contents. But that will be for another time. We will try to work as you say. I'm coming from a run towards Point A Grouet. During my trip I noticed that so far we only have D's party against us. Mr. Clark did not take kindly to the praise given to those who had worked for us. The representatives. He couldn't resist the urge. He had to say that it was strange not to hear me question Monsieur Gerard. I had only forgotten this, dear man. I'm leaving this again. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined blue paper. The ink has faded to the point where it is difficult to decipher the text in some places. The bottom of the fourth page is missing, but the text remains complete except for Riel's signature, which should have been on the missing part. The letter bears neither date nor place of origin. The content, however, suggests that it must have been written before Ambrose Diaz' arrest. Lepin on September. In the right margin, at the top of the first page, appears the number circled. The inscription LR 1873 August or September is in the left margin, at the end of the letter, on page. None of these annotations are in Riel's hand. See the text note, and the text letters that have not been found. Salomon Jean Vane, a successful Métis caterer from St. Norbert. Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. François Gosselin, a Métis of St. Norbert. William Dees, a Métis from St. Norbert, opposed Riel in the years 1869. Very little is known about the cause and nature of this opposition during this period. Clark, on the other hand, had expressed the intention of running in the 1872 elections, had tried to discredit Riel, and had even gone so far as to challenge him to a duel. Stanley, Louis Riel, pp. In 1873, Clark had probably allied himself with Dees in the hope of attracting the support of those who followed Dees. Markham Gerard, Senator, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. Protest against the arrest of Ambrose Lepin. St. Vital. / St. Vital, September 1873. Today Mr. D. Lepin was arrested at his home in St. Boniface and taken to prison at Fort Garry by the authorities. Mr. D. Lepin is thus worried because he is accused of having taken part in certain action authorized by the Provisional Government of Assiniboia in 1870. But the arrest of Mr. D. Lepin, for a similar cause, is a great injustice. The Canadian government, which allowed it, perjures itself twice against us. First, he breaks the arrangements which he has authorized to be made in his name, and which Sir John Macdonald Sir George E. Cartier actually made in his name in the month of May 1870, with Judge Black, Reverend Father Richot and Mr. Alfred H. Scott, delegates of the Provisional Government of Assiniboia. Then the Canadian government betrayed the word of honor of our beloved and illustrious Archbishop, His Grace Monsignor Thatch. Because in the month of May 1870, His Grace, working to reassure us of the good intentions and sincerity of the Canadian government, in dealing with our delegates, gave me in the name of Canada, his word of honor that none of us would ever be troubled or worried for having taken part to the unrest that was agitating the country, and that a general amnesty would be proclaimed before the arrival of the new governor. So today Mr. D. Lepin was imprisoned contrary to the sworn faith of the Canadian government, and a large number of our fellow citizens are pursued and worried by assassins and unjust warrants. I protest against the odious arrest of Mr. D. Lepin, against the evils and persecutions to which the authorities have unjustly subjected us since August 1870. I appeal to God, I appeal to men. Louis Riel, Métis, St. Boniface, September 1873. Slight spelling errors have been corrected. The same text was published without the spelling errors in Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, of October 1873. In September 1873, William Farmer, who had been part of the Portage-la Prairie contingent and who had been captured in February 1870, denounced Louis Riel and Ambrose D. Lepin by accusing them of the murder of Thomas Scott. Dr. John H. O'Donnell, J.P. signed the arrest warrant and handed it to 3 police officers who were to execute the warrant. Riel was not home when officers arrived. Lepin was arrested on his farm in September and taken to Fort Garry, Moline Toulouse, some kind of hero. Ambrose de Lepin, 1840 to 1923. Parks Canada, Historic Resources Branch, NP, June 1977. Judge John Black, Recorder of Rupert's Land, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, member of the delegation from Red River sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Manager Alexandre Antonin Thatch, O.M.L., Bishop of St. Boniface Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. Pointe Vermette. My dear friend, I saw the result of your assemblies, which must have pleased our friend Ambrose and which did me good too. Your considerations and your resolutions are well designed to influence public opinion. Thank you for me, if you wish, Monsieur Royal, for his editorial of my friendships, my deep sympathies, my encouragement to my friend, to my brother Ambrose. Oh, really, what are they going to do to him? So send me the English and French newspapers of Canada which can inform me about the opinion of their press on the subject of the arrest of Mr. Lepin. If Mr. Royal could send me these newspapers he would be very happy. I really need to see what all of Canada thinks about this arrest. My greetings to your lady and to Mr. La Riviere. The priest of St. Norbert told me a few days ago that you had made known to him your determination to make my election in Provencher. I thank you for that. I trust you. You can do it. I am convinced. Successfully. If you know of any dispatch from Monsignor Thatch, Mr. Lepin, or anything else that interests me, please be kind enough to tell me a word about it. Because I really am dying here to know the news. May God enlighten you, may He inspire your actions, and may they succeed in pulling the people out of the chaos in which we find ourselves. Your devoted friend. Pam, MGD. Letter written in pencil on both sides of a single sheet of paper. The underside of the leaf is smeared and faded. At the top of the first page, on the right, is the annotation circled. See the text, and text, note. This annotation is not in Riel's hand any more than that of the date 1873 which appears on the back of the sheet. In the left margin. Riel indicates neither the date nor the origin. But the letter was obviously written after the arrest of Ambrose Lepin in September 1873. The text refers to an editorial published in Le Métis, St. Boniface, in September 1873 and entitled The Situation. So, it seems very likely that Riel wrote the letter in early October, while he was hiding at Point de Vermet across the river from St. Vital. In the chronological sequence of Dubuc's papers, it seems that the present text should be placed after and not before the text on September 1873. Delegates from the 12 French-speaking parishes met in St. Boniface to discuss Lepin's arrest. Le Métis, September 1873. Ambroise de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, was arrested on September 1873 and accused of the murder of Thomas Scott. Joseph Royal, provincial secretary in the government of Manitoba, collaborated with Joseph Dubuc in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis. Marie-Anne Dubuc ni no Alphonse Alexandre Clement Larivy, a French-Canadian prominent in St. Boniface. Founder of the St. Jean-Baptiste Society in his city. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the residents of Red River. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.M., Bishop of St. Boniface. Letter to Stain. / Monsignor, I received your communication so good. The Reverend Father told me that your health is unfortunately still the same. Without doubt, Monsignor, this time for all of us, and for you in particular who sacrificed so much for the RR, can hardly be a time of convalescence. But God grant my wishes and those of so many people for the restoration of your health. Monsignor, forgive me if I did not respond to your grace in the month of September. Circumstances prevented me from doing so. I received your letter deep in the woods. I was not alone. Your letter has honored us, but above all it did our hearts good. And I am sure that the blessing it brought us from you went a long way in protecting us against our enemies. Mr. Forget informed me of the generous recommendation you made to him to give me $. For my trip. Thank you, Monsignor. And thank you for what you have just sent to my dear mom. Monsignor, allow me, in the midst of your many cares, to ask you, for myself and for the whole family, a good place in your prayers. As for amnesty, I see there is a lot of work to be done. Public opinion is full of it. I am waiting for this amnesty. I expect it from God. For if Providence had wanted to allow it to never be given to us, it would not have used you, Monsignor, nor one of your holy priests to deceive us forever. The cordial union of the clergy and the Catholic people of Manitoba is a sure guarantee of our definitive success. The terrible failures that our cause nevertheless receives at this time are likely to discourage us, if we were not firmly established in our confidence in Monsignor. I receive with happiness the blessing that you give me through your letter. And I'm going to rest a little as you recommend. May God be with you in all your endeavors, may He have the goodness to always have His eyes on us. May He increase the number of our generous friends and strengthen them. Monsignor, you know how sensitive I am to the marks of kindness that you also give to my close and unfortunate friend, Mr. Lepin. The Reverend Father is kind enough to take charge of this letter and give it to you. I am happy to have seen this other benefactor. Must I be the object of so much care while so many friends, all our people in Manitoba, endure tyranny and all kinds of betrayals? With the grace of God I am and will always be devoted to them. And so that this dedication is more useful to them, I ask you, Monsignor, to bless it. I hope that one day I will have the pleasure of shaking hands with so many friends whose words, writings and actions aim to be so favorable to us. Monsignor, from your grace the very humble and very respectful son and servant. Louis Riel. AASB, Tach Fund, T13218. Letter written on morning paper. The sheets were folded in half. The document does not bear a date. The year and month can easily be determined by context. Tach had sent $1 to Riel, through Abbott A.A. Forget de Spatis, to pay for his trip to Eastern Canada. AASB, Funds Forget de Spatis, FD 1341. Riel left St. Vital on October 1873. Identity unknown. Abbot Andre Augustin Forget de Spatis, R. Former Zouave of the Pope before being ordained priest by Manager Tach, responsible for the administration of the diocese during the absence of Julie Riel, born Legiamodier Ambrose de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, was arrested on September 1873 on charges of murdering Thomas Scott. Letter to Julie Riel. Keyseville. Keysville, New York, December 1873. Dear Mother, you have undoubtedly received news of me from Mr. Richot. I look forward to hearing from you in my turn. How are you, and my little sisters? And my little brothers? Tell me quickly about Eulalie's health. Monsignor told me that he was sending you $100 piasters. When you write to me, and do it immediately, give me your news because I am worried. I recommend to my two little brothers to take good care of the running of the house, doing everything they have to do, so as not to allow you and our sisters to have misery. I am here on the edge of the lines, with a French-Canadian priest, a friend. He has his good mother with him. They take far too careful care of me. Often in our conversations, I express to him my concerns, my troubles in relation to all of you. And yesterday evening, seeing that I wanted to write to you, Father Bernabe, that's his name, came to me with 3 scapulars, one for Mom, one for Octavie, one for Eulalie. A beautiful little heart for my dear little sister Harriet. Reliquaries for our little brothers. I will address this to Mr. Lemay. I hope that these precious blessed objects will reach you. Tell our friends that I think of them every day, that the sad state of our affairs is constantly present in my mind, that I suffer with them. I follow the politics of Canada and that of our province, and with the help of Holy Providence, our protector, I will not return to Manitoba before having set foot in the House of Commons and without us having an amnesty. I recommend to my little sisters to think of me before the blessed Sacrament. May my little brothers be faithful to confess regularly and to receive communion as often as possible. Because it is only in God that we find the way, the truth and the life. May the good Lord keep you, dear Mom, and all the family. Your affectionate child, Pam, MGD. Letter written on morning paper. The letter remained unsigned, although Riel ended his letter with the usual salutation. As there was enough room at the bottom of the last page for a signature. We assume that this was an oversight on Riel's part. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the 3 delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the residents of Red River. Octavie, Eulalie, Harriet, Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OML, Bishop of St. Boniface. On November, Tach informed Riel of his departure for Ottawa to try to resolve the amnesty question. Under the same cover, he had sent a copy of a telegram from Joseph G. in which the latter affirmed that the charges against Riel and Lepin and against 4 other accomplices, Pam, MGD, etc., had been declared valid. Father Fabian Barnab, parish priest of Keyseville in New York State. Riel was often the guest of this good priest. This is probably Joseph Lemay, Member of Parliament for St. Norbert North in the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. National French-Canadian Métis Program. FL///2061 National Program for Métis Canadians. Franchise degree. We demand unanimously, with perseverance and energy, the execution of the law of the Act of Manitoba which gives acres of land to the children of the Métis residing in the province, at the time of the transfer. Degree. Let us demand unanimously, with perseverance and energy, the execution of the law of the Manitoba Act which guarantees that the former settlers will have as a pure gift from the Canadian government all the lands which they purchased, which were given to them and which they took with the permission, authorization and sanction of the Hudson's Bay Company until March 1869, in the parts of the province where the titles of the Indians were extinguished. Degree. Let us demand unanimously, with perseverance and energy, the execution of the law of the Manitoba Act which assures us the right of preemption over the tracts of land of which we were in peaceful possession, at the time of the transfer, in the parts of the province where the titles of the Indians had not been extinguished and which by an official document the Canadian government promised in its arrangements with our delegates, in the month of May 1870, to give us our own, if we requested them. Degree. Let us unanimously, with perseverance and energy, ask for our 2 privileges at the end of our land. Let us not allow ourselves to be robbed of the great advantages which these 2 miles offer to the settlers of the Great River and their Assiniboine River. The Canadian government seems to want to say that the claims made between March 1869 and the transfer to the Great River and the Assiniboine will not be recognized by it. We were acting in good faith in taking these lands that our authorities left open for settlement and cultivation. It is our right to keep those which we took on the Great River and the Assiniboine between March 1869 and the transfer of this country to the power. Last year, our Lieutenant Governor Archibald designated the townships and parts of townships which he judged appropriate to give to us French Métis to pay our Indian right to the lands of the country. He took as an intermediary between the people and him, our venerated pastor, His Grace Monsignor Tach. Once he had definitively settled this question between the people and him through the intermediary of Monseigneur, this lieutenant governor, carrying bad faith to a high degree, stole from us the townships which they had already given us. By designating others of a very inferior value and which we do not accept. We ask that Canada correct this injustice and stop insulting us by playing games with the men we respect and love the most. The Canadian government, in the arrangements it made in May 1870 with the delegates from the Northwest, positively assured them that an amnesty would be proclaimed before it took possession of this country. Moreover, the Canadian government saw the need to request the generous services of Monseigneur to help it resolve the difficulties that his false policy had created for it in this country. Monseigneur came to work on a friendly understanding between this country and Canada. Monseigneur gave us, in the name of Canada, his word of honor that the amnesty would in fact be proclaimed. But the Canadian government forfeited its agreements with our delegates and betrayed the generous efforts of our venerated father and pastor. Monseigneur touched. We demand and will not stop demanding the fulfillment of all the promises and guarantees that the Canadian government has given us to safeguard our interests. We demand amnesty as promised and assured to the people of this country by the highest Canadian authorities in the month of May 1870. We will all work to preserve the great and beautiful union of the clergy with the Métis population and of the Métis population with its clergy so devoted and so loved. We demand that Métis leaders of Métis families receive from the government the same number of acres of land as their children. Because they too have a right to the land of the country. And their rights must not be ignored. So that in the next provincial elections a candidate to be elected will have to promise to work in this direction. And as for these generous French Canadians, our fathers and our brothers, who are, so to speak, the friend and strength of the Métis nation and who among the Métis seem in truth more Métis than the Métis themselves, we support with all our combined forces the noble step that our representatives took in the winter by asking for each of them and the former settlers of non-Métis blood a grant of acres of land (PAM, MGD). Document written in black ink on large sheets of paper. The bottom of the first sheet is missing without affecting the text. The second page repeats with certain modifications the two clauses which were on the first page. The text from the first page has been retained as a variant, v, and the differences appear in the textual notes. The page is written on only one side of the sheet while the pages, and, are written on both sides. The pages and are detached. The names François Larocque, Benj. Neo, Andre Neo appear on the reverse of the last page, in Riel's hand. Between the first and last names are a cross and these words his mark. The document does not bear a date. But the reference last year, our Lieutenant Governor Archibald designated the townships to us, puts us on the trail since the townships reserved for the Métis had been chosen during the summer of 1872, Kemp, land grants under the Manitoba Act p. The main purpose of this document appears to have been to provide information to the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, on the desires and aspirations of the Métis community regarding this contentious issue. The directory of articles from the newspaper Le Métis, prepared by the Centre d'études franco-canadiennes de l'Ouest, contains numerous articles on the question of land distribution in the period 1871. Riel's manuscript does not appear to have been published under the title given here. Adams G. Archibald, the first Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Letter to my dear friends. / My dear friends, believe that in all our work for the public good, we do not forget you. We are thinking of you. The time has now come for you when you have a serious right to be worried. Because your interests are almost entirely entrusted to the care of strangers who do not know what you need, and who do not want to know it either. For my part, I do everything I can to ensure our great interests both in the province and in the Northwest Territories. Also I am happy to write to you to give you some information if you need it. One of the first things you have to worry about its division. My dear friends, how happy I would be with you if you had the good spirit and the heart truly generous enough to make a kind of arrangement between all of you so as not to divide yourselves. When you happen to quarrel a little with one another, please as brothers, in the name of God, reconcile quickly. Be afraid of holding grudges. Dear friends, dear Métis, you will therefore be united. especially in big things degree when it comes to the education of your children and taking the necessary means to have them educated. Degree please agree to take good large lands, not too large, but according to the needs of the country, and can tell you. Do not neglect to make good buildings on your land, house, shed, stable. Try to raise animals. Sow, work the earth, have plows, harrows, make gardens, if you can. But above all, pray. Pray that God will bless your work and that your children will also be blessed. We all have many enemies together. Let us try to have the good Lord for us, and our enemies will not do us much. Ask the government to guarantee you that, like us, you will have land to pay for the right that your wild blood gives you to the land of the country. Ask for government employees among you to be taken from among you. Make the government understand that you can take care of your public affairs as well as their first stranger. Be careful. The government will send among you a man who will be able to make you believe whatever he wants, who will tell you very nice things to gain your trust, and who will then use that here with the government to arrange things as he pleases and without regard to your interests. The Northwest Council, your council. The council that governs you is made up largely of men who have either mistreated or betrayed us here before. Clark is first of all. Take care of him. Receive him quite harshly and make him see that you are not as easy to deceive as he thinks. If the government gives some place to some of you, the best way to fulfill these offices is to follow righteousness, to never fail to speak frankly to the government, and to always take the part of our people when it is right. So a government employee is respected and the government likes to keep him for a long time. Remember, if any of you are government employees, to warn the government whenever it wants to make you do things that would harm your employees. PAM, MGD, incomplete draft written on both sides of a large sheet of lined paper. Paper soiled and badly damaged on the right side. The bottom right corner of the sheet has been torn. Part of the text is missing. An approximate date of composition is suggested in the reference to the Northwest Territories Council. Riel wrote this letter to the Métis of the Northwest Territories. The content is similar to that of the text. There is also a possible relationship with text or one which consists of a petition from residents of Questionerpel reference to the clause in the Manitoba Act which stipulated that acres of land were to be distributed among the families of Métis residents. These grants were to serve as compensation for the abolition of Indian rights to lands in the province. The reference is too vague to identify the character in question. The Council of the Northwest Territories was founded in December 1872 to assist the Lieutenant Governor in the administration of territorial affairs. The federal government appointed its members. Thomas, The Struggle for Responsible Government. Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. Member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. Letter to John McDougall. / John McDougall EQ. I remember seeing you when you bought the land from my late father. I was very little then. I am not yet very high in the opinion of the people of Upper Canada. But that does not prevent me from working as best I can with all our people here to have our Métis rights here in Manitoba, and also to try to give our people in the North information, if they need it, about what they could do to preserve their interests against the dangers that threaten us all together. One of the first things you can fear is division. Sir, if you could agree with all the other Métis and make some sort of arrangement between all of you not to divide when it comes to educating children and taking the necessary means for that. Agree to have from the government the guarantee that you will have lands like we have here for our share in the province to pay the right that our wild blood gives us to the lands of degree, so that the government employees among you others are taken from among you. Make the government understand that you are as capable of taking care of your public affairs as the first stranger. Please be careful and tell your people to be careful. The government will send among you a man who wants to make you believe whatever he wants, who will tell you very nice things to gain your trust, and who will then use that here with the government to sort things out as he wishes. PAM, MGD. Unfinished draft written on folio sheets of lined paper. The content is similar to that of the text. The composition is most likely from the same period. This letter also seems related to text A1. The contents of the letter do not identify John McDougall. According to the text, he is a Métis resident in the Northwest Territories. The acquisition of Riel's land must have taken place before 1858, the date on which Riel's son left Red River to complete his studies in Montreal. Louis Riel Sr. died on January 1864. Letter to Stain. Plattsburgh. January 1874 Monseigneur, I write to you with pleasure, at the beginning of this year, to wish you a happy new year and good health, to thank you for the kindness that your grace has for me and for my family. Reverend Monsieur Lacombe and Monsieur Poulin came to see me on Christmas Day. Their visit gave me all the more pleasure, as these two gentlemen are hardly able to travel due to the poor state of their health. Monseigneur, since you and Mr. Richot left Lower Canada, our question is much quieter. I intended to write to certain newspapers and to the Governor-General in Council. I spoke to Father Lacombe about it, but now I think I won't do anything about it. My health has only declined since I've been here. It's not the Reverend Father's fault, because they are very good to me. And following your advice I stayed here without embarrassment. However, instead of saving my money that generous people gave me through you, perhaps I should have used it to seek treatment. I kept it for the expenses that I will have to incur, necessarily before long. But here I am reduced to needing the care of a doctor. And since most of what I have will soon be gone. If Mr. Richot returns this winter, I would like him to try to sell the chain land that I have at Point A Growet. Monseigneur, if there were general elections, allow me to again ask for your powerful assistance and your blessing. My Lord, please bless me. And deign heaven to have pity on me, for I am alone and poor. From your grace the very humble servant Louis Riel. ASB, Touch Fund, T52609. Letter written on morning paper. The leaves are folded in half. The ink has faded and the text becomes almost indistinct in places. One word remains completely illegible. Although the text does not indicate the place of origin, the reference to the good care of the Reverend Fathers provides us with a key. The Oblates had a house in Plattsburgh, New York, where Riel stayed to restore his health. Father Albert Lacombe, O.Me, well-known missionary among the Crees and the Feet. Father Pierre Poulin, a great friend of manager Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Richot had gone to Ottawa during the months of March, April, and May 1873 in order to discuss the question of amnesty with members of the federal government. Benoit, Vida Manager Tatch, reference to the question of amnesty, still unresolved and very controversial. Bishop Tatch persistently pursued the resolution of this question during his visit to Ottawa in August 1873, and again in October with the members of the new Liberal government, Ibert. The Oblate Fathers with whom Riel was staying in Plattsburgh. The said property corresponds to the land register plot located in the parish of Stiagath. Riel bought it from Cyril Dumar in 1869. In January 1874, Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie issued an official order announcing the holding of a federal election. Letter to Ignace Burget. Plattsburgh. January 1874 to His Greatness Monseigneur Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, I have been planning to write to you for a long time, but the new year is an opportunity that I do not want to miss. Monseigneur, I wish your greatness a happy new year. And I wish you other equally happy years. May God bless your efforts and your great works for good. Monseigneur, I thank your greatness for having sent me, through Messy Richot, words of encouragement and your holy blessing. You have deigned to do me the same favor again through Reverend Father Lacombe and Reverend Monsieur Poulin. I received with great joy the precious memories that your greatness was kind enough to send me on this last occasion. Mr. Lacombe has just written to me. He communicated to me the recommendations that you deign to make to me. Monseigneur, this new mark of interest on your part I will not forget. My health is a little weak. I commend it to your good prayers. Please ask God to protect me, to preserve my life, to give me the help of His holy lights, and a great Monseigneur, I have another favor to ask of you. It is to want to bless on the occasion of this new year, my tender mother, my dear brothers and sisters. They have many concerns. This will be a precious consolation for my family. Monseigneur, I subscribe to your greatness the very humble and very devoted Louis Riel. Acom. Letter written on morning paper. Fuel in folio. The recipient's name and titles have faded. Riel wrote this letter from the Oblate House in Plattsburgh where he was convalescing. A few days later, he returned to Montreal and visited Manager Burget at the Hotel Dieu. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, had come to Ottawa the previous year to try to resolve the question of amnesty. See text note. He was in Montreal in November 1873. Benoit, Life of Manager Tatch, Father Albert Lacombe, O.Me, well-known missionary among the Crees and the Feet. Father Pierre Coulin, a great friend of Manager Ignace Burget. Bishop of Montreal Louis Riel born Legiamodier Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel. Amnesty. Memoir on the causes of the troubles in the Northwest and on the negotiations which led to their amicable settlement. Keyseville. // The Northwest Territories were not transferred to Canada until July 1870. But the Canadian government began, in public works in its name in Rupert's Land and the Northwest, with the authorization of the Hudson's Bay Company government. The arrival of Canadian agents in this country was marked by the contempt they affected for the authority of the company itself and for the former colonists. They sought to seize the most beautiful properties of the Métis, especially at Oak Point, a parish established approximately miles east of Fort Garry. They claimed to buy these properties from the savages. And to strengthen themselves in this beginning of the fight against us, they attempted an alliance with the Indians, and sold them, in order to attach them, intoxicating liquors contrary to the fact that the superintendent of the Canadian works at Pointe-aux-Trembles, Mr. Snow, and also his subordinates behaved very badly. In certain circumstances they almost murdered each other. One of their employees, Th. Scott, who was later executed, held a pistol to his master's face and, having seized it with a band of frantic men like himself, he dragged him to the river to kill him. Métis saved the superintendent from the hands of his employees, many of whom were from Ontario. We understand that by acting in this way these foreigners gave the inhabitants of the country an idea which was not favorable to them. The Hudson's Bay Company authorities were forced to crack down on their disorders. And they protested against the Canadian government, less because of the bad conduct of its employees than for having undertaken, outside of their sanction, public works on their territories. After Mr. Snow had begun work on Dawson's Road between Lake of the Woods and Pointe-aux-Trembles, in the name of Canada, another intruder had also, from the same site, surveyed, around Fort Garry, the public and private lands, according to a new system of surveying, disturbing without any explanation, the established order of things, and unscrupulously disturbing the former settlers in the peaceful and legal possession of their lands. The protests of the Hudson's Bay Company government were soon followed by those of the settlers who resolutely opposed such suspicious men opening public roads and carrying out surveys on their own lands in the name of a foreign government, with so few guarantees. At the same time, Mr. McDougall presented himself on the borders at Pembina. Everyone said he was sent by Canada to govern us. In reality, he took with him a council made up entirely of men we did not know. But as the principal claim to our respect, a considerable lot of rifles followed closely behind them all. The alarmed Métis formed a national committee, and advanced to meet Mr. McDougall, sending him express letters to tell him not to enter their country in this way. Mr. McDougall made an insulting and disdainful response. Many adventurers, who had attached themselves to the trailer of Messrs. Snow and Colonel Dennis, then so-called Surveyor General, and who had all compromised with them, either at Oak Point by opening a Canadian road, or in the rest of the country, by beginning the survey of the lands, had already declared that they had come from Ontario, in advance of Mr. McDougall, especially as soldiers, to lend him a hand against us, that they were all decided to bring in and install by force, if necessary, Mr. McDougall their governor. And Monsieur had no sooner arrived at Pembina than these adventurers spoke loudly of seizing Fort Garry, the seat of our public affairs. Besides, the English government, the government of the Hudson's Bay Company, had not announced any changes to us. Neither one nor the other spoke to us about Mr. McDougall, about his council. Mr. McDougall was therefore an invader. We pushed him back on November 1869. And we entered Fort Garry and we began to guard it against the surprises which it was facing. Only then did the Canadian government retreat from the work of agitation caused by its encroachments and by the misdeeds of its employees. He asked England to postpone the time of the transfer, insinuating that the Hudson's Bay Company had not acted loyally towards him, given that by selling all its charter rights to Canada, it had not warned him of the troubles which were agitating its territory. But Lord Granville clearly marked the premature role that the Canadian government had begun to play in the Northwest. On November 1869, he told the Governor-General that the troubles which arose in these territories were due to the very conduct of the government. As a result of all these facts, and since the imperial authorities saw fit to reprimand the cabinet of Ottawa in this way, it has always seemed strange to the people of Assiniboia to hear themselves, in the official and other documents of Canada, described as a rebellious and misguided population, on the allegation that we did not want to submit to the arbitrary procedures of the Canadian government. On November 1869, and the following days, the so-called Friends of Canada in Winnipeg had written to Mr. McDougall staying in Pembina, to persuade him to proclaim without delay the transfer of the Northwest Territories to the Canadian government. They did not care whether the Queen had made this transfer or not. What they wanted was the overthrow as soon as possible of the Hudson's Bay Company government and to bring in, by any means, that of Mr. McDougall. On November, the Métis National Committee brought together at Fort Garry, in the courthouse, a convention of deputies from all parts of the country, speaking English and speaking French. The purpose of this convention was to agree on the measures to be taken to safeguard the interests of the settlers of Assiniboia against the dangers of the situation. It sat on and November. But it being a day marked by the government of the Hudson's Bay Company for holding the quarterly sessions of the General Court, the convention, testifying all its respect to the authority, took adjournment until the court had closed its proceedings. However, the Métis National Committee took precautions so that our public affairs did not fall, through a ruse, at the mercy of a so-called Canadian lieutenant governor who took all his friends and advice on the side of those whose conduct was openly contrary to the interests of the Métis and former settlers. In November, the National Committee wanted to protect the books and public money against the plot that Mr. McDougall's friends were hatching to seize them in December. He surrounded these books and this money with a strong guard. Mr. McDougall let himself be won over. And on December 1869, he assumed the right to proclaim the annexation of Rupert's Land and the Northwest to Canada. And our government of the Hudson's Bay Company, already so weakened by the violence of the struggle that the extravagant Friends of Canada and its employees had made against it for a year especially, Mr. McDougall also assumed the right to proclaim its forfeiture. He proclaimed himself governor. And to all these false proclamations he added a proclamation of open war against us. Colonel Dennis, now Surveyor General, received from Mr. McDougall with his commission to wage war against us the titles of Lieutenant and Keeper of the Peace. These men attacked us unjustly, illegally in the name of the Canadian government. They only breathed war. Have we waged war for war's sake? Dr. Schultz, with about 50 armed men, found himself blocked in his house by the Métis National Committee, which had men at its command. Schultz and most of his supporters had for some time been regarded by our authorities as disruptors of the public peace, and they had often talked about the plan to drive the Métis out to the Rocky Mountains, in order to rid the area around Fort Garry of their presence. What did we do with these men? Once reduced to our mercy, the city of Winnipeg was generous enough to intercede on their behalf. The Métis National Committee left the besieged free to surrender and was content to imprison them, after granting them all their lives. It was December 1869. Then, as we were without a government, exposed to anarchy, preoccupied with ensuring the preservation of our lives and our properties, we proclaimed on December the formation and authority of a provisional government, which immediately met with the approval and support of a large part of the people. Because of the circumstances that gave rise to it, this government was legal. Let us judge the place he occupied in public esteem. Days after it was proclaimed, the Honourable Privy Council for Canada, judging the circumstances, itself said that the existence of this government was legal. The authenticity of this assertion can be seen by reading the report of one of its committees, written by Sir John A. Macdonald himself, dated December 1869. and addressed to the Colonial Office in England. From January 1870, the Canadian Commissioners, Reverend Mr. J.B. Thibault and Colonel de Salaberry officially recognized our provisional government. They addressed it directly to explain to the people the good intentions that the Canadian government had charged them with making known on its part in Rupert's Land and the Northwest. Mr. D. Smith managed, thanks to slow and difficult work, to obtain a mass assembly of the inhabitants of the country a few days later at Fort Garry. Given their ferment of various political opinions. At that time, such a general meeting presented many dangers. But like Mr. D. Smith insisted on having this assembly, in order to himself explain to the public what he had to communicate to him from Canada, the provisional government prepared to respond to the demands of the situation. And the president of the government fixed the day and hour when the people could gather to hear Mr. The assembly took place on January and continued for 2 days. Next several times civil war was on the verge of breaking out in the midst of this excited crowd. But each time, thanks to God, the precautionary measures adopted by the provisional government succeeded in suppressing all the disorders. Mr. D. Smith was heard. And here is in summary what he announced to us in his capacity as Special Commissioner in the Confederation. He told us, all the civil and religious rights of the former colonists will be scrupulously respected. Furthermore, the Queen asked her Governor-General of Canada, in the event that peace was re-established, according to her express wish, in the Northwest Territories, to cover with a general pardon all the troubles which had unfortunately just manifested themselves in this part of her empire. Consequently, the Governor-General of Canada issued a proclamation to this effect for the inhabitants of the Northwest. But noting that this proclamation had not come to the knowledge of the country, Mr. Smith, the Special Commissioner, told us that he was authorized to warn us of the content of this proclamation. At the end of this important assembly, the President of the Provisional Government asked the people to order a convention of delegates, representing the whole country, and responsible for taking into consideration what Mr. D. Smith had just told us, and charged us with making a public decision on the situation in accordance with our best interests. The people gave such complete approval to the request of the President of the Provisional Government, that January, being the day appointed for this purpose, the delegates, after having been elected by the people, assembled at the courthouse at Fort Garry, in order to fulfill their mandate. The President of the Provisional Government himself appointed a president to this convention. And she discussed for more than 15 days the conditions of our entry into the Confederation. She invited Reverend J. B. Thibault, Colonel de Salaberry, and Mr. D. Smith, to attend one of its sessions, in order to officially receive communications from the Canadian government through these 3 gentlemen. The 3 of them went there. Messrs. Thibault and de Salaberry said that they were commissioned to assure us from Canada that its government had only one purpose, that of governing us while respecting all our rights and administering the affairs of the country for the greatest prosperity of all its inhabitants. Mr. D. Smith reiterated what he had already told us in the great assembly which had taken place at Fort Garry. Before taking leave of the convention, these 3 gentlemen invited, in the name of Canada, the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest, to send delegates to Ottawa to come to a friendly understanding. And in the name of their government they promised a cordial reception to our delegates. The invitation thus made to the people was accepted by the convention in the name of the people. The President of the Provisional Government having, after that, pointed out to the convention the perilous state into which the usurpations of Mr. McDougall had plunged us, and having drawn its attention to the necessity we were in to tame the anarchy, of strengthening the provisional government which half of the colonists had proclaimed on December 1869, but to which the other half had not yet given their support, and having made it consider that this government demanded the support of citizens not only to effectively maintain peace, but also to deal properly with Canada, the convention consolidated by the unanimous consent of all the people it represented, the establishment of the provisional government. And by a special vote, out of 40 more than 30 of its members confirmed in the position of President of the Government the one who, after Mr. John Bruce had held this office since December 1869. Mr. Judge Black had until then presided over the deliberations of the convention. But immediately after this vote, at the request of the convention itself, he ceded his seat to the President of the Provisional Government, who, on the spot, appointed Mr. Justice Black, the Reverend Mr. Richot and Alfred H. Scott, delegates in Ottawa, congratulated the convention on its patriotism, dissolved it and dismissed it. The following February, the Secretary of State of the Provisional Government wrote to the Reverend Parish Priest of St. Norbert, The official letter Fort Garry February 1870 Reverend J.N. Richot in St. Norbert and RRNDB. Reverend Sir, I am instructed to inform you that you have been appointed by the President of the Northwest Territories, as co-commissioner, with John Black and Alfred H. Scott, Squire, to treat with the Government of the Power of Canada the terms of entry into the Confederacy. Reverend Sir, your obedient servant. Those. Bun Secretary. Hardly had we begun to breathe tranquility, when hours had not yet passed, the supporters of Dr. Schultz and Mr. McDougall broke out an uprising of our hundreds. We know that Dr. Schultz had been imprisoned on December 1869. But during the election of representatives of the convention, he escaped on January. When he saw that he had not been able to influence any of the decisions of the convention, he worked to destroy its work, by pushing the people to overthrow the provisional government that it had completed establishing. The members gathered at St. Andre, a place located on the Red River about miles north of Fort Garry. On February, they remained gathered there, pell-mell with 400 savages, preparing to march on Fort Garry. In this confused assembly of savages and whites, 2 murders were committed, that of the unfortunate Sutherland, who had never taken any part in our troubles, and that of Paracine, one of the warmest supporters of Dr. Schultz and Mr. McDougall. The camp of Dr. Schultz's friends hastened to spread letters across the country with orders to begin the war on several points at once, in order to force the Métis soldiers to abandon Fort Garry and rescue their families, hoping thus to easily take possession of the most important place in the country. The provisional government arrested several of these couriers. When the nature of the dispatches with which these men had agreed to take charge became known to the Métis soldiers, they were all indignant, captains and soldiers alike, demanding that the most guilty, William Gaddy, who had made himself the bearer of such orders in his own homeland, should be shot on the spot. He was taken to one of the fort's bastions to be executed. This attitude of the Métis, the good advice of many notable and peaceful citizens, and a warning that the President of the Provisional Government himself addressed to the rebels, ended up calming and dispersing a large number of them towards the evening of February. Back to William Gaddy. Everyone thought he was dead. But it was full of life, thanks to the general officers, D. Clepin and L.E. Goulet, who, through their efforts, had only shielded him from public vindictiveness, by making him appear dead in his obscure bastion. This is how noble hearts, like a D. Clepin, now a political prisoner in Manitoba, and Elie Goulet, who was assassinated, in broad daylight in the middle of the city of Winnipeg, and with impunity, shortly after the arrival of Colonel Wolseley and the Canadian Lieutenant Governor in our province, took pleasure in treating there in the morning of February, appeared in their open country, only 2 miles from Fort Garry, a troop of armed men, at the head of whom were several of the main conspirators, friends of Dr. Schultz. Clepin, Adjutant General, takes with him horsemen and 100 pedestrians, and instead of raising this handful of enemies, he marches straight towards them, makes them surrender their weapons and takes them captive within the walls. It seems to me that this was a generous way of exercising the rights of war. The one life of Major Bolton, leader of the band, was going to pay for the others. When Mr. D. Smith asked the President of the Provisional Government to pardon him, the President replied that despite everything, Bolton would infallibly be spared if all the localities rebelling against the work of the convention wanted to definitively recognize and support the Provisional Government. At the suggestion of the President himself, one of whose first ambitions was to restore peace without any bloodshed, Mr. D. Smith traveled through all the revolting localities. And through his influence as a Hudson's Bay Company man and Special Commissioner of the Canadian Government, he determined them all to support the Provisional Government. Bolton was saved. As we see, not only Mr. D. Smith, an employee of the Hudson's Bay Company and Canada, himself recognized a provisional government. But he also worked to have it recognized and supported throughout the country indiscriminately. This simple narration of the principal facts accomplished during our troubles from the fall of 1868 until the latter part of February 1870, joined to the testimony of Lord Granville, proves that the Canadian government provoked the troubles which broke out in the Northwest Territories, regarding the transfer of these territories to the power, consequently, that the responsibility for these troubles falls on the Canadian government. From this simple narration it appears that it was the employees of Canada who, by annihilating little by little, in the government of the Hudson's Bay Company, forced the inhabitants of these territories to provide themselves with a provisional government whose legality is all the more degree as it arises from international law. Degree that she was admitted by the Honourable Privy Council for Canada into one of its committees on December 1869. Degree that this provisional government itself received the support of the entire country, of which it was, after the Crown, through exceptional circumstances, become the main safeguard. Degree that this same provisional government has enjoyed the official recognition of the 3 Canadian commissionaires that I have the honour to mention, Messrs. D.A. Smith, Reverend J.B. Ibo and Colonel de Salaberry. Degree that this provisional government has been officially invited by Canada to deal with its government in order to amicably agree with it the conditions for our entry into the Confederation. Mr. D.A. Smith, in his capacity as Special Commissioner, even agreed with the President of the Provisional Government, at Fort Garry, that all public expenses required by the Provisional Government by sending delegates to Ottawa would be paid from the Canadian coffers. And that is what was done. Strengthened by all these guarantees and, above all, by our continued allegiance to the Crown, the Provisional Government was preparing to send its delegates to Ottawa towards the end of February, when new disorders absorbed its attention. Dr. Schultz had not for a moment stopped urging the savages to war against us. A large number of the inhabitants of Portage-la Prairie supported him in this barbaric work. Portage-la Prairie is an establishment, located on the Assiniboine River about miles west of Fort Garry, and the majority of the population is made up of emigrants from Ontario. In the last days of February, these men took with all the savages of the country, especially those in their surroundings, such a threatening attitude that the Métis spread out on the Assiniboine River between Fort Garry and Portage-la Prairie, fearing for their families and their property that their enemies of the Portage were openly talking about coming to massacre and burn in a nocturnal descent, demanded immediate protection from the Provisional Government. Their fears seemed all the more well-founded since, during the pacification visit that Mr. D.A. Smith had the generosity to approach the inhabitants of Portage, these people then as devoted to Dr. Schultz as they were hostile to the former colonists, had written to the President of the Provisional Government that to obtain the pardon of Bolton, they submitted, but that they would certainly still rise up at the first opportunity. For the safety of citizens, 2 detachments of Métis soldiers were therefore stationed on the Assiniboine River. One at Monsieur Lane's Fort, miles from Fort Garry, and the other at St. Paul's Bay, 10 miles further. However, the audacity of our enemies, encouraged by our patience, had become extreme. It broke out even among the prisoners of war that we had taken in February, within the very walls of Fort Garry. All this had to be put an end to. A punishment was needed to impose it on the conspirators and the madmen. At the beginning of December 1869, Th. Scott had been imprisoned at Fort Garry, after Mr. McDougall declared war on us. As one of the most dangerous supporters of Dr. Schultz, McDougall and Dennis. Shortly after, Scott escaped from our hands and took refuge at Portage-la Prairie. In the month of February 1870, at the very moment when the Convention of Delegates consolidated the Provisional Government, in the name of all the people, Thomas Scott came down from the Portage with a band of men armed for the revolt. He, Scott, showed himself to be one of the most ardent, forcing over a distance of about miles, a number of peaceful citizens to take up arms against their will and follow him. After having, he and his companions, thus recruited 100 men to the parish of Headardly, which is located 4 miles west of Fort Garry, on the Assiniboine River, they continued their march along the Assiniboine to Fort Garry. It had not yet been 2 hours since the representatives of the whole country gathered in convention had definitively established the Provisional Government, when Scott, revolting against this authority, entered in war apparatus into the city of Winnipeg. At the head of his troop, he sought to seize the person of the President of the Government, surrounding for this purpose a house where the President was accustomed to being. But not having surprised him there, they went to St. Andre to join the tumultuous gathering of savages and whites in which Dr. Schultz showed his influence to such a high degree. It was there and by the people making up this gathering that the unfortunate Sutherland and Paracine were assassinated. In February, when Bolton was taken with his men, weapons in hand under the walls of Fort Garry, Scott was still in this shadow. Thus captured for the second time, Scott in his prison did not fail to distinguish himself by the violence of his conduct, which was especially exaggerated on March 1. That day, Scott at M. MacLeod forced open the doors of their prison, rushed on the guards, inviting their companions to do the same. The Métis, who had always treated their prisoners with great consideration, were so indignant at the sight of these outrages that they dragged Scott outside the establishment and were about to immolate him, when one of their representatives saved him from their blows. They all demanded that Scott be brought before a war council. Do we think that Scott was immediately delivered to the court-martial? The president of the provisional government sought to avoid this extremity by bringing Scott before him. He invited him to take a good look at his position, begging him, as it were, whatever his convictions, to be silent and to remain calm in his prison. So, said the president, that I have this reason to prevent you from being brought before the council of the adjutant general, as the Métis soldiers are demanding. Scott disdained everything and persisted in his bad behavior. From hour to hour, we expected to see new troubles arise. These troubles would once again put the lives of citizens at stake. They tended to hinder the departure of our delegates. They could not fail to be favorable to Dr. Schultz, who, no longer able to remain at Red River, went to Ontario to raise the masses there against the provisional government, to try to prevent our delegates from being officially received by the Canadian government and to try to have a delegation from the Northwest prevail in Ottawa according to his choice. On the 1st of March we had Scott appear before a war tribunal. He was examined under sworn testimony. He was convicted and sentenced to death. The next day, March 1870, this governing authority, which had been provisionally entrusted to us for the happiness of an English colony and which we had only used during 3 months of fierce struggle to disarm our enemies, we finally exercised it in all its severity. Scott was executed, our motive being that of making order triumph and thus fulfilling our duty, punishing a guilty person. And now, apart from the fact that Canada has nothing to do legally with this execution, is it reasonable for it to pass on to a few individuals what was the act of a government, and that he treats like vile murderers the members and officers of a government whose legality is certain, and with which he himself dealt in full view of everyone during almost an entire session of Parliament. Days after Scott's execution, His Grace Monseigneur Thatch arrived in our midst. Sent from Rome, among others by the Canadian government, Monseigneur returned to the Northwest, charged by Canada to work for a true understanding between the two countries. His Grace therefore reiterated to the President of the Provisional Government the invitation from the Canadian government to send delegates to the country had become calm again. On March the Provisional Government sent its delegates to the capital of Canada. Each delegate received the following letter of credence: the President of the Provisional Government of Assiniboia, in Council, hereby places in authority and delegation, you, sir, in the company of gentlemen, so that you proceed to Ottawa, in Canada, and there place before the Canadian government the list which contains the conditions and proposals under which the people of Assiniboia would consent to enter into confederation. Ration with the other provinces of Canada. Signed, this 22nd day of March, in the year of our 1870. Thomas Bunn, Secretary Headquarters of Government, Winnipeg, Assiniboia *. When our delegates arrived in Ottawa, we know how Schultz, Mayor, Lynch and others tried to overwhelm them, by raising racial and religious prejudices against them. Dr. Lynch was announced and pushed forward as the true delegate from the Northwest. But in reality, the execution of Scott, in restoring peace, had deprived these men of the support they had hitherto found in our troubles, and it had rendered their influence in Ottawa null. Also Dr. Lynch was not accepted as a delegate from the Northwest. So to compensate themselves for the ruin of their projects, our enemies endeavored to make the execution of Scott fatal to us, and to this end they continued to attribute to him in the eyes of public opinion horrible circumstances and unjust motives. They undertook to destroy the moral force of the provisional government itself, by making its members and supporters appear as rebels and usurpers, and by representing Scott's death as a simply execrable murder. Our delegates were shamefully arrested and dragged before the courts. The promise that the Canadian commissioners had given us on behalf of their government to receive them well was trampled underfoot. The provisional government and its delegates made their just protests heard. England expressed to the Canadian government the discontent that the arrest of our delegates caused them. On the other hand, His Grace Monseigneur Tatch spared no effort, no trouble to make known to all the benevolent intentions of the Crown towards the inhabitants of the Northwest. Throughout all our troubles, we had always been filled with hope that if our humble claims reached Her Majesty's throne, she would not allow us to be crushed. So we confidently flew the British flag above our heads. The generous conduct that England had in fact just taken towards us, and the very respectable assurances that our Archbishop gave us regarding the arrangements that we would make with Canada, committed us, notwithstanding the outrage done to our delegates, not to change our disposition to deal with the Canadian government. In the meantime, the provisional government had obtained the advantage of being recognized throughout Rupert's Land and the Northwest by the Hudson's Bay Company itself. On arriving in Ottawa, our delegates, despite the embarrassments that were caused to them, had written as follows to the Secretary of State for the Provinces, the Honourable Jos. Howe. April 1870 to the Honourable Secretary of State, etc., Joseph Howe. The undersigned delegates from the Northwest, wishing to delay the affairs of their mission as little as possible, have the honour to ask you to kindly inform the Government of His Excellency that they wish to be heard as soon as possible. Alfred H. Scott John Black. J.N. Richard. On April, the Honourable Joseph Howe, Secretary of State, etc., responded to our delegates in the following manner. April 1870. Gentlemen, I must acknowledge receipt of your current letter, announcing that as delegates from the Northwest to the Government of the Power of Canada, you desire to have an audience with the Government as soon as possible. And in response I have to inform you that the Honourable Sir John A. MacDonald and the Honourable Sir George Etienne Cartier have been authorized by the Government to discuss with you the subject of your mission, and they will be ready to receive you at any time. I have the honour to be your most obedient servant, Joseph Howe. To Reverend J.N. Richard John Black Ecker. R. Scott, Ecker. Negotiations opened at the appointed time between the delegates of the Canadian government and those of the provisional government. The first condition of the treaty proposed by the Northwest delegates was that after the arrangements a general amnesty would of necessity be proclaimed in the Northwest. Before Canada took possession of these territories. I do not know if Canada ever seriously thought that this condition of amnesty was posed by our delegates and accepted by the delegates of the Canadian government as a sine qua non condition. It is true that our dedication to the Confederation itself exempted him from paying attention to this. But let me say it, justice demands that he take care of it. I said that the Canadian government delegates accepted the condition of amnesty. Indeed, Sir John A. and Sir George Etienne replied to our delegates that it was of the very nature of the friendly arrangement which took place between the two countries, that this general amnesty should be proclaimed as they requested. They added that although the proclamation of this amnesty was a royal prerogative, they were nevertheless able to assure the delegates from the Northwest that this amnesty would certainly be proclaimed. The Right Honourable Sir John Young, since Lord Lisgar, Sir Clinton Murdoch, delegated to Ottawa by the Crown to make known his wishes on the subject of the difficulties of the Northwest, also gave our delegates peremptory assurance that this amnesty would be proclaimed, to the satisfaction of the inhabitants of the Northwest. However, our delegates pointed out to His Excellency that they would be happy to have this promise of amnesty in writing. His Excellency replied that the thing would admit of no difficulty, and that it would be done as soon as Parliament had sanctioned the rest of the arrangements. The delegates of the Canadian government and the provisional government composed the Manitoba Bill. Meanwhile, the Imperial government saw fit to send regular soldiers to its Northwest territories. It was his right and his duty. And we were happy to finally see the troops of the metropolis arrive to carry out the functions of government among us. But what was our surprise to see Canada take the right to also send us a military expedition during the difficulties it had with us, and without having concluded any arrangement with us. The President of the Provisional Government complained to His Grace Monseigneur Tash of the injustice of the conduct and pretensions of Canada towards us. And he declared to His Grace that as long as Wolseley's expedition was Canadian, it would see our country closed before it, as long as a friendly understanding was not definitively concluded between the Canadian government and the Provisional Government, and as long as we did not have the guarantees of a general amnesty. Monseigneur condemned with all his authority this attitude on our part. But on the remark that we made to his grace that we defend ourselves with justice, Monsignor, invoking his power as Canadian Commissioner, told us, "Do not do that. I give you my word of honor that a general amnesty will be proclaimed before the installation of any Canadian Lieutenant Governor here." Moreover, the Imperial Government had ordered Canada not to send any of its militias to the Northwest, before the delegates of this country were satisfied. The chambers in Ottawa, having passed the Manitoba Act, our delegates insisted on the Canadian government to then have in writing the agreement already made on the subject of amnesty. His Excellency the Governor-General replied that he did not believe that there was anything in the world more certain than the word of a representative of His Majesty. That this word he himself had committed in favor of amnesty. That the people of the Northwest would have this amnesty and that it would be delivered to the Northwest before the delegates themselves. Our delegates returned to Fort Garry on June 1870. On the same month, the Provisional Government, having assembled the House of Representatives of the People, had an account made, in a public session, of the arrangements made with Canada by our delegates. The treaty consisted of two very distinct things: the political constitution of a considerable part of the Northwest Territories, as an independent province in the Confederation. It was the very act of Manitoba. The definitive settlement of all past difficulties through the very imminent proclamation of a general amnesty, which had been guaranteed to our delegation as I have just made known. We had made such favorable arrangements with the Canadian government that the House of Representatives of the Northwest voted without any opposition our consent to enter into the Confederation. And the Provisional Government through its Secretary of State, Thomas Bunn, notified the Honorable Joseph Howe, Secretary of State for the Provinces, of this fact. The document stated that we consented to confederate with Canada because we had in the Act of Manitoba the principles for which we had fought, and because a general amnesty would soon be proclaimed. His Grace Monsignor Tatch brought this important official document to the authorities in Ottawa. It should be noted here that the Governor-General had already neglected to fulfill the assurance he had given to our delegates that amnesty would precede their arrival in the Northwest. However, on July 1870, the transfer of Rupert's Land and the Northwest Territories was made to the Canadian government. To complete the arrangements, our delegates had warned the delegates of the Canadian government to let their government know that the members and officers of the provisional government wanted to be relieved of the responsibility of governing, immediately after the transfer had been made. But as on this, the Honourable Minister of Militia and Defence, Sir George Etienne Cartier, had insisted to our delegates by saying that Riel and his council continue to maintain the peace after the transfer to Manitoba and the Northwest, until the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor, we devoted ourselves to this task. From July 1870, until the following month of August, we governed in the interest of Canada, its province of Manitoba and its Northwest Territories. This space of time having passed, Colonel Wolseley arrived at Fort Garry. Instead of presenting himself in a friendly manner, as the law of nations made him a duty, his arrival was that of an enemy. The Vice President of the Provisional Government, Mr. F.X. Dauphiné, and Messrs. F.X. Page and Pierre Poitras, two of the representatives of the people, who, the previous June, had voted amicably in favor of our entry into the Confederation, peacefully followed the road which leads to their homes. Wolseley has them violently arrested and dragged to prison. One of them, P. Poitras, an old man, was mistreated by Colonel Wolseley's soldiers until he received serious injuries. After having thus taken possession of Fort Garry, which we had left free before the representative of His Majesty, Wolseley, in a public speech, congratulated himself with his troops on having put the bandits of Riel to flight. These are the expressions he used to describe the President of the Provisional Government and all his supporters. A few days later the Canadian Lieutenant Governor arrived. But he only took the reins of the government of our country to consummate the shameful act of perfidy of which Canada made us the victims. He settled down without fulfilling the sine qua non condition of amnesty. Thus the Canadian government broke from the beginning the solemn treaty it made with the provisional government. In addition, the Canadian government made friendly proposals to us through the Vicar General, Reverend J.R. IBO, and by Colonel de Salaberry. And when we accepted his friendship, he made fun of us. He made fun of the formal and spontaneous public assurances of amnesty that he gave us, in January 1870, through the mouth of Mr. D. Smith, now superintendent of the Honorable Hudson's Bay Company, in Manitoba and the Northwest. He also made fun of his word of honor that he spontaneously gave us in favor of an amnesty, in the month of May 1870, through the mouth of His Grace the devoted Archbishop of St. Boniface. Canadian Confederation for Manitoba and the Northwest is therefore a hoax. This state of affairs has existed for 3.5 years. But the former inhabitants of Rupert's Land and the Northwest have never stopped demanding what belongs to them, what the Canadian government owes them in so many ways. And today more than ever they are demanding it forcefully. What we ask for is amnesty. It is the faithful execution of the Act of Manitoba. Louis Riel. PC. X. 36-page document written on large sheets of which the first 25 pages do not have margins. The other 12 do. The bottom of the 16th page was cut off. As the upper part of a letter still remains visible above the cut, it appears that there was something written on the missing part. However, the continuity of the text is not interrupted. The pagination which only begins on the page is not Riel's handwriting. The 8th page is not numbered. From the 26th sheet, Riel writes on both sides so that the pagination is on the back of the page, etc. The title Historical Memory of the Northwest, which appears on the back of the page, is not in Riel's hand. It's Dr. E.P. Lacapelle who added the title, date, and name of the author. The margins contain corrections and additions made by Riel. The manuscript is bound in a hardcover of white paper. Riel composed this document while he was in the United States, probably in Quizeville, New York. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, published it in pamphlet form in January 1874. The very last sentence of their brochure, nothing more, but also nothing less, is not part of Riel's text. Otherwise, there are no appreciable differences between the texts. The text of the brochure was subsequently published in Le Nouveau Monde of February 1874 and in Le Métis, St. Boniface, of February 1874. The publication of this memoir in the Eastern Press provoked a violent response from Dr. James Spencer Lynch. The text contains Riel's response to Lynch's allegations. Pam. MGD. Is a fragmentary draft, b, including the text of the pages, and part of the last paragraph of the page. It is written on both sides of large sheets bound at the top. The leaves have a white margin of 4 centimeters. The bottom of the first sheet is missing, which has not affected the continuity of the text. The lesson of this fragmentary draft was retained and compared with that of the basic text. Differences appear in the textual notes to the greater glory of God, Polar plus Grande Gloire. Diu. John A. Snow, construction manager of the Dorson Highway between Lake of the Woods and Winnipeg. See note. Thomas Scott, a member of the Dorson Road construction crew, executed on March 1870 by order of a Métis court. Road approximately kilometer long by land and water connecting Port Arthur and Winnipeg. It took its name from the builder Simon James Dorson, who was commissioned in 1857 by the Canadian government to explore the region between Lake Superior and the Saskatchewan River. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. The text John Stoughton Dennis, military officer and surveyor responsible for establishing a system of surveying public lands in the Northwest. George Leveson Gower, Lord Granville, British Foreign Secretary Sir John Young, Lord Lisgar, Governor-General of Canada, 1869. Lord Granville's dispatch was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. The text contains Riel's report of this convention. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, leader of the Canadian Party. Riel had already communicated the same remarks to Schultz in a letter of November 1869. The texts, and 1023. This report was published in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances. On December, John Bruce resigned as president of the Métis National Committee. He was replaced by Louis Riel, who was elected president of the provisional government in February 1870. Judge John Black, recorder of Rupert's Land, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Father Neil Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. The original has not been found. Richot acknowledged receipt of the said letter on February 1870. Pam. MGB, Hugh Sutherland. son of one of the members of the January 1870 convention, was killed by Norbert Paracine in February 1870. Norbert Paracine, a Métis from St. Norbert whom Major Bolton's soldiers took prisoner on February 1870. Garnet James Wolseley, commander of the Red River Expedition. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Charles Bolton, commander of the Portage la Prairie contingent, was taken by Riel's soldiers. Tried and sentenced to death. He was later pardoned at the request of Donald Smith. William Douglas Lane was in charge of a Hudson's Bay Company post some 40 kilometers west of Fort Garry. Lane's post, Murdoch MacLeod, one of the main agitators of the Portage la Prairie contingent. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.M.I., Bishop of St. Boniface. Text contains the original English text. Charles Mayer, paymaster on the Dawson Road construction sites. James Spencer Lynch, physician, one of those taken prisoner in Schultz's house on December 1869. Schultz, Mayer, and Lynch, after the execution of Thomas Scott, travelled to Ontario where they denounced Riel before willing audiences. Pam, MGB, is a copy of this document in the handwriting of Thomas Bunn. Another copy can be found in AASB, Funds Tach, T7341. The original can be found in AASB, Funds Tach, T7355. Letter to Emma. Gerard, Joseph Royal, Joseph Dubuc, Iteracy. Larivai, Plattsburgh, // To the Honourable Messrs. Gerard, Royal, Dubuc and Mr. C. My very dear friends, the new year makes it my duty to write to you, to wish you and those who are dear to you, a happy new year. We really need happiness in the midst of this terrible struggle that we are enduring. My weak and humble wishes can hardly, it is true, change the position placed upon you, but they will at least express my encouragement to you. May God bless your efforts for good during this year. And I hope that our sufferings and our labours combined, helped by Providence, will succeed in averting the ruin into which our enemies want to precipitate us. Gentlemen, it is high time that I thank you myself and directly, and all those who helped me like you in my election. You know what has prevented me until now from writing to you as I would have liked. But I know that I was right to trust Mr. Maxime Lepin, and Mr. Richot for what I had to tell you. I asked them to represent me to you. The generous assistance of money that you have made available to me is written on my heart. You undoubtedly knew what services were rendered to me by the chosen friend that you found for me to travel with, I mean Mr. Tass. Gentlemen and dear friends, you must have suffered at the handing over of the lot dividing our province in a way so contrary to our interests. Let us try to bring this back. Please believe in the great desire I have to write to you often and receive news from you, but I am conforming as much as I can to the situation, to have less embarrassment when it comes to going to Ottawa. I fear that by writing many letters or even a certain number, I will come to make it known too generally where I would have liked to publish a few things on the subject of amnesty, but I do not know if I will do it before seeing a little how things are going. My respects and my good wishes to Madame Royal, Madame Dubuc, Madame Larivai and to Monsieur Gerard and Monsieur Roy. And believe me your friend Pam, MGD. Letter written on morning paper, which indicates that Riel wrote it before the end of the one-year mourning period since the death of Marie Riel, January 1873. The ink has faded. To the right of the word friends in the greeting is the annotation circled. At the top of the fourth page, on the right, we find the other annotation L.R. January 1874. None of these annotations are in Riel's hand, see the text note, and the text. Although the letter is not dated, it can easily be given an approximate date by referring to the annotations mentioned above and to Riel's habit of sending New Year's greetings. At this time, Riel was resting at the Oblate House in Plattsburgh. Riel was re-elected deputy in Provencher in September 1873. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1872. Present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Funds had been raised to cover Riel's travel expenses to Ottawa. Stanley. Louis Riel, P. Joseph Tass, a French-Canadian journalist who accompanied Riel on his trip to Eastern Canada, reference to the bill for the redistribution of seats in the Legislative Assembly adopted by the government of R.A. Davis. This law put an end to equality of representation in the House by granting the English 14 of the 24 seats. Other references to the fear of being discovered are found in the texts, and Agnes Bruyere Marie and Ubuck ni no Marie Malvina Budrio Markhamable. Gerard, Senator and member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. The identity of this gentleman is not known. Letter to Ignace Burget. Plattsburgh. / to His Greatness Monseigneur Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, I fortunately went to Plattsburgh Friday evening. Between and on arriving, I began the novena that your greatness recommended me to do. I made 2 visits to the Most Blessed Sacrament and said the Rosary twice. Since then, I have repeated these same exercises every day. In addition, I hear the Holy Mass, and I say 6 Pater and 6 Hail Marys in the presence of our Lord. I say certain invocations, the Veni Sancte and the Subtuum. Yesterday, I recited once the prayer for the relief of the sick, which your greatness kindly sent me through Reverend Father Lacombe. Degree, and today I added to this prayer the other beautiful prayers that I had the happiness of receiving from your greatness at the same time. Monsignor, forgive me, I am giving you a detailed account of the prayers I pray for the novena. She knows, your greatness, the importance I attach to that. Besides, I follow the doctor's prescriptions punctually, as you recommended. Monsignor, your holy blessing has filled my heart with great serenity. And as when I rose from before your feet, very often during the day, I repeat, I am healed. God healed me. Indeed, Monsignor, I am very well. The complete recovery of my health will arrive with the graces of the novena that your greatness deigns to make for me and with me. I believe it so strongly that I say I am healed. Monsignor, I urge God to heal also. Monsignor, will I continue to take remedies after the novena? I am taking these remedies as you told me to do. But if you wanted me to stop taking it after the novena, tell me, Monsignor, and, with the grace of God, by no longer taking it at your command, I will certainly be healed in my body and in my soul. For the word of God is all powerful. Things happen as she says and as she wants. This is why, Monsignor, I am doing what you told me to do, and why I am ready, with the grace of God, to do what he tells you. Monsignor, I know that I am not worthy of the holy blessing that you have given me, nor of the novena that you deign to do for me, nor that your greatness has said to me, you will be healed. But deign to ask God for me the grace to live from now on in such a way as to become less unworthy of these high favors and of all those which he still has the mercy to prepare for me. Monsignor, as the novena that your greatness told me to do was started on Friday evening, I thought I would finish it next Saturday. And according to your recommendation, Monsignor, I hope, with the grace of God, to receive communion that day. I will. Of your greatness the very humble and very obedient servant Louis Riel. Monsignor, before leaving here the other day, when I went to Montreal, I gave $15 piastres, in gold, to have masses said in honor of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, in honor of the Blessed Virgin and of Saint Joseph. And I am sending them to you through Reverend Father Lacombe so that your greatness can dispose of them according to the intention I had in promising to give this small sum, which I humbly ask you to accept. Monsignor. I accom. Letter written on morning paper, which suggests that Riel wrote it before the 1-year mourning period was over. Marie Riel died on January 1873. The faded ink makes certain passages difficult to read. The annotation on the back of the last page is not in Riel's hand. Despite the absence of a date, we can, based on the stages of the novena, deduce that the letter was written between January and January, in Plattsburgh, New York, upon returning from the visit that Riel made to Bishop Burget in Montreal. Bishop Burget was on a rest break at the Hotel Dieu. Riel, upon arriving, knelt before the prelate and asked that he be restored to health. Burget promised him that he would recover and blessed the medicines he had to take. Later, Riel became convinced that he had been miraculously healed, thanks to the intervention of Bishop Burget. Flanagan, Louis David Riel, p. January 1874. The Our Father and the Hail Mary. Vent Sancte Spiritus, religious hymn addressed to the Holy Spirit. Subtuum Presidium, antiphon to implore the protection of the Blessed Virgin. Father Albert Lacombe, OMI, well-known missionary among the Crees and the Feet. That is to say, January 1874. Response to Dr. J. S. Lynch. Montreal. Dr. Lynch says that the Canadian government prematurely undertook public works in the Northwest in his name, with the consent of Mr. W. McTavish and Monseigneur Taché, and in order to respond to the cries of distress of the French population who in this country had been unable to collect anything from hunting or cultivation of their lands. First of all, it was not just the French population who suffered from famine. The entire Selkirk colony suffered as well, and the English population as well as the French benefited from the aid which came to them from foreign countries. Everyone in La Riviere knows that this is so, and knows the bad faith of Dr. Lynch, who says almost nothing true in the refutation he claims to make of Riel's memoir. Besides, I appeal to common sense. Will Mr. William McTavish, who was the highest employee of the Com, any serious man will easily understand that Mr. McTavish as governor in Rupert's Land and the northwest of the interests of the Hudson's Bay Company in England could not thus allow Canada to encroach on the rights of its masters, and that Mr. Taché, despite the cries of distress of his French population, by his assent could not give a legal character to the public enterprises because the government that the GOVT could do at that time in this country, since the Hudson's Bay Company did not conclude its first arrangements with him until March 1869. Moreover, Dr. Lynch is in bad faith when he speaks in such a way as to make it understood that the French population of Selkirk was the only one in need of help. Since the entire colony also benefited from the charity of foreign countries. The English population received a share equal to that of the French population. But still, agents of the Canadian government still treat the population of the country very harshly. They gave those they employed £sterling per month and sold them pound and often and £sterling la QRT. Besides, the fact is generally known in Red River that they tried to expropriate a great number of settlers in Oak Point. The fact that they sought to strip a large number of settlers at Oak Point of their land, that they excited the savages against them by supplying them with intoxicating drinks, that they wrote in the newspapers of Upper Canada everything they could to disgrace the former settlers, are facts too generally known to all the people of Red River and to Canada itself for it to be possible for us to make them more obvious than they already are. Most of these agents and the employees of the Canadians who thus treated the Selkirk settlers during this year of famine were all from Ontario. Dr. Lynch complains of the ingratitude of the Métis towards these men who, he says, had fed them. It seems that the Métis could not have been ungrateful to the Ontarians. For in addition to the hostile dispositions of these men towards the Métis, they still have to consider that the province of Ontario promised in the time of distress to provide 5,000 piastres to the colony of Selkirk. The relief committee which was organized there counted on this subscription, but it never came to them. Dr. Lynch assures that Mr. Riel and his family were happy to live that winter to have taken part in this charity. Dr. Lynch would do well to consult the reports of the committee which distributed the relief. He will see that Mr. Riel and his family judged that they had enough meat, their provisions of meat were sufficient, and gratefully refused the help that was offered to them. They replied that in truth they did not have the means to obtain bread that winter, but that their provisions of meat were sufficient, that with this they considered themselves quite fortunate, and they withdrew the share of relief which was offered to them. In the spring of 1869 the relief committee lent bushels of seed wheat. Of the bushels only 9 produced. Nevertheless, the following winter, Mr. Riel returned the bushels of wheat to the people responsible for receiving them. Dr. Lynch notes that during which preceded the transfer, a surveyor general J.S. Dennis began to survey the lands on behalf of Canada, and that these surveys gave many jobs to the Métis in distress. But the entire Selkirk colony knows that Colonel Dennis employed very few Métis. And among those he employed were people who were very comfortable and who therefore did not wait for Dennis to live. Gentleman W.D.'s William Hawlett, Gabriel Lafrenais. Dr. Lynch says that the Canadian government prematurely undertook public works in the Northwest in its name, to respond to the cries of distress that the French population was making there to obtain relief, and with the consent of Mr. William McTavish and Monseigneur Taché. Every serious man understands that Mr. William McTavish, who governed Rupert's Land and the Northwest Territories in the name and in the interest of the Hudson's Bay Company in England, could not thus allow Canada to encroach on the rights of its masters, and that Monseigneur Taché by his consent could not either allow Mr. W. McTavish give a legal character to the enterprises of the Canadian government. The Canadian government had not yet concluded any arrangement with the Hudson's Bay Company, and it will be admitted that it was a curious way of doing charity to the people of Red River to assume government functions under the pretext of making them earn money. Dr. Lynch claims that Canada went to undertake work in the Hudson Bay Territory with the authorization of the company since Monseigneur Tatch. Dr. Lynch says that the Canadian government prematurely undertook its work in the Northwest, with the aim of responding to the cries of distress that the French population of this country was making heard on all sides to obtain help. But these cries of distress, supposedly coming only from the French population, made the Canadian government's enterprises legal in their country. Dr. Lynch is not in good faith in making it clear that the French population alone needed to be rescued. The committee which was organized at Red River to distribute relief knows that the French and English population each received equal shares. And if it is true that Governor McTavish and Monseigneur Tatch agreed that the Canadian government should begin public works at the Red River to spend sums of money there which would relieve the people, how is it that all the Canadian agents affected so much contempt for the authority of the company, for Monseigneur and the entire population? It was August 1869. And Riel was only with a dozen of the principals of this parish. The second time that Riel stopped the surveys, it was in the parish of Street Vital itself, on the property of a man named Edouard Morin, and this time Riel was accompanied by only 15 Métis. Lynch also says that after this enthusiastic assemblies were called and held by Riel and Lepine to prevent MacDougall from entering the country. There is one more thing wrong in this assertion, and a very considerable one. That of making Mons arrive. Lepine on the public affairs scene at least a month before he actually did. Because the public assemblies that Lynch speaks of here began to take place in September. While Lepine was miles from the Selkirk colony. He arrived at his home in St. Boniface on October, and the very next day placed himself at the service of the Métis National Committee. Lynch said MacDougall was warned not to enter the country under penalty of death. A word from the staff of deputies that the Canadian government sent to the Northwest. This staff of deputies, as Dr. Lynch calls them, was quite numerous, numbering almost 300. And these deputies were people who did not hesitate to show off from time to time both their weapons and their cadet costumes to intimidate the Métis. All these deputies worked on the surveys while the Métis were never employed by Snow nor by Dennis, employed even in the number of 200. Dr. Lynch said that when Colonel Dennis arrived, he began to explain to the people that he was not coming to disturb anything or take care of the old surveys. The truth is the Colonel never called any public meeting, and he spoke to individuals on behalf of the Canadian government, and he surveyed public and private lands without any permission. Riel himself went to visit him and ask him what he was doing and in whose name he was acting. Colonel Dennis received him very well and told him that he was coming to survey the lands of the country according to a new system of surveying. That he came to survey the settlers' lands, that he would survey them cheaply, and that the Canadian government would let them keep all the land they had for nothing. He asked Riel to make these things understood to his friends. And Riel replied that he was happy to have his information, and he promised the Colonel to give it a good one. Riel left the Colonel's house convinced that it was necessary to distrust it, and he did so. And from then on he was careful not to sleep in the trap. He began to tell the Métis, his friends, not to fall into it. Warns his friends, Big Exp, that Dennis could not legitimately survey their lands, that he came to survey them according to a new system of surveying completely foreign to the laws of Assiniboia, that by having their land surveyed by an illegitimate surveyor they would run their risk of throwing themselves into incalculable difficulties, and that it was not appropriate for the Canadian government to tell us that it would leave us the land we had for nothing, seeing as we did not yet have any business with it. Dr. Lynch says that 2 weeks later Riel stopped the surveys, which were continuing 1,000 miles from any establishment. It cannot be seen that Riel with his friends twice arrested the plainest workers. The first time it was within the very limits of the establishment of St. Anne. In other words, the Great Oak Point. The Colonel often criticized Riel for not having kept his word in this circumstance. But the difficulty came from the fact that the Colonel did not understand Riel, because he having found that the colonel was playing the diplomat by using the Métis to explain and assure the other Métis of very important things about which he had no real guarantee to give them. Anq. Chappé collections, Riel papers, draft written on large sheets including a blank margin of 4 centimeters. The first 7 pages, however, were arranged in such a way that the margin was to the right of the page. Riel didn't pay attention to it. The pages have the margin on the left, which Riel, this time, respects. The page includes only 3 lines of writing. On page Riel wrote in the margin perpendicular to the text. This draft is very difficult to read because of the numerous and lengthy corrections. It is likely that Riel wrote this text during his stay in Montreal. This document is the incomplete draft of the text, which appeared in Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, and in installments in Le Métis, St. Boniface. See the text note, which explains the historical antecedents. Due to the incomplete nature of the text and the importance of the corrections, it is reproduced verbatim. Date on which the surveys were first interrupted at Pointe des Chênes. Riel will comment at greater length on this event in the final text. See the text response to Dr. J. S. Lynch. Montreal. Dr. Lynch says that the Canadian government prematurely undertook public works in the Northwest in its name, with the assent of Mr. McTavish, governor of the company, and of Monseigneur Tatch, and in order to respond to the cries of distress of the French population, who in this country, had been unable to obtain anything from hunting or cultivation of the land. Any serious man will easily understand that Mr. McTavish, as governor in the northwest of the Hudson's Bay Company, interests in England, could not thus invite Canada, under the pretext of helping the people of the country, to encroach on the rights of its masters, who, at that time, were not yet in agreement, far from it, with the Canadian government on the question of their territorial and political rights in the Northwest and Rupert's Land. And Monseigneur Tatch, despite the cries of distress from the French population, could not, through his assent, give a legal character to the public enterprises of the Canadian government in the Northwest. Dr. Lynch is also without good faith to insinuate that the French population alone needed help during the year of misery from which the entire colony indiscriminately benefited from the charity of foreign countries. The English population received a share equal to that of the French population. Canadian government agents have never been kind to the Métis. They treated them harshly. They gave the half-breeds they employed £10 per month, and they sold them the flour £10 per quart. So that, barely being able to support their family with their pound wages, they were also spending their clothes without being able to replace them at the cost of their work. That these agents did their best to expropriate a large number of Métis at Pointe des Chênes, that they aroused the savages against the former settlers, by the prohibited sale of intoxicating liquors. That chapter Mayor, one of the main Canadian agents at Pointe des Chênes, wrote in the newspapers of Upper Canada, particularly in the Globe, to try to disgrace the Métis and the former settlers, are facts too generally known for me to have to try to make them more obvious than they already are. All Canadian agents in the Northwest came from Ontario. And Dr. Lynch complains of the ingratitude of the half-breeds towards these agents and employees, who, he says, had fed them. It seems that the Métis could not have been ungrateful to the Ontarians. Because in addition to the hostile dispositions that Ontarians have always had against the Métis, it is appropriate to recall that the province of Ontario promised, in the Red River affair, to provide to relieve the population. The Fort Garry Relief Committee counted on this generous subscription, but the amount was never returned to it. Dr. Lynch states that Mr. Louis Riel and his family were happy that winter to take part in this charity. Dr. Lynch did not consult the reports of the Relief Committee at Fort Garry, because he would not have made this false assertion. The fact is that Mr. Riel and his family gratefully refused the assistance offered to them. Riel and his family informed the committee through manager Tatch that they had a sufficient supply of meat for the year, and that even though they would go without bread during this year, they were happy to opt out of the share of relief that was offered to them. In the spring of 1864 Riel borrowed bushels of wheat to sow, and the following winter he returned them to the rightful person. But as Ontario had provided none of this, Riel, no more than the other settlers, was obliged to the Ontarians. Dr. Lynch notes that during the year preceding the transfer a Surveyor General S.L. Dennis also began on behalf of Canada to survey the lands of the Northwest. and that these surveys gave much employment to the Métis in distress. Everyone in Red River knows that Colonel Dennis employed very few Métis. M.in.ds. H. Halit Gabriel Lafanais and a few others were employed by Colonel Dennis. But all these people were very comfortable and therefore did not wait for Dennis to live. A word from the staff of deputies that the Canadian government sent with the Colonel to the Northwest. This staff, as Dr. Lynch calls it, was quite a large staff since at the time of MacDougall's arrival, it numbered almost 300. Now this staff did not hesitate to show from time to time their weapons and their soldiers' costumes, obviously with the aim of intimidating the mixed-race people. All the staff were employed in the Colonel's surveys, and he employed only as many half-breeds as he needed to guide his staff and drive the cars he had in his service. Dr. Lynch also says that upon arriving at Fort Garry, Colonel Dennis began to explain to the people that he was not coming to disturb anything in the old surveys. The truth is that the Colonel never called any public meeting, gave any official notice of his presence. How could he officially act in the Northwest on behalf of Canada, when Canada still had no right of government over the Northwest? The Colonel consulted no one. He arrived with formed ideas which he expressed in always private conversations. He spoke to individuals on behalf of the Canadian government and he surveyed public lands without any authorization. The Colonial Office in England recognized in November 1869 that these surveys had provoked J.D. to protests from the Hudson's Bay Company government. Dr. Lynch ignores this. Dr. Lynch says that Riel went to see Colonel Dennis when he arrived at Fort Garry. He went there without being invited. He asked the Colonel what he had come to do and in whose name he was acting. Colonel Dennis received him very well and told him that he was coming to survey the lands of the country, according to a new system of surveying, that he was coming to survey the lands of the settlers, that he would survey them cheaply and that the Canadian government would let them have for nothing all the land they already had. He asked Riel to make these things known and understood to his friends. Riel declared himself happy to have this information and he promised the Colonel that he would not fail to give a good explanation to his friends. Dr. Lynch, and also Colonel Dennis did, reproached Mr. Laughter for not having kept the Colonel's word in this matter. But the difficulty seems to come from the fact that the Colonel did not fully understand Mr. Riel. The Colonel played a bit of a diplomat and tried to use the half-breeds to explain and assure the other half-breeds of extremely important things about which the Colonel had no guarantee for them. Riel left the Colonel's house, well convinced that it was necessary to distrust the explanations and surveys of this unknown man who came to settle their most important property affairs in the name of a foreign government, of this unknown man and foreigner to the country, who did not ask for any information, but who took the trouble to give it. Immediately upon his arrival. Riel did not fall for this and he began to recommend to his friends not to confide in this surveyor Colonel. He warned them that this man was coming to survey their lands according to a new system and completely foreign to the laws of Assiniboia, that by having their lands surveyed by a surveyor not recognized by the laws of the colony, they ran the risk of throwing themselves into endless difficulties, that it did not suit the Canadian government to send them a surveyor to tell them in their own country that it would let them keep the lands they already had, without making them pay for these lands. That their lands were theirs and that they had no business with the Canadian government. Dr. Lynch says that 2 weeks later, Riel stopped the surveys which were continuing miles from any establishment. The surveys were stopped twice. The first time, they were not by Riel, but by the main citizens of Grande Pointe-aux-Chênes, with whom Riel found himself by chance. And instead of being 30 as Dr. Lynch claims, there were 20 and it was the month of August, the day of the Assumption of the Most Holy Virgin. This is the time that Dr. Lynch mentions, but he is strangely misinformed when he states that it was miles from any establishment. Because this time the inhabitants of Grande Pointe-aux-Chênes stopped the Canadian surveys within the very limits of the establishment of their parish. It's in front of Mr. S. house. Olivier Ducharme that the Métis forbade the surveyors to survey any further. The second time that the Canadian surveys were stopped, they were stopped by Riel himself, not at the head of 30 men as Dr. Lynch says, but at the head of only 10 men. In a letter of October, Colonel Dennis himself said that the French half-breeds on this occasion numbered about 18. So Dr. Lynch is still incorrect. This new obstacle to Canadian surveys took place on October 1869, 2.5 miles from Red River, in the parish of St. Vital, on the land of Mr. Edouard Morin. Dr. Lynch also says that after this public meetings were called and held by Riel and Lepine and others to prevent the Honourable Mr. MacDougall from entering the country. Riel held many meetings to stop the surveys, and even supposing that he had not started doing them until after October 1869, Dr. Lynch is completely wrong when he puts him in the company of Mr. Lepine. On that date Mr. Lepine was travelling in the depths of the northwest, and he did not arrive at his home in St. Boniface until October. The next day he went to St. Norbert and offered his services to the Métis National Committee, which was quick to accept them. Dr. Lynch says that Mr. MacDougall received an injunction from the Métis to stay out of the country under penalty of death. Here is the letter from the Métis National Committee, dated St. Norbert, on to Mr. MacDougall. The Red River Métis National Committee informs Mr. W. MacDougall ordered not to enter the Northwest Territory without special permission from this committee. By order, John Bruce, Secretary. Where is the threat of death there? There isn't one. However, Mr. MacDougall entered the Northwest, said Dr. Lynch, and it is true. But see again what happened to Mr. MacDougall. Did the Métis threaten him? Did they kill him? Lepine and Levail, each at the head of men, will make Mr. MacDougall turn back. They did not kill him, since he returned to Ontario alive. On November 1869, Mr. MacDougall wrote his report to the Canadian government of the events occasioned by his presence, and he said that he asked Lepine and Levail what they had been instructed to do if he refused to return. Next, Mr. MacDougall himself, they replied that they did not know what they would do in this case, that they had no orders, and Mr. MacDougall adds a little further on that Messrs. Levail and Lepine were very respectful in their manners. Now see if Dr. Lynch is truthful in his presentation. Dr. Lynch brings in Governor McTavish's proclamation before the capture of Fort Garry. Its purpose is to show that the Métis were committing an act of rebellion by taking the fort. Here is the truth. The Métis captured Fort Garry on November. Mr. McTavish's proclamation was issued on November, that is to say 13 days after the capture of the fort. And in his proclamation that everyone has seen, Mr. McTavish seems to show indirectly that in itself the capture of Fort Garry is not an act of rebellion, since, he says, every piece of wood and every stone of this establishment is private property. Mr. McTavish in this proclamation also does justice to the good conduct of the Métis soldiers, saying that they committed no direct act of violence against persons or property. Dr. Lynch is therefore wrong to suggest the opposite. Since the Métis did not violate the liberty of persons or property by entering the fort, if Mr. McTavish had wanted, if he had believed that the presence of the Métis in Fort Garry was a public misfortune, being free as he was to do so, he would not have waited 13 days to make his protests heard. Moreover, seeing that Messrs. MacDougall, Schultz, Dennis, Lynch and all the staff of deputies of the Canadian government threatened to take the direction of the public affairs of the colony by force and trickery, the Métis National Committee called, on November 1869, a convention of deputies representing the people, in order to advise on the best means of salvaging the situation. It was on this day that Governor McTavish issued the proclamation, which he addressed first to the convention led by the Métis National Committee, and at the same time to all the people. See this proclamation in the History of the Red River Troubles by Alexandre Begg. Mr. McTavish denounced the public acts done by the Métis, assuming the authority of the Queen. But as he knew that this presumption of authority was sincerely well-intentioned on their part, and seeing that the Métis were forced to do so by the obligation to defend themselves, while warning them of the risks they ran, he could not help but end his proclamation to the Convention of Deputies and to the people, without loudly recognizing that incalculable good could result from the crisis that they had brought about by putting themselves on a defensive footing. These are the true circumstances and spirit of Governor McTavish's proclamation, so misrepresented by Mr. Dr. Lynch. He continues by saying that then Mr. MacDougall annexed the Northwest Territories to Canada by acclamation, and gave Colonel Dennis authority to suppress the disturbances which had prevented him from entering the Northwest, which had become part of Canada, and of which he was the legally constituted Lieutenant Governor. Quotations from writings of the Honourable Secretary of State for the Provinces, as sent to the Honourable Mr. MacDougall at Pembina in 1869, demonstrated the value of Dr. Lynch's advances. M.J. Howe wrote December 1869, to Mr. MacDougall, Sir, your dispatch dated Pembina, December, and its inclusions are and be arrived at Ottawa on that month and were promptly submitted to the Governor-General in Council. As it appears from these documents that you used the Queen's name without her authority and that you attributed it to S.M. Acts that it has not yet accomplished, that you dare to organize an armed force in the Hudson Bay Territory without any instructions on this subject. I have orders to inform you that the serious events that you relate have given rise to great concern here. The Honourable Secretary of State thus ends his letter to Mr. MacDougall. It is impossible to tell the report regarding the efforts made by Colonel Dennis to Judge Black to persuade him to help proclaim martial law, without deeply regretting that you sent a man of such poor judgment to represent you in the colony. It is not surprising that Judge Black was frightened by this proposition, knowing that the Colonel would have to answer, in court, for every life lost through his fault and for every illegal arrest. If, as Dr. Lynch claims, the Northwest had been part of Canada at that time, if Mr. Had MacDougall been the legally constituted Lieutenant Governor, the Canadian government, through its Secretary of State, would not have tarnished him and Colonel Dennis. Dr. Lynch then speaks of the indignation of the English population wounded in their nationality, national feeling aroused, but here again he is wrong. Because strictly speaking, there was only Colonel Dennis and Dr. Schultz and the staff of deputies who were agitated. They made every effort to bring about a civil war, but without any success. After the formal proclamation of war by Colonel Dennis, the Right Reverend Anglican Bishop, Mr. Macrae, wrote the following to Colonel Dennis: the absence of any demonstration of loyalty on the part of the English population and of determination to support the government of Mr. MacDougall disappointed me greatly. I therefore advise you to give up any idea of attacking the French position at Fort Garry, as well as any plan to resort to ruse to capture them. It would be wrong to act before knowing exactly the views of the Canadian government and the people on the current state of affairs. I believe the people deserve to be consulted by Governor MacDougall. I myself am one of those who at this moment have no concept of his government. Days later, on December, here is still what the recognized leader of the native English population of the country, Mr. J. Ross, wrote to Mr. MacDougall: I am doing my best to raise a sufficient force to assist in the execution of Cull's orders. Dennis. But I fear the whole plan will fail. The Scottish establishment will not join us any more than any other Protestant parish. This is what Dr. Lynch's national feeling aroused is reduced to. Dr. Lynch says that Mr. MacDougall's proclamation was delivered to the printer, but that the Métis destroyed the printer, threw the characters to the wind and burned the copies of the proclamation. This proclamation was not printed in Winnipeg, nor could it be, for at that time there was no printing press to be seized in Winnipeg, seeing as the Métis National Committee had already, a month before, confiscated the printing press of the troublemaker, Dr. Bown, and the other printing house, that of Mr. Coldwell and Company. It was expensive to buy. The Métis were careful not to destroy its printing works, which they needed. Far from burning any copy of Mr. MacDougall's proclamation, they were eager to see them spread throughout the country, so that the illegality of the actions of the employees of Canada would appear more clearly in broad daylight. It was people of goodwill who multiplied as many copies of this proclamation as possible by pen. In this they were greatly aided by a small press which was located in Fort Pierre, and by means of which the proclamations of MacDougall and Dennis were in a short time sown among the population. As for the surrender of the troops entrenched in the house of Dr. Schultz, Dr. Lynch first omitted to say that he was the captain. Then he is wrong to say that the half-breed soldiers were employed on purpose by him, intoxicating liquors among the Métis soldiers at Fort Garry, but that all plans were foiled by the fidelity of the Métis soldiers in obeying the orders of their. He also says the opposite of what he knows, Dr. Lynch, when he suggests that the women and children were chased out of Dr. Schultz's house. The story of Alexander Begg, who is so hostile to the half-breeds, shows the terms of the surrender which left women and children and all half-breeds in the country. the freedom to retire healthy and after the surrender. The National Half-Breed Committee even made an exception in favor of Dr. Schultz and Chapter Maird. Instead of confusing them with the other prisoners, he allowed them to accept very comfortable apartments from the Hudson's Bay Company, Mr. John McTavish, and to live in them with their ladies. Dr. Lynch saw all this with his own eyes, however, and the story of Betty, the enemy of the Métis, is there to prove the falsity of Dr. Lynch's assertions. As for the other prisoners, they were really well treated. They still had their 3 meals a day, of the same food that the half-breed soldiers had. Tea, sugar, pemmican and bread. In addition, the provisional government, which was proclaimed in December, the day after the surrender of Captain Lynch's troops, gave them the advantage of receiving 3 prepared meals a day, which did not fail once to bring them charitable people from Winnipeg. A man named Grouston spent all his time transporting these provisions to them. After the formation of the provisional government, Dr. Lynch says that the Fenian flag was flown by the half-breeds. This is false. The Métis have a flag which they have always subordinated to the British flag, and this flag is the fleur-de-lis flag. A clover leaf was inserted therein, honor of the Irish there, but since Mr. O'Donoghue wanted to become Fenian, everyone knows that this clover leaf was removed from the flag of the half-breeds subject to England. Begg's story proves that in the midst of the events of December, Governor McTavish remained free. Dr. Lynch says private property was pillaged on all sides. The only thing confiscated at that time by the provisional government was what belonged to Dr. Schultz and the weapons of Captain Lynch himself. Dr. Lynch wants to show by certain paragraphs written by Mr. D. Smith that this gentleman never recognized the provisional government, but Dr. Lynch takes care to contradict himself by writing what happened to Mr. Smith during the death sentence of Major Bolton. Mr. Smith, following Dr. Lynch himself, asked Riel to spare Bolton. Riel replied to Mr. Smith that he would spare Bolton on one condition. The Imperial and Canadian Commissioner accepted and fulfilled the conditions of the President of the Provisional Government and thus obtained Bolton's pardon. Let the reader judge this matter for himself. Mr. Smith used his influence to have the provisional government recognized. Dr. Lynch says that at the convention meeting the delegates chose Judge Black for president. He doesn't say that Riel named him. More Alex. Begg says it's Riel. Dr. Lynch says that after Mr. Smith invited the convention to send delegates to Ottawa, Riel took possession of the convention. He said the convention was surrounded by armed guards and those among the members who refused to vote according to Riel's wishes were expelled by force. Honorable M. Boyd refused to vote for or against Mr. Riel as president. M. Boyd gave his reasons. This was because his constituents had not authorized him to deal with this issue. Let us ask Mr. Boyd if he was kicked out of the convention. Other members authorized by their constituents to vote for or against President Riel wanted to directly fail in their mandate by speaking of imitating the Honorable Mr. Boyd. M. Riel showed the convention that these gentlemen had to do their duty by voting for or against his presidency, that if they refused, although present, to vote on this question, he would make a motion for the convention to withdraw the votes they had given during the course of all the previous deliberations. John Fraser and John Sutherland, now senators in Ottawa, convinced them to vote like them. The minutes of the convention are here. They can be consulted. Dr. Lynch, in mentioning the convening of the convention of delegates, does not say by whom it was requested. But he arranges it in such a way as to make it clear that it is Mr. Smith who was the author of this idea. The reader may become disillusioned by seeing Begg's story again. Begg says it's Riel and not M. Smith, who is the cause of the convention of delegates throughout the country. He asked for favors from the president of this government and he obtained them on certain conditions. Did he, yes or no, recognize the provisional government? Dr. Lynch claims that the attitude of Mr. D. Smith made Riel change programs. The program has always been the same from the beginning of his resistance until the end. He did not deviate from it for a single moment. Here are the first 3 resolutions of this program, which was published in Canada in the Courrier de Saint Hyacinthe during the fall of, and which is therefore impossible to doubt. The French-Canadian half-breeds of Red River declaring themselves loyal subjects of Her Majesty the Queen of England. The French-Canadian half-breeds of Red River recognize the Honourable Hudson's Bay Company for all the good that its government has done to the country. And without paying attention to the faults and the form of this government, The French-Canadian half-breeds are grateful for the good accomplished by it. Degree the Honourable Hudson's Bay Company now withdrawing from the government of this country, the French-Canadian half-breeds declared themselves ready to go through this change. Riel founded the National Métis Committee on this program of ideas. I established the provisional government on the same program. It is so true that Alexander Begg, who is an enemy of the half-breeds, says in his History of the Troubles of Red River that there is in the midst of all these troubles a remarkable fact, which is that from the beginning to the end, he did not deviate for an instant from the plan he had of making arrangements with Canada which would be sanctioned by Parliament. Dr. Lynch says that many of Riel's supporters broke away from him in favor of Mr. D. Smith. This is not correct. Here is the truth. After Mr. the Grand Vicar Thibault and Colonel de Salaberry had, in the month of January 1870, as can be seen in the history of Begg, recognized the provisional government and made known the object of their mission to this government, as these gentlemen were charged on behalf of Canada with promises and assurances which Riel and his council found did not yet sufficiently guarantee the rights of the former colonists, the Métis generally saying that they needed more guarantees expressed. Then Governor McTavish circulated the rumour that Riel had burned the most important papers of the Canadian Commission. Upon this rumour the half-breeds shouted loudly that if Riel had done this, they would reject him. To see if this accusation against their leader was founded, Chs. Nolin and Pierre Levail, influential representatives of the Métis under the provisional government, requested a public meeting. It's Mr. D. Smith who pushed these two men to request an assembly. His plan was to bring down Riel and the provisional government through this assembly. As for Messrs. Nolin and Levail, their sole purpose in this was to provide the assembled people with proof of the truth or falsity of the accusations made against Riel, and at the same time to have all of Mr. D.'s papers read publicly. A. Smith as commissioner, in order to be able to judge it in a completely open and public manner. Mr. D. A. Smith had left his papers in Pembina. Riel went to him with a large number of his supporters in the evening of January and said to him, "Sir, you want to overthrow the provisional government. We have followed all your steps since you became Imperial and Canadian Commissioner. But since instead of presenting yourself frankly as such and as suits you, you have fun working against us, I announce to you that if you do not say and do not prove on the spot what you are, I will have you transported outside the lines." Mr. Smith replied, "So you are asking to hear from me as a commission agent?" "I tell you," replied Riel, "that it is time for you to speak and act frankly with us. I ask you this." Mr. Smith had his papers brought by Mr. Hardisty escorted by a man named Modeste Legemodier, a soldier from Riel. Messrs. Pierre Levail, Angus Mackay and John Grant went on the road to Pembina to meet Mr. Hardisty. They met him at Riviere Auxiliary Glaciers, on January, miles from Fort Garry. Mr. Angus Mackay took the papers from Mr. Hardisty's hands, and they ordered Modeste Legemodier, Riel's soldier, to follow them. However, a good number of people hostile to Riel were talking about going to read Mr. D.'s papers. A. Smith at Fort Pierre, which is miles below Fort Garry, and on the Red River, and then to form another provisional government there. Riel, with his soldiers, went to meet the papers and, determined to prevent them from reaching Fort Pierre, he escorted them to the gates of Fort Garry. January morning, Mr. D. A. Smith received his commissionaire papers within the confines of Fort Garry. Tempers were dangerously high throughout the country, but especially the excitement was great at Fort Garry. After much discussion, Riel declared that there would be no public assembly without the permission of the provisional government. Gentlemen Chs. Nolin and Pierre Levail, who, as we have said, only wanted to hear the public reading of Mr. Smith's commission papers and to know whether Riel had been rightly or wrongly accused, told Riel, in their capacity as leaders of the party of those who shared their ideas, that it was in fact up to him, as president of the provisional government, to set the day and time of their assembly. Mr. D. Smith was forced to reckon with Nolin and Levail. He had to go through their decision. January, at a Riel therefore called an assembly of the people for the next day, January at noon. So it was not Mr. Smith who called the assembly in question. Throughout the night of January, and the entire morning of January, and at the opening of the assembly, Riel and his soldiers insisted that Riel's accusers produce their evidence. As these accusations were only inventions Those who had spread them were left confused. The disillusioned half-breeds rallied in greater numbers than ever around the provisional government. Chs. Nolan and Pierre Levaille gave without hesitation their public and complete support for the policy of the president of the provisional government. The entire Selkirk colony saw this. And hundreds of people can still attest to the truth. Dr. Lynch says that the next day the people could not freely express their opinion because of the display of force with which Riel sought to intimidate them. But in the next sentence, Dr. Lynch contradicts what he has just said. Because he affirms that the people almost unanimously decided in favor of peaceful submission to Canada. Dr. Lynch is right to say that he spoke almost unanimously in favor of something. But he is wrong to say that this something was his peaceful submission to Canada. The people were almost unanimously in favor of reading all the papers of Mr. Smith. During the meeting, Riel objected to the reading of certain papers which seemed to him to be of a completely private and unofficial nature. But each time the Assembly judged these objections as it pleased, so much so that the Assembly, through its vote, requested and obtained the reading of everything that Mr. D.A. Smith thought it appropriate to tell him. There is a second thing that the Assembly voted on, I will not say almost unanimously but even with a completely unanimous voice. And this was the request that Riel himself made to them to order a convention of representatives of the people for January. It was through this proposal that the Assembly was formed on. Dr. Lynch did not say that on the evening of the first day of the Assembly. 1 John Burke made a motion to deliver by force the prisoners of the provisional government. He also does not say that immediately after this threat, the Métis soldiers commanded by Lepine dispersed the Burke rioters. Gentlemen Chs. Nolan and Pierre Levaille boldly advanced against the enemies of the provisional government, whom they put to flight. Peaceful and estimable English people persuaded Burke to withdraw his motion, which brought everything back to order. Dr. Lynch says there were 1,000 men at this meeting. As he was in prison during this time, Dr. Lynch is not required to know that this assembly included men. According to Dr. Lynch, Mr. D. Smith found that he could do no good with public assemblies. But it seems to me that if Mr. Smith forced Riel through this assembly to no longer speak of annexation to the United States, if it is true that he got the people to speak out in favor of peaceful submission to Canada, he must have been happy with the result of his work. But no. There is a reluctance in Dr. Lynch's thinking. M. Smith found that he had been unable to do anything with the public assemblies because he had failed to overthrow the provisional government and decapitate Riel, Lepine and the entire People's Council. During the following night, between the half-breeds of the provisional government and those whom the company had deceived, civil war came very close to breaking out. In this extremity, Riel and Lepine sent for Father Stunk and the Reverend Monsieur Thibio, who came and who fortunately succeeded in preventing the conflict. Dr. Lynch and many others blamed Father Stunk for meddling in the events of this great assembly. But Dr. Lynch as well as Mr. D. Smith should thank Father Stunk. The provisional government had all the force of arms at its disposal. And if misfortune had wanted Mr. D. Smith succeeded in starting the bloodshed at this juncture, the soldiers of the government would certainly have done a bad job to the Hudson's Bay Company, to Mr. Smith himself, and to Dr. Lynch, who, at that moment, was imprisoned in Fort Garry, with his companions. Dr. Lynch also speaks of an armed force organized against the provisional government. He said that the rebels intimidated Riel to the point of making him release the rest of the prisoners, although he did not want to do so. See Begg's story, and you will see if Riel was shy. Read the warning he gave to the recalcitrants in February 1870. In response to a message they sent him through one Jean Norquay, Riel formally told him that he was ready to meet their arms, and before the departure of the Norquay messenger, Riel ratified in his presence the death sentence of William Gaddy. By all the half-breeds. Norquay himself carried the news of Gaddy's execution to the rebel camp, and 8 days passed before the people learned what was happening. Riel's public notice. Gaddy's death sentence, and the peaceful remonstrances of some members of the Protestant clergy. These were the things which caused the dispersal of the gathering of Kildonan rebels on February 1870. Dr. Lynch quotes an extract from the report of Mr. D. Smith, to show that Riel insulted and mistreated Mr. McTavish. However, Riel never insulted or mistreated Mr. McTavish. On the contrary, in the most animated discussions, and even in moments of very lively struggle, Mr. McTavish and M. Riel had great personal respect for each other. Sometimes Mr. McTavish sought to overthrow Riel. Then he said to Mr. McTavish, "Since you want it, I will treat you as an enemy." The Hudson's Bay Company once put Riel's life in danger. It was in this circumstance that Riel declared that if the situation did not change, he would have Mr. McTavish before a war council. Dr. Lynch mentioned a successful ruse. He says that after the dispersion of the men gathered in open opposition against Riel at Kildonan, of them following the road to Fort Garry, were surrounded by Lepine and the Fenian O'Donoghue, and that they invited these men to come and visit Fort Garry, where Riel wanted to speak to them, and that once in the fort, the guests were threatened, disarmed and taken prisoner. Firstly, it's not men, but secondly, they did not follow the path, but they ventured into the open meadow. Thirdly, as for O'Donoghue, whom he calls a Fenian, everyone in Red River knows that at that time O'Donoghue told anyone who would listen that he was not a Fenian. Fourth, it seems curious to hear Dr. Lynch say that Lepine and men on horseback surrounded men to invite them to come to Fort Garry. Is it likely that Lepine, with as many men as Bolton had, and that O'Donoghue, such a violent deputy, used a useless stratagem to capture bitter enemies over whom they were completely triumphant? Dr. Lynch admits that Bolton and his men would have defended themselves in vain. Dr. Lynch says, Scott's trial was conducted in French and the accused understood nothing at all. This is false. During the trial, everything that was said in French was translated into English, and everything that was said in English was translated into French. Dr. Lynch does not respect his readers. He counts on national sympathies to deceive them. And it is strange to see him admit that Scott understood nothing about his trial, when one of the main witnesses against Scott was English. When Scott was sentenced to death, he was allowed to speak for himself. This is what he says: "Taking things the way you take them, I know you can condemn me. But if you took my point of view, it wouldn't be so." Then Dr. Lynch said that it was one of his guides who told him of his death sentence. The truth is that Scott was warned of this fact by the Adjutant's Council itself. Dr. Lynch says Scott was told his execution would take place at noon. This is not because the military council, in passing its sentence, fixed the time at o'clock the next morning. He also said that he had help from the minister late in the night. But here's how things happened. After condemning him, the Adjutant's Council immediately informed Scott that he could send for anyone he wanted to see, and that soldiers were ready to go and get the minister he would appoint. Scott first asks the revelation, Mr. Black of Kildonan. Then returning to this request of his own accord, "I love Reverend Mr. Young just as much," he said. "Go get me that one." Then Scott was taken to a room that had been prepared for him, where he found paper and ink at his service. Soon the Reverend Mr. Young arrived, who did not leave him. The next morning, Reverend Mr. Young went to ask the President for pardon, with Mr. Smith, Farthelston and others. The President replied that he could not. The Reverend gentleman insisted. The President told him to go see the Adjutant General. As for him, he could no longer change the decision of the War Council. Scott's chaplain indeed addressed Mr. Lepine. He represented to him that Scott did not want to believe in his execution, and that consequently he had not prepared to die, and, at the urging of Rev. M. Young, the execution was, by favor of the adjutant, postponed for 2 hours. And even according to Dr. Lynch, Scott was taken from his prison to be executed sometime in the afternoon. Dr. Lynch's story is therefore very different from the truth. He adds that his death is too lamentable to recount the circumstances. It has always seemed to many people that the rumor made about this execution was an invention for political effect. What confirms this is that Lepine was arrested contrary to all justice, at Fort Garry, that an arbitrary trial was given to him, in which every effort was made to indict him, and where, however, the testimonies proved nothing of all these alleged horrors of Scott's death. And had Dr. Lynch himself lost the good chance that Lepine's trial gave him to denounce Betweeney and Clark the horrors and miseries of Scott's death, if these horrors and these miseries had been true. Finally, Dr. Lynch redeems Scott's character. However, he does not refute by any data, by any explanation of fact, that in Scott wanted to assassinate Superintendent Snow at Pointe de Chênes. Rivière Rouge. Dr. Lynch also does not refute any of the data on which Scott was convicted and executed under the provisional government, and as they are found recorded in the manifesto which Dr. Lynch nevertheless undertook to criticize. Dr. Lynch makes an admission that supports Riel's manifesto when he expresses his regret at seeing among the English people who admit Scott's bad character. And there are many people at Red River who have reported a horrible fact from Scott that honest people will appreciate. During the assassination of Paracine, it is said that Scott attached a belt to the neck of the still living Paracine, and that after having tied the other end of the belt to the tail of a horse, Scott mounted on the back of the same horse and launched it into the race, thus dragging Paracine a good quarter of a mile. These are things the first news of which was spread by people who were not at all interested in talking about them, since they had been part of the Kildonan gathering where events as regrettable as the deaths of Sutherland and Paracine took place. Dr. Lynch states that Scott had very regular habits. Let's see if the following fact, which is known throughout the parish of Pointe-de-Chênes, supports this assertion by Dr. Lynch. During the summer of, Scott and a dozen companions who had come like him from Ontario spent several days in incredible intoxication at Pointe-de-Chênes. When the hour of night had come, they went to houses from which the men were absent, frightening the women and children by the disorder of their conduct, taking over the houses, dancing there as many hours as they pleased, guarding the doors and windows to prevent the women and children from fleeing, and warning the neighbors. This is what the entire parish of Pointe-de-Chênes knows. Was Scott rational? Did he have regular habits? Let the readers judge. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, March 1874. The text is the unfinished draft of the present text which aims to refute the allegations of Dr. J.S. Lynch in the English press in Eastern Canada following the publication of Riel's pamphlet entitled The Amnesty. The text was also published in installments in Le Métis, St. Boniface, in, and April 1874. According to the Ottawa Times, dated February 1874, Lynch's merciless retort made Riel look like a prominent scoundrel. Lynch's remarks were reproduced verbatim in the Montreal Gazette of February 1874, and the Montreal Herald summarized them in its February 1874 edition. James Spencer Lynch, physician, apprehended in Schultz's house on December. William McTavish, Governor d'Assiniboia et de l'Artère de Rupert, manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OML, Bishop of St. Boniface. Riel's assertions on this subject are confirmed in the report of the Relief Committee on the Distress Conditions of the Colony. This report can be found in the AASB, Martel, Le Messianisme de Louis Riel pp. Charles Maire, paymaster on the Dawson Road construction site. Maire's letters to her brother in Ontario were published first in the Perth Courier and then in the Toronto Globe. His remarks did not fail to offend the Métis of Red River. The famous November 1868 letter, published in the Toronto Globe on January 1869, is reproduced in Morton Alexander Begg's Red River Journal. The draft text gives the date 1869. John Stoughton Dennis, military officer and land surveyor, who was entrusted with the task of establishing the system of surveying public lands in the Northwest. William Dees, a Métis from Pointe Coupée, Stiégath, hostile to Riel. He was arrested in February 1870 to prevent him from cooperating with Major Bolton's contingent. William Hawlett, an influential Métis from St. James, served as guide to Colonel J.S. Dennis. He was imprisoned by Riel's party during the winter of 1869. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. The surveys were unpopular and became suspect to the Métis, especially as Superintendent J. Snow and the Paymaster C. Maire were associated with J.C. Schultz and his Canadian Party, a militant and aggressive party. Stanley, Louis Riel, pp. Letter reproduced in correspondence and papers connected with recent occur. Ambrose de Dimlepin, commander of the Métis patrol who prohibited McDougall from entering Red River. November 1869. The text Pierre Levail, an influential Métis from St. François. Document published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. William McTavish, Governor d'Assiniboia et de l'Artère de Rupert. The text of the November 1869 proclamation appeared in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, leader of the Canadian Party. Alexander Begg, businessman and historian from Red River. He wrote in his journal an account of daily events during the period of unrest. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal. But the book Riel is referring to here is Begg, the creation of Manitoba. The material in the book is based on journal data. This letter was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. Judge John Black, Rupert's Land Recorder, the Right Reverend Robert McRae, First Anglican Bishop of Rupert's Land. McRae's letter appeared in Ibert. pp. James Ross, an influential Métis, co-editor and co-owner of the Nor'Wester from 1860 to 1864. Took an active part in the events of 1869. The text that Riel cites appeared in Ibert. However, James Ross is not identified as the author of this text. L identify Catayan L index se lit ANC, letter from Guide on State of Public Feeling at Red River, Ibert. p.9. Robert Walter Bown, dentist and journalist, a friend and business associate of J.C. Schultz. He acquired the Nor'Wester in 1868. William Coldwell, one of the founders of the Nor'Wester in 1859, joined forces with his brother-in-law James Ross to found the Red River Pioneer Begg, the creation of Manitoba. However, Begg recounts that on February Riel entered McTavisher's sickroom and uttered harsh and insulting words to him. Then Riel had guards placed around the house and thus effectively kept the occupants prisoners. Ibert. p. Unidentified character William Bernard O'Donoghue, former Secretary-Treasurer of the Provisional Government, organized the October 1871 Fenian raid on Manitoba. Begg, the creation of Manitoba. P. Charles A. Bolton, commander of the Portage la Prairie contingent that Riel's soldiers captured. Alfred Boyd, delegate from St. Andrew Parish to the January 1870 convention. See the text, which contains Riel's notes on the deliberations in the fall of 1869. Riel persuaded the Métis to form a central committee to protest the measures adopted by Canada in taking possession of the Northwest Territories. Each parish chooses 2 representatives and we meet at the presbytery of Father Richard. In St. Norbert, Stanley, Louis Riel, pp. The resolutions cited by Riel appeared in Le Courrier, St. Hyacinthe, Q. On October 1869, the text Father Jean-Baptiste Thibault, a well-known missionary in the Red River region, one of the Canadian government delegates dispatched to Red River in 1869 to inquire about the grievances of the Métis. Charles de Salé-Berry, engineer and military officer. One of the Canadian government delegates dispatched to Red River in 1869 to inquire into the grievances of the Métis. Richard Hardesty, brother-in-law of Donald Smith, accompanied the latter on his trip to Red River in 1870. John Burke, an English Métis from St. James. Father Joseph Lstunk, OMI, administrator of the Diocese of St. Boniface in the absence of Bishop Tatch who was travelling to Rome. Begg, the creation of Manitoba, chapter. The text William Gaddy, a Scottish Métis from Portage la Prairie, was sent as a messenger to William Dease when the Portage la Prairie detachment marched on Fort Garry. Thomas Scott, a member of the Portage la Prairie contingent under the orders of Major Bolton. Scott was executed on March 1870 by order of a Métis military court. The Reverend John Black, Presbyterian minister of Kildonan. The Reverend George Young, a Methodist minister, assisted Thomas Scott during the execution. Ambrose de Dimlepin, a Métis from St. Boniface, military commander of Riel in. Louis Betrenet, a French-Canadian judge who signed the arrest warrant against Riel in. Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. Norbert Paracine, a Métis from St. Norbert whom Major Bolton's soldiers captured because he was suspected of being a spy. Hugh Sutherland, the son of one of the members of the January 1870 convention, killed by Norbert Paracine in February 1870. Notes relating to the expulsion and re-election of Riel. // LLL is a royal says that in the event of expulsion his re-election is necessary. D. Smith and Cunningham publish tomorrow a sworn document against Clark. Suggested distance who to contact in Provencher to prepare for re-election. Demonstration N. Is it possible? Pam, MGD. Notes written in ink on the outside of a /IO sheet. The paper on the inside of the same sheet is embossed at the bottom left corner. Although there is no date, the content seems to suggest that they were written after Riel's expulsion from Parliament on April 1874. In May, Dubuc was already working on Riel's re-election. Perhaps these notes are Riel's first attempt to formulate a political strategy after his expulsion. Joseph Royal, MP for St. François Xavier West, co-founder of the Newspaper Le Métis. Robert Cunningham, co-founder of the Manitoban newspaper, MP for Marquette. Letter to dear little sisters and dear little brothers. St. Paul. / Dear little sisters and dear little brothers. It has been a long time since I had the pleasure of writing to you. But you know that circumstances are the cause. I hope you are well. I wish this for you with all my heart. I received, while I was in Canada, the letter from our dear Marguerite Marie. I will write to her soon, but if the northern mail must leave soon, tell her for me that I will not be long without writing to her. In the meantime, tell him that I love him very, very much, how I appreciate his noble and generous life. May I repeat his name very often during the day in the first rank of those whom I recommend to the good God in my poor prayers. Poor Sarah, may she not forget that I love her very much. Let us all together give him immediately, as often as possible, marks of our greatest friendship. She is so generous to have given herself so well to religion. So write to her, tell her that you have received news from me, that I am well, that she prays to God for me always as usual. That in the end we will triumph over our enemies who are even more God's enemies than ours. Dear Octavie, dear Eulalie and dear little Harriet, are you well? Don't forget me before the good Lord. I have many things to tell you about when we say goodbye. And dear Minnie and dear Joseph and then Alexandre, who must have grown up so much. I also embrace you, recommending that you accustom yourself to the practice of good, by listening carefully to the church and our dear mother. Give me the pleasure, when I arrive home, of receiving praise from you through our dear mother. I pay my respects to my Aunt Lacipres, and my Uncle Benjamin, to all his family, and to our dear grandmother, and therefore to all our cousins, relatives and friends. Write to me quickly. God protect you from all kinds of enemies. By your loving brother Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written on a long sheet of lined paper. Smudged paper. Presumably the letter was written after January 1873, since Marie's name is the only one not mentioned among all those of her brothers and sisters. We remember that Marie Riel died on this date. The reference to Montreal seems to indicate that Riel wrote it in 1874. After his expulsion from Parliament on April 1874, Riel went to Montreal and from there to St. Paul, Minnesota, where he arrived on May. See text Sarah Riel. Possible reference to a letter written to Julie Riel, January 1874, Pam, MGD, Charles Riel, Joseph Riel, Alexandre Riel, Julie Riel, born Legemodier, Joseph Tnoni Legemodier, the sister of Julie Riel, wife of Amabonneau of Benjamin Legemodier, the brother of Julie Riel, husband of Angelique Carrière Marie Anne Legemodier ni Gabory, the mother of Julie Riel. Letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota. May my dearest Mom. You see that I am starting to move away from the places where I have spent almost all my time since last fall, that is to say, around Ottawa, and that I am getting closer to our country. I have been here for a few days. I don't know how long I'll be there. But from now on I will write to you more often. I have learned, beloved mother, that you are not too well. I am very worried about you. Your letter entrusted to Mr. Royal reached me 2.5 months after the date. I can see how you spent there winter. This makes me very sad and worried. I am convinced that you suffered. And this thought does not leave me. Dear Mom, I hope that you have received the 100 piasters that Dr. Larchapel sent to my friend Monsieur Dubuc, to give them to you on my behalf. And in a while you will receive another 100. We have friends in Canada, lots of friends. It would be impossible to enumerate the number of those who have asked me to pay their respects to you and to all the family, to all the defenders of our rights. To so many Métis whom they do not know personally but whom they are proud to see behave so well. Dear Mom, I saw Madame Masson paying her respects to you and my sisters, and greeting my little brothers. My Uncle John Lee and my Aunt Lucy and my cousin Lucy, their daughter, send you their best wishes and their respects. Dear Mom, I think of you often every day. I pray to God to help and console your good heart as a mother. Dear Mom, the good Lord knows that it is in Him that we have placed our trust. He will effectively come to our aid. He will not abandon us. And it seems to me that He will finally console you soon. The month of Mary is so powerful. My respects and friendships to all our relatives and friends. Your child who loves you. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD, Smudged paper, worn at the folds. The date is much fainter than the rest of the text. The first and fourth pages are only half of pages 2 and 3. These last two are not separated and form a single long and narrow leaf. The year is not mentioned, but the reference to Ottawa where Riel was the previous fall indicates that it was written in 1874. The intrinsic evidence noted in Note 4 confirms this supposition. Joseph Royal, deputy for St. François Xavier West, provincial secretary, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, Emmanuel Puselier Lacapelle, well-known French-Canadian doctor, classmate of Riel at the college in Montreal. Joseph Dubuc, MP for by St. Paul, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis. The money had been sent to Dubuc on May 1874, Pam, MGD. Dubuc sent it to Madame Riel on May 1874. Ibert, Sophie Masson, Lordship of Terrebonne, had been the benefactress of the Riel father and son Lucy Priscille Lee, daughter of Jean-Baptiste Riel and Marguerite Boucher, aunt of Louis Riel, wife of John Lee. The month of May was dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and every evening there was a religious service in honor of Mary. Letter to Alphonse Desjardins. St. Paul. St. Paul, May 1874. My dear sir and friend, here I am in the good town of St. Paul. I feel good there. I'm there in passing. I don't know how long I'll be there. I'm waiting a bit. I have been here for 7 days already. I spend my time well. I am with a good Mr. Dubio, a French-Canadian who is alone in a beautiful little cottage with his lady. Last week I went to Minneapolis, which is 9,000 from here. I went to see one of my uncles. I am in perfect health. I feel irresistibly drawn towards Manitoba. I'm waiting. Perhaps I will receive news from that side before long. I will write to you what I might receive in particular. My respects to your lady, my wishes for your grandchildren. My respects to the two Doctors Desjardins, to Dr. Burke, to their family, to Monsieur your father, finally to all these devoted friends whom I had the pleasure of meeting during my stay in Canada. As I will remember the signs of attention lavished on me by all of you. I left the priest of Kiesevel a very humble memory if you like, but finally a memory for you. Please accept it as coming from a grateful friend. If you can, give me a word, just one word. It will be a lot. May God make us successful. Goodbye. Goodbye. Your devoted friend Louis Riel. My respects to Mr. Lamache. My humble respects to Monsieur. Act. Fonds A. Desjardins, 5254. Alphonse Desjardins was one of the main French Canadians who supported Riel's cause in Quebec. He was the publisher of the powerful newspaper Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, and federal deputy for Hochelaga. He should not be confused with his namesake, the founder of the credit unions in Quebec. Identity unknown. Frank Riel, Louis' father's brother, lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Virginie Père Henry and Louis-Édouard Desjardins, doctors, brothers of Alphonse Desjardins. Dr. S.E. Burke, chief physician at the St. Jean de Dieu Asylum in Long Point. Édouard O. Desjardins' father Fabien Barnab, parish priest of Kiesevel, New York, who more than once offered the hospitality of his presbytery to Riel. Godefroy Lamache, canon of Montreal Cathedral, a dominant figure in the Ultramontan movement. He took part in the drafting of the Catholic program of 1871. Manager Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal, head of the Ultramontan wing of the Church of. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. St. Paul, Min. My dear sir and friend, I owe you answer. I'm finally getting around to it. I traveled from Canada here, quite fortunately. Thank goodness. No doubt the parish priest of St. Norbert will have told you a lot of news. When you wrote to me last winter after my election, I was in Montreal. This letter and those you had written to me previously since my departure from the RR helped me a lot in making known the details of our political situation. You saw it in the newspapers and Dr. Lacapelle told you. We tried to work on our side while you worked energetically on yours. The fact is that our cause has come a long way. When I think that the fall of we began to defend our rights with a handful of men, that a few months later, already half the colony was there, that in March 1870 the entire colony actively corroborated our work, that months after the serious opening of the struggle, we obtained the sanction of all our rights, by a treaty becoming law. In truth, we suffered this treaty to be violated, but again this violation of the treaty by no Canada brought the sympathies of the Northwest on our side little by little, so that today the entire mixed-race Canadian population of Manitoba and the Northwest understands each other without having had regular and very express communications between its different groups. Much more, all of Quebec now more than ever has taken up the cause with us. I can almost say it, our cause is shaking up there. Canadian Confederation from coast to coast. So she wins, every day, there's no mistake about it. The chamber expelled me. The rage and fanaticism that wanted my freedom and my life could not do more than annul my election. By voting for my expulsion in the arbitrary and unjust manner that you know. But you by electing me and I by doing what I did, we created on the government and all the people a very advantageous pressure for our cause. Our enemies wanted to harm me, to stifle the cause. They intercepted my march, but not the march of the cause. Events have taken place which enlighten public opinion. At the same time the flow of sympathy for us was swollen. And the flood threatens them. The time is coming when they will no longer be able to resist it. We need calm, no trouble. But I believe that more than ever we must constitutionally agitate the whole question of our arrangements with Canada. As for my re-election, you who are willing to get it for me, I thank you. And be sure that I seek this re-election with ever equal ardor, for profit, for the triumph of our cause. One thing, it seems to me, that we must demand and protest against through public assemblies in all our Canadian Métis parishes is the fragmentation of our electoral divisions. At all costs, we must have our electoral divisions in the next provincial elections. French Canadians are truly distressed to see our influence in Manitoba reduced to the point where it is if we definitively lose the electoral divisions that they want to take from us. The parishes should all protest and force their representatives to vote to maintain their constituents. If there was any way this could be done before the next session. Let Messrs. Riel and all Canadians as much as possible proclaim in agreement with all Canadian Métis parishes, that they want the maintenance, the conservation of our electoral divisions such as them. I put this idea to you. I know you are overwhelmed with work. But could you and Mr. Riel, if he is willing, take care of this. In Canada, we rely on you to make things work. I made known the financial and other sacrifices that you were kind enough to impose on yourself for my election and my trip last fall. I made known what you endured and the threats and persecutions for our cause. Although certain intrigues against me and certain reserve on the part of some of my friends were sensitive to me, I did not make them a subject of blame. I accused the false situation that has been created for us all by the betrayals of the federal government of being the cause of all our ills. For you, I made known your devotion and everything you have endured since you were among us, everything you have endured for our cause. In Canada, I probably did not allow myself to anticipate that you would do this or that, but I said that if you could you would abort the law of our electoral divisions which are so unfavorably divided. If you can in any way help the parishes to protest against this fragmentation, for my part I am ready to protest against the injustices done to us. I will protest on behalf of my political friends in Manitoba and the Northwest. It seems to me that for lack of amnesty and responsible government we have not been free, nor constituted, nor representatives, nor the people, nor the Parliament. Consequently the fragmentation of our electoral divisions, the waste of our public funds, etc., etc. are things that we could not control, but which we could have controlled and prevented if we had had both the promised amnesty and responsible government as decreed by the Manitoba Act. How can Parliament control a government which is irresponsible? For my part, here is what I said in Canada. The Canadian government, by betraying us on the subject of the amnesty in 1870, left, delivered to the mercy of the Orangemen the entire Canadian mixed-race population, but no one more than the defenders of the rights of this population, either in the chamber or outside the chamber. The main public officers of the Métis under the provisional government, Father Richot, Father Stunk appeared first and still appear a little more hated. But basically our public officers under the new regime are less hated by the Orangemen than the members and men of the provisional government. Monsignor is as mistreated as the priest of Saint Norbert, Father Stunk, and etc. And if we do not attack the current representatives and public officers of the half-breeds as openly as the Scot judges, are we not looking for every conceivable pretext to treat them so harshly? If we don't attack them so generally, are we waiting for anything other than the favourable moment? I showed our friends in Canada that while the main men of the provisional government were being pursued and vilified, the main men of the Métis under the new regime were also. I said that Clark was threatened many times with being killed until he was openly against us. I said that Mr. Riel was publicly threatened in Winnipeg time and time again because he was one of our representatives to fear that his printing press was always set on fire by our enemies in his capacity as one of us. And to show how much we had lost without any fair play, the opposition as energetic as possible that our representatives made to the iniquitous division of our electoral divisions. I pointed out as it deserved the proposal that policeman DuPont made in the city of Winnipeg last fall to throw Mr. Riel into a fire lit in a public square, because he had pleaded in the House as much as he could against the division of our counties. I made it known how our enemies had treated Mr. Gerard, because he had my hand apparently, but in reality, since he had become our representative, to hit him as much as me. Mr. Cunningham's printing press burned down the day he was elected by us. And I showed like Butler and all our enemies had taken a dislike to you from the moment they arrived among us, the threats with which they continued to surround you, and finally the brutal public blow that they dealt you in broad daylight, leaving the court, a blow which took your life, and against which you were not protected. Dr. Bird tarred, feathered, and almost assassinated for having spoken out, in his capacity as Speaker, in favor of my measures which our representatives supported. I showed that generally all our representatives were treated in this way, and that sometimes Parliament itself was threatened. In reality, therefore, Métis Canadian constituents and representatives especially, we have not been free since we were governed by Canada. As for responsible government, I simply said that Canada should have inaugurated it in Manitoba as stipulated and constituted by the Manitoba Act in its second clause as modified by the 36th. The Canadian Lieutenant Governor sinned against the act of our Constitution, which is also the act of our stipulations with Canada, when instead of calling a member of the Legislative Assembly to form a ministry, he himself took charge of forming it by directly calling each of his advisers. This way of forming a government caused there to be no solidarity between its different members. So he lacked energy. The Lieutenant Governor again sinned very seriously against the act of our Constitution, which is also the act of our stipulations, when after having called his ministers in the unconstitutional manner that I have just said, he did not allow the people to exercise their right to approve or disapprove of their choice by the re-election of the ministers. Thus people of the Legislative Assembly, 4 of our representatives were taken out of their constitutional role to form an unconstitutional and therefore arbitrary executive, over which I say that our Parliament could not have control. What followed were many inequities, the most significant of which appear to me to be the loss of several Canadian Métis electoral divisions and the waste of our public revenues. I believe that ministers not re-elected are no longer representatives. If I had been elected to Street Vital after the election of Cartier, this is what I wanted to work towards. You know everything I did to have a new re-election in St. Vital, my friend Mr. Beauchemin having resigned following the formalities of provincial law. But when I saw that the governor wanted at all costs to keep Monsieur Beauchemin, even after his resignation, I understood in my turn what Monsieur Richot had already grasped, what you, Monsieur Riel, and you had understood at the beginning of, that the favourable moment to demand the re-election of ministers had not come. Because I assure you that I have kept the number of the Métis where in the fight against Clark and Gerard, you told the ministers of then that they would do much better to go and get re-elected. But to be fair, I was eager to see myself represented to agitate this issue. We need the application of the principles of our Constitution as a free English province. This winter, you know that I discussed the question of responsible government with our devoted friends in the French Canadian press. The 3rd of March, the New World published an excellent article on this. My dear friend, the absence of amnesty and responsible government, which are the cause of the unfavourable fragmentation of our electoral divisions, and of the squandering of our public funds, is still felt, I know. But if now that the sympathies for our cause are so great, so pronounced, if we all put ourselves together, if all and with all our strength in Manitoba, our 12 parishes, we asked for amnesty, responsible government, we demanded and protested against the division of our counties, against the waste of the revenues of the province, I believe that we would win the coin. I believe that we would win if the new provincial elections were held in our old divisions electoral. Dear friend, here's a letter, isn't it? Have you been patient enough to read it? Goodbye. My respects to your lady, My wishes to your little Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Document written on large sheets of ministerial paper. The paper is lined and includes a 4 cm margin blank on the left side. Each page has been numbered by Riel at the top left corner of the page. On the first page, on the right, under the date, is the annotation circled. The same annotation is found written opposite the text, at the bottom of the last page, in the left margin. These annotations are not in Riel's hand. See the text note, and the text. Father Noel Joseph Richard, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River in a letter dated January 1874. Audiobook had informed Riel of the political situation in Provencher and of H.J.'s shenanigans. Clark, Pam, MGD. On February 1874, Audiobook congratulated him on his election in Provencher and gave him information on the progress of the campaign in neighboring constituencies. Emmanuel Priscilla Lacapelle, well-known French-Canadian doctor, former classmate of Riel at the Montreal College L'Acte du Manitoba, Victoria, C. On April 1874, the House of Commons expelled Riel by a vote against. The motion for expulsion was made on April by Mackenzie Bowell and seconded by J.C. Schultz under the Manitoba Act clauses, and the province was to be divided into 24 electoral districts taking into account existing local divisions and populations. After the establishment of circumscriptions, there were 12 in English parishes. This division represented almost perfect equality between French and English, Catholics and Protestants in the new province. However, the wave of immigration that followed was detrimental to the French-speaking element and was to have serious political repercussions in terms of representation in the Legislative Assembly. In 1873, the government of H.J.H. Clark was overthrown on a redistribution bill, and in 1874 the government of R.A. Davis succeeded in passing a new redistribution bill which gave the English 14 of the 24 seats. R. McFarlane, Manitoba Politics and Parties after Confederation Canadian Historical Association, Report, 1940, p. Joseph Royal, Deputy for St. François-Xavier West, Provincial Treasurer, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface. The particular conditions and circumstances of the new province of Manitoba meant that Lieutenant Governor A.G. Archibald and his successor A. Morris overstepped the constitutional role of their office. The authority afforded by their office took precedence over the political conventions of responsible government. They became, in a way, paternalistic despots. This was the only way to organize and set in motion the wheels of civil government in the province. Milligan, the establishment of Manitoba's first provincial government. P. Donnelly, the government of Manitoba, Chapter, Father Jean-Marie Joseph Stanley, OMI, a missionary attached to the Diocese of St. Boniface, administrator of the diocese in the absence of Bishop Tatch who was traveling to. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface Thomas Scott. One of the members of the Portage la Prairie contingent commanded by Major Bolton. Scott was executed on March 1870 by order of a Métis military court. Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. Leon Dupont, a French-Canadian who acted as interpreter during the arrest of Ambrose D. Lepin Markham Gerard, Senator, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. Robert Cunningham, MP for Marquette, co-founder of Manitoban, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. The installations and presses of Maxitoban were ransacked by a band of rioters led by F. and Cornish. The offices of the newspaper Le Métis were also damaged by the same gang. These acts of violence took place on Election Day, in September 1874. Stanley, Louis Riel, P. William Francis Butler, British soldier, who was sent to Red River as an intelligence officer before the arrival of Colonel Wolseley's troops at the sessions of the Assize Court in the fall of 1872. Audiobook testified about the riots which accompanied the federal elections of that year. When he left the courthouse he was attacked and left unconscious in the street. Edouard Leconte, UN Grand Chrétien, Sir Joseph Audiobook 1840-1914, Montreal, Imprimerie du Messager, 1922, p. Curtis James Bird, member of the January 1870 convention. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories on January 1871. Lieutenant Governor Archibald thus formed his ministry. H.J.H. Clark, Attorney General, T. Howard, Public Works and Agriculture, J. Mackay, Minister without portfolio, and Alfred Boyd, Provincial Secretary, Emma Gerard, Provincial Treasurer, became a senator in December 1871. Milligan, the establishment of Manitoba's first provincial government. P. George Etienne Cartier. After his defeat in the riding of Montreal East in 1872, Cartier was elected by acclamation in Provencher when Riel and H.J. Clark declined the nomination. André Beauchemin, Member of Parliament for St. Vital. Following the election of Cartier in Provencher in September 1872, Beauchemin resigned from his duties as deputy to allow Riel to be elected to the Legislative Assembly. Very likely reference to the article Our Political Condition, Le Métis. October. The founding of this newspaper dates back to August 1867. His program was to defend Catholic principles and support the rights and freedoms of the Catholic Church. The newspaper's ultramontane views received the enthusiastic support of the Bishop of Montreal, Manager Burget. For a certain time, the newspaper had Alphonse Desjardins, the deputy for Hochelaga, as its director. Letter to the Speaker of the House of Commons of Canada. St. Paul. // to the Honourable Mr. Speaker of the House of Commons of Mr. Speaker, in view of the honour that you were kind enough to do me, at the beginning of this session, by affirming my right as representative, to the seat of the electoral district of Provencher, in the Commons of Canada, notwithstanding many newspapers and important men, fierce, it seems to me, wrongly against me, and who would like to deprive me of the seat that my mandate gives me, and in view of the manner loyal with which your Honourable Chamber also recognized, after you, my right to this seat, by calling me on the 31st day of March and the 1st day of April, by a unanimous vote to sit among its members, I ask you to accept for this very reason, the respectful thanks that I owe to your Honourable Chamber and to you. Mr. Speaker, submit to your Honourable House that since my election last October and February, it has always been my intention to take my place among the representation of the Canadian people, and that I went here to Ottawa at the opening of this session to actually take my seat, under the protection of all the rights and all the privileges that the Constitution grants me as an English subject and as a representative of the electoral district of Provencher of Manitoba. I declare, I do not know that any court, for any legal incapacity, has ever removed the persons of my constituents and my own person from the enjoyment of all these rights and all these privileges which we regard as our most sacred prerogative. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submit to your Honourable Chamber that I am hindered, nevertheless, in the fulfilment of my imperative duties as a representative and in the free exercise of my individual liberty by threats of assassination like your Honourable Chamber, and you will be able to see this in the affidavit which I will submit at the end of this complaint. Mr. Speaker, the appearance of Honourable H.G. Clark at the bar of your Honourable Chamber shows that warrants of arrest are committed and issued against me, because, during the month of March, 1870, I suffered in my capacity as President of a provisional government reasonably established in Rupert's Land and the Northwest to protect the lives and properties threatened, which the military authorities of this government tried, sentenced to death and executed a culprit at Fort Garry. But I submit to your Honourable Chamber that the Canadian authorities have no right to deal with this execution degree, since there are no imperial orders which give them jurisdiction over any act carried out in Rupert's Land and the Northwest from the 1st of July 1867 until July 1870. Degree considering that, according to the declarations made in the Commons of Canada, on different occasions, during the session of 1870, by the Honourable Prime and Minister of Justice, the Canadian Government, in agreement with the Imperial Government, having officially invited, received the delegates of the Provisional Government of the Northwest or of Assiniboine, having dealt with, arranged amicably with them the whole question of the troubles of the Northwest including the execution of Th. Scott is only a detail, it is unfair, because of international law, for Canada to worry anyone about these troubles. Degree considering that it is stipulated, in an express manner, in the treaty, that Canada and the Northwest have forever desisted from ever allowing or taking any legal action against any person, or action authorized either by the Provisional Government, or by the Canadian Government during the period of these troubles. Degree considering that, in this treaty, the Canadian government, as having provoked the troubles in the Northwest, agreed to use its influence with the imperial government to have a general amnesty proclaimed. Degree considering that the immediate representatives of our gracious sovereign promised, in Ottawa, and in the treaty, to proclaim this amnesty, before Canada took possession of the Northwest. Mr. Speaker, I submit to your honourable chamber that the provisional government of the Northwest or Assiniboine, of which I had the honour of being president before, during and after the treaty, has scrupulously fulfilled all its obligations with Canada, but that it does not fulfill its obligations towards the people of the Northwest now of Manitoba and the Northwest. I therefore respectfully submit to your honourable chamber the request that I hereby make to Canada to respect all the conventions it made with the provisional government of the Northwest or Assiniboine in 1870, to make disappear the undue warrants emanating since, contrary to his sworn faith, to the rekindling of the troubles in the Northwest, to silence and paralyze as he must, the dangerous hatreds coming from these troubles, by proclaiming, today, this amnesty which he must obtain for himself and for us for 4 years. The English fair game and the spirit of British justice which pushed Messrs. Bowell and Dr. Schultz on the 3rd day of last March to make a motion for me to take my seat the next day, and which also pushed Messrs. Ouimet and Museau to propose an amendment, on the 1st day of April, that I am in my seat on this month, give me the right to wait, since your honourable chamber was kind enough to unanimously approve the motion. And then the amendment, that I am required by her to be punctually at my seat, because she is determined to protect, as she must, my life and my freedom. For if this august assembly asked me in its midst, predisposed to allow or facilitate against me the execution of warrants that Canada, since its arrangements with us in 1870, is required to completely prohibit, if she wants me to appear in the room freely like her other members, without worrying about exposing me to the murder with which I am threatened and which Canada authorizes to a certain point, by not providing the promised amnesty, she would be guilty of an innocent ambush. Mr. Speaker, your Honourable has come, in the spirit of justice, at the request of the Honourable Member for Selkirk to order the formation of a committee authorized to ascertain the truth, by establishing whether, yes or not, national honour is at stake, in the much debated question of amnesty. And as in the current debates on the subject of amnesty, everything proves that amnesty was promised, I respectfully ask your Honourable House to be kind enough to give me the benefit of all the evidence already public in favour of amnesty, in particular of all the evidence published by His Grace Monseigneur the Archbishop of St. Boniface, whose testimony cannot be suspect, as Archbishop, and as having Pam, MGD. Draft written on lined paper. Riel has numbered the pages from to at the upper left corner. The paper is stained, the sheets are torn at the edges and have holes along the central fold. The annotation in Riel's hand appears in the left margin of the last page, at the height of the first paragraph. There is no date, but the contents clearly indicate that it is the year 1874. Most likely Riel wrote this letter from St. Paul on his return in May. The House of Commons archives do not have a copy of this document. In February 1874, Riel was elected a second time as representative of Provencher. The following March, Riel, accompanied by Romuald Fizet, MP for Rimouski, went from Hull to Ottawa, to the House of Commons, to sign the Order of Appeal and take the Oath of Allegiance. Then Riel returned to Hull to avoid being arrested. Riel's action caused much agitation and brought the question of amnesty to the forefront. The confusion was further increased when an individual petitioned the House to annul Riel's election and declare the petitioner officially elected. Riel was not present at the March evening session, but J. Museau, the deputy of Bagot, and Rodrigue Masson, the deputy of Terrebonne, pleaded his case. Museau's motion requesting the promulgation of a general amnesty was rejected. We then proceeded to determine Riel's legal status. On March and April proposals were received according to which Riel should take his seat as representative of Provencher. On April, Riel was ordered to take his seat. He did nothing about it. Subsequently, Mackenzie Bowell, MP for North Hastings, made the motion to expel Riel from the chamber. This motion was adopted on April. Timothy Warren Anglin, member of Parliament for St. John, New Brunswick, Speaker of the House of Commons. Document which has not been found on March, H.J.H. Clark, the Attorney General of Manitoba, appeared before the House to explain the nature of the warrants of arrest which he had issued against Riel by the Court of Queen's Bench of Manitoba in November 1873. This mandate had not yet been executed because we had not succeeded in finding Riel. Le Métis, May 1874. John A. MacDonald, Prime Minister and Minister of Justice. Riel confuses the terms Assiniboine and Assiniboia. In Latin, here and now. Mackenzie Bowell, MP for North Hastings, Grand Master of the Orange Order. John Christian Schultz, Federal MP for Lisgar, leader of the Canadian Party during the insurrection of 1869. Joseph Aldrich Ouimet, Federal Deputy for Laval. Joseph Alfred Museo, Federal Deputy for Bagot. Donald A. Smith, Member of Parliament for Selkirk. On April 1874. He proposed that a special committee of the House of Commons should be established to examine the causes of the disturbances of 1869 and to study the question of amnesty. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface, published a 72-page pamphlet entitled Hellenisty, Montreal, Imprimerie du Nouveau Monde, 1874, in which he demonstrated that the government had promised amnesty and that consequently it was required to proclaim it. In April 1874, an English edition was published, The Northwest Difficulty. Bishop Tach on the amnesty question as appeared in the Times on 6th, 7th and 8th April 1874, NP, 1874, Letter to Alphonse Desjardins. St. Paul. // St. Paul Juna. Desjardins EC.M.P. etc. My dear sir and friend, I have just received a note from Dr. Lacapelle. He tells me what is going on with the amnesty. In order to hasten this event, could you threaten the people concerned to make known to public opinion the commission with which my friend Fize and you have been entrusted to me, to ask me to surrender myself to justice, that is to say, asking me permission to arrest myself. Given this threat, I think they would hurry a little more than they do. And the thing seems to me all the easier to do, since you accepted this commission in the most loyal manner imaginable and that you did the same. I thank you for having avoided me in this circumstance, by accepting this commission yourself. The entreaties and the pressure that other friends, less aware of the facts and the conditions of the struggle that we have to wage, would not have failed to exert on me. And you know how unpleasant it is to have to resist people who are friends and in good faith and who ask unacceptable things of you. Yes, I thank you for sparing me the inconvenience of the meeting that I would certainly have had if you yourself had not agreed to communicate to me what I am talking to you about. I am sending you the portrait of Monsieur Lepin. I thought you would be happy to have it. Oh, really, every day I don't have the opportunity to give you some pleasure. Goodbye, be well. Success in your businesses. My respects to your lady. My wishes for your family. All yours, Louis Riel. Act. Fonza. Desjardins, 5254. The date does not contain the indication of the year, but the content of the letter and more precisely the reference to this request for permission to arrest him clearly indicate that we are in 1874. A telegram from July 1874 addressed to Emma. Gerard. Text contains a similar reference. These requests that Riel was made to allow himself to be apprehended seem paradoxical. Perhaps it was a step intended to force the government to resolve the question of amnesty. Emmanuel Priscilla Lacapelle, a prominent French-Canadian, classmate of Riel at the college in Montreal. Romuald Fize, deputy of Rimouski. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Was arrested on September 1873 on charges of murder of Thomas Scott. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. // St. Paul, June 1874. My dear friend, I received your letter of May from Montreal. I have been writing you a letter for several days. I don't know if it deserves the name. I sent it when I received your good letter. You are right to reproach me for my silence. But hey, I don't know, but I believe that this winter some of my letters were intercepted. If the thing was done, it could only be at Pembina on the Canadian side of the international line. To make my communications with you less objectionable, I am going today from St. Paul to Minneapolis to drop off my letters at the post office. You may have already had communications with this place. It will be less risky. My respects to Mr. Royal and to all our friends. Indeed, as you tell me, I had good times with our friends in Montreal. There is so much dedication on their part. When I left They were talking about sending someone to Manitoba to help prevent us from losing any of our electoral divisions. Dear friend, be well. Thank you for sending to my dear and suffering family the little I sent them. My dear friend, once again, I assure you, I have made known in infinite detail your dedication and your sacrifices for our. I was not able to go to Minneapolis, but I had the letter registered by Mr. de Mules, and I took the risk. Pam, MGD. Letter written on both sides of a single sheet. The postscripts are pale. The circled annotation is to the right of the date, at the top of the first page. On the right. On the back of the sheet, lower right corner, appears the annotation L. Arduin, 1874 in reverse writing. None of these additions are in Riel's hand. See the note of the text, and of the text this is probably the letter addressed to Madame Riel, Pam, MGD, in which Dubuc tells her that he received a postal order for $1 from Louis to give to her. Dubuc also told him that Louis should write to him shortly. Riel expressed similar suspicions in the text. Joseph Royal, deputy for St. François Xavier West, provincial secretary, associated founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, Louis de Mules. Upon his arrival in St. Paul, Riel stayed at the Montreal House boarding house. But as the province of Ontario had put a price on his head, Riel judged it more prudent to leave the pension. He went to live with Louis de Mules. In addition, news of violent demonstrations by bands of loyalist rioters in Winnipeg contributed to increasing Riel's concern. Stanley, Louis Riel, P. Letter to C.J. Corsall, St. Paul, // to H. Judge Corsall PT of the SO.JB of Montreal. I am pleased to offer the tribute of my respect to the President of the St. JBTE Society of Montreal and to all the presidents of the other St. JBTE societies gathered today in this beautiful city. I congratulate French Canadians for celebrating our national holiday as a people in such a dignified and grandiose manner. Honor to the pure patriotism that makes our national holiday such a beautiful celebration. Honor to the Catholic religion which makes even a small people strong and remarkable. I know that the noble heart of French Canadians loves the Métis Canadians of Manitoba and the Northwest. And then by working for the Métis, for my dear compatriots, I am one of those who are more likely to welcome French Canadian sympathies. I would like to assure you, Mr. President, you and all French Canadians, I would like to assure you on behalf of the Métis that I am united in heart and spirit with you to celebrate this beautiful day. The Northern French Canadian Métis are a branch of the French Canadian tree. They want to grow like this tree, with this tree, not detach themselves from it, suffer and rejoice with it. Louis Riel, United States, June 1874. To the most devoted friends of the Corps Dre. P. La Capelle and Alphonse Desjardins MPP. AUM, Collection Baby, P. Copy. The original is missing. We do not know the identity of the for the celebration of the national holiday, June 1874. The St. Jean-Baptiste Society, under the presidency of Judge Michel Charles Joseph Corsall, organized a mass gathering of North American francophones. A special invitation was extended to the French Canadians of New England. Responded, Robert Rumilly, History of the Province of Quebec, Montreal, Fides, 1973, Volume, Louis Riel, pp. Major Edmund Mallard, a Franco-American who later became Riel's friend, attended these celebrations and subsequently played a dominant role in the Franco-American movement. Pierre Anctil, Élections américaines de Louis Riel, 1874-1884. Recherches Amérindiennes or Quebec, 1981, p. Emmanuel Priscilla La Capelle, a prominent French-Canadian, classmate of Louis Riel at Montreal College. Alphonse Desjardins, deputy for Hochelaga, one of the leaders of the Ultramontan movement, publisher of the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal. Telegram to M.A. Gerard, Joseph Dubuc, and friend. Keyseville / Keysville N. and. July 1874 to Honorable M.A. Gerard. Honorable if. Dubuc and friend, please re-elect me in Provencher. Our cause is stronger than ever. When I was in Canada during April last, Ottawa government asked me my permission to arrest me. Want amnesty. Responsible government. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. This is a copy in Dubuc's hand of the original telegram sent by Riel. The word telegram appears in the upper left-hand margin. Below the date in the upper right-hand corner is the annotation enclosed in a circle. See note, text, and note. Text for a similar reference consult text neutral smiley. Letter to Joseph G. Worcester / July 1874. The Honorable Joseph G. Minister of Justice. My dear friend, I congratulate you on your elevation to the ministry. Be happy. Do * the best. And I hope that you will contribute to the return of peace. But the situation is very false, incredibly. My dear friend, may God help you overcome difficulties. I write to you while traveling. Goodbye, my respects and my congratulations to your lady. My dear friend, I believe that if you want, you can lead the ministry quite well. When you want something, agitate the people, create pressure. Pressure is the lever. Ontario, which is crushing us, understands this, and I don't know why the rest of us don't use this force enough. I received the letter that Mr. Royal kindly sent me, telling me that you were going to write to me. If you have had time to write to me, your letter must be to St. Paul. Because I didn't receive any. I am in Worcester, Massachusetts. Be well, your devoted friend Louis Riel. I sent you a telegram the other day to Mr. Gerard and you and friends. I don't know if you received it. I always ask for your support for my election. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper. The tears on the second page were repaired using perforated paper bearing the manufacturer's heading Canadian Bank Note Company, Ottawa. No. The circled annotation is to the right of the greeting. The other annotation LR July 1874 is in the upper right corner of the fourth page. These additions are not by Riel. See the text note, and the text. Riel is wrong in giving the title of Minister of Justice to Dubuc. After the overthrow of the ministry of H.J.H. Clark on July 1874. Emma was charged. Gerard was given the task of forming a new government, and Dubuc obtained the post of Attorney General. Marie-Anne Dubuc ni Hino Joseph Royal, MP for St. François Xavier West, Provincial Secretary. He wrote to Riel in June 1874 to keep him informed of the political situation in Manitoba. He declared, among other things, that the provincial government would probably suffer defeat in the next election and that the ministers would be forced to seek re-election. Pam, MGD. Markham Gerard, Senator, Member of the Council of the Northwest Territories. He became Premier of Manitoba in July 1874. The telegram that Riel speaks of forms the text 2022. Letter to Julie Riel. Worcester / Worcester, Massachusetts, July 1874. Dear Mother, I am writing you a note to tell you in haste that I am well. I hope the good Lord will have mercy on us all. Let us pray well. I will write to you again soon. Everyone is for us. Everywhere I go, if I wanted to listen to our friends, they would give me ovations. Yesterday here in Worcester, Massachusetts, there was a meeting of French Canadians. They passed the most sympathetic resolutions for the half-breeds, especially for those who are persecuted. I had to go to their assembly. They applauded. They showed themselves full of noble affection for the rest of us. I thanked them on my behalf and on behalf of all Métis people. And invited them to come to our place and settle down. There may well be a number of them. Farewell, dear Mom. Dear little sisters and little brothers. Be well. My respects to Monseigneur if you see it, to Mr. Richot, finally to all the Reverend Fathers and Gentlemen of the Bishopric. Your devoted and affectionate child Louis Riel. My respects to all our parents and friends without exception. I don't forget them, I always think of them. God help us, all together. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written on lined paper. The paper is smudged and the ink has faded. There are various pencil annotations on the back of the last sheet, which are not in Riel's hand. He was called upon to give lectures on the cause of the Métis in the French-speaking centres of New England, where he found the same nationalist fervour with which he had been welcomed in Quebec, until the American exile of Louis Riel. Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel. Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Father Noel Joseph Richot, Priest of St. Norbert. Letter to Alphonse Desjardins. Suncook. / Suncook, New Hampshire, July 1874. A. Desjardins, M.P. etc. My dear friend, I am writing to greet you, thank you for your dedication, and to encourage you, if through my words I can be of any moral support. Don't worry too much about what the newspapers want to do to me. With help from above, we will not be able to show and make people see that we have the right and that our cause is just and that our conduct has been good. I'm in New Hampshire. I will be back in Keysville soon. Please salute our Enemies. Any news of my election, send some as soon as you have it, to Keyseville. If you have a moment to yourself, please pay a little visit to the shrine of Notre Dame de Bourg-Secours for me. My respects to your good lady, my regards to your grandchildren. God help us, and believe me, your devoted and grateful Louis Riel. Sab. R. Letter written in purple ink on a sheet / folio. See the note of Virginie paired -- letter to Joseph Dubuc. / Amons. J. Dubuc lawyer. My dear friend, I see how things are going. They don't get better. I count on your friendship to keep me informed of events. And also you can count. I do not get confused in vain leisure. I hope in God. I will do my best and we will recognize each other. In Mons Jos. D. Dubuc, A. Vocat apologizes for my letter Pam, MGD. Note written on a piece of paper folded in half and very stained. The text on the inside of the first sheet is written along the length of the paper. The annotation 1873 is found under Riel's signature on the inside of the second sheet. At the same height, in the left margin, is the annotation, bis, circled. See the text note, and the text. According to the sequence of chronological order numbers of the letters from Riel to Dubuc. The date of 1873 would be incorrect since the number text corresponded to the date of July 1874 and the number text to August 1874. The number text was posted on August 1874. So, if this sequence is correct, this note would have been written after July and received before the issue -- telegram to Joseph Dubuc. Keyseville / Keysville, NY August 1874. Honorable J. Dubuc, have the ministers been re-elected? Answer by telegraph paid. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. This telegram is composed on a blank Northwestern Telegraph Company form. Below the text and to the left of the document, the telegraphist added PD. Below Dubuc's name is to be found the annotation enclosed in a circle. See note, text, and note. Text a reference to the members of Emma. Gerard's ministry formed on July 1874. According to Riel, responsible government was neither in force nor in practice so long as the ministers did not follow the accepted practice of seeking re-election after accepting an office of emolument under the Crown. Letter to N.J. Richot. Montreal. / August 1874. Mr. Priest, truly how your soul must be saturated with everything that is happening. This Ottawa government, so inert for us and so active for everything that is not us, how little we have to expect from it. But this providence that your blessed hand has always shown us as our true resource continues, despite this, to take kindly care of us. It has to be otherwise. If God allows me to humbly point it out to him, what would become of what he was willing to begin with men in? What would become of this little people that he brought through and that alone he was able to get through so many immense difficulties? Father, if your devoted heart needs me to tell you, let me assure you that I am always filled with the same thought. My eyes, my heart, my mind, my strength are always directed towards our goal. I will not give in, truly, I will not give in. I'm careful not to become the man of an impossible idea. And I hope, thank God, that I can capture the real moment of transition. Because we want a transition from the entire Manitoba Act to a compromise. Yet the compromise itself. AASB, Touch Fund, T52627. Letter incomplete and without signature. Although the name of the recipient does not appear, the content of the letter suggests that it is the Abbott. Allusion to all the reluctance that the federal government showed when it was a question of granting an amnesty, despite the publicity made about Riel's expulsion from Parliament, despite the publication of his memoir El Amnesty, text, despite the brochure El Amnesty by Manager Touch, and despite the revelations of the Special Committee of the House of. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. Montreal. / Honorable Jos. Dubuc, Attorney General of Manitoba. My dear friend, I have just seen Mr. Fauch and the Reverend Mr. Douglas. They gave me the pleasure of telling me many details about our position in our province. Nothing has pained me as much as the loss of 2 of our counties. I like to believe that this thing was really, inevitably to us, that the English becoming more numerous requested an increase in representation for them. I can understand that they took it away. I can also imagine it. But that we ourselves have been reduced by 2 electoral divisions, it's painful to see, extremely painful. Once again I like to believe that we were really incapable of preventing this, and that all our forces were exerted to prevent this misfortune. That each parish held, at the instigation of its leaders in the chamber, assemblies and, in these assemblies, urged its representative to vote for its preservation, that Mr. Royal, Mr. Gerard, degree in a word our entire part of the population defended itself as it should before suffering such a failure. Or if parish assemblies, if constitutional agitation, if the energetic constitutional demands that it would have been necessary to make, have not taken place, I want to believe that it is because the absence of amnesty and of responsible government leaves you so much at the mercy of our enemies, that it would not have been safe for you to agitate as Quebec has always agitated, with force and courage to keep its representation intact. In other words, you weren't free enough. In this our province is not treated as the second clause of the Manitoba Act stipulates and constitutes it, that Manitoba has the right to responsible government as well as all the other provinces, as if it had been part of the Confederation from the origin. These days, the Métis seems to want to make people believe that Manitoba has its responsible government. We are not happy about it here. CRE at a time when we so need the favorably disposed public opinion of the entire province of Quebec. Why try to deceive it like that? My dear friend, hold high the Act of Manitoba. To Mr. Gerard, to Maurice. Only suffer the opposite necessarily, only under protest. Hold the position with energy, and you can count on me. Write to us to tell us to what extent you are threatened by our enemies. We would be sorry if we misinterpreted you. I would be as angry about it as to see you concede anything of the act of. I am happy to see by the mongrel, in the account of the overthrow of Clark, that you blame the general policy of this administration. That this general policy is repudiated by the province is already proof to our friends that you do not want to consent to being part of an administration that would not attach itself to the Act of Manitoba, or that you will only be part of it by trying with all your strength to keep it on the path of our interests. My dear friend, I will return soon now, but my dear friend, I recommend one thing to you: do not compromise yourself. Obviously endure the situation, if you cannot do otherwise. Seriously press to Mr. Gerard the views so openly expressed by you at all times, and especially last year, on Street Jean-Baptiste Day. The Manitoba Act argues in favor of this act. With Mr. Gerard, plead by words and by writings, so that you, in the eyes of the people, certain testimonies to show that even in the midst of the abnormal condition that has been imposed on us, you will not have relaxed any of the principles of the Act of Manitoba. This act is our great point of support. If once we give in to this act, which is federal law, from this act which is our constitution, which is the act of our stipulations with Ottawa, it is certain, decadence is decided. And where will it stop? Our enemies today have no other barriers to hinder them than the Manitoba Act. Will they keep any measure when once they have started this act with our consent? If they have our consent to destroy our guarantees, or first compromise them, which is the same thing, how can we survive? My dear friend, I know you. It's in your character. You want to know clearly what a friend would want from you. Your frank character requires me to tell you all my thoughts. Here it is. Do not compromise. The Manitoba Act works to maintain its integrity. Not being re-elected, our current ministry is not responsible in Manitoba. For the provincial elections, I think, at least, perhaps I will not have to be far from home. I want to help you, as you are kind enough to help me in Provencher. May God preserve you. Be well. Your lady and your little child, may heaven make them happy. I greet you with all my heart. Always believe me, your devoted friend, my dear friend. Let's get along well. Me in the federal parliament and you in the local ministry. If we have the same principles, we can be useful, there is no doubt about it. Your devoted friend Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Sheets/folio whose pages were paginated by Riel. Although the date and provenance are not indicated, Duboc's annotation under Riel's signature, on the last page, provides the answer. Holds postage stamp from August 1874, Montreal. At the very bottom of the same page, in the right corner, is the annotation circled. The same identification number is found above the word friend in the salutation on the first page. See the text note, and the text. The date August 1874 placed in brackets above Duboc's name, on the first page, must have been added at a later date. It would, in all probability, be François Auguste Médéric Foucher, merchant from St. Jacques de l'Écagon. Father Douglas, T., was a native of this same village. Abbot Georges Douglas, T., priest of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. See text note. Joseph Royal, deputy for St. François Xavier West, provincial secretary, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, Markham Gerard, Senator, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories, Premier of Manitoba after the overthrow of H.J.'s government. H. Clark died on July 1874. A weekly newspaper founded by Joseph Dubuc and Joseph Riel in May. Alexander Morris, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northern Territories. Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. The Clark administration suffered defeat in July 1874. Dubuc had commented on this event in an editorial published in Le Métis in July 1874 and entitled The Situation. June, Feast of Saint John the Baptist, the patron saint of French Canadians. Letter to Georges Douglas, T. Montreal, August 1874. Rev. Monsieur Douglas, Cure of Saint Boniface. I regret not having been able to see you again before your departure. But I'm happy to see you. Yes. Remember that Mr. Richot and you were my supporters, my guides in the first steps of this beautiful struggle. Remember what you did and said again for me and the Métis, last year on the eve of Saint John the Baptist. I am sending you a note to tell you that since your departure, Mr. Desjardins has received a letter from Mr. Riel, informing him that Mr. Riel is thinking of another candidate than me for Preventure. He also says that Monseigneur thinks like him. Friends are outraged by this. This letter may have arrived before you in St. Boniface. I am sending it to you to ask you to strengthen Monsieur Foucher in his pronounced inclination to stand with the Métis. We need Canadians to succeed, but among those who seek our support, we must choose the devoted friends of the Manitoba Act, of the arrangements that Mr. Richot made in Ottawa in 1870. As for Mr. Burgett, I am very pleased that you informed me of the manner in which he acted. You told me he was careful. May it always be. I know it takes a lot of courage. Father, what I have told you, ask the good Lord to bless him. Once again, I do not want to abandon such a beautiful cause in the hands of men who do not understand it sufficiently. Mr. Riel says things here to Mr. Desjardins that would tend to make people believe that I am ill-disposed against Dubuc. I hope that Mr. Dubuc will be able to distinguish between the necessity I have to hold to the principles alone which give us strength, to urge our friends to be faithful to the necessity of seeing the whole work crumble. I will write to you often as much as possible. Here we are determined to get things going on the right foot, if possible. The Conservative Party here mainly wants to focus on my question. It is the most alive and vivacious that he can shake. In Manitoba, if they made me disappear, we would thereby kill one of the main subjects that the men of the Conservative Party want to defend and even need to defend before public opinion. Considering the issue of amnesty, my question is one of the most popular questions in the province of Quebec. If you see my dear family, please tell them to continue to hope in God. When you go to St. Vital, always do us the honor of staying with us. Although we are unworthy to receive a priest, a friend of God, into our house, deign to do us this favor and pray God to pour out on us the graces of your blessing. Believe me, your devoted Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Paper stained and torn along the folds. This is a draft. Riel does not indicate the place of origin, but the context leaves no doubt about it. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in June, Feast of Saint John the Baptist, the patron saint of French Canadians. Douglas, T.'s speech was not reproduced in the report of the celebrations made by Le Métis, St. Boniface, in July 1873. Alphonse Desjardins, deputy for Hochelaga, one of the leaders of the Ultramontan movement, publisher of the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal; Joseph Riel, deputy for St. François Xavier West, provincial secretary, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis. The opposition of French Canadians to Riel was the subject of the study by R. Painchord. Relations between the Métis and the French Canadians, in Manitoba, 1870. In the other natives, the /Les Métis, Antoine S. Lussier and D. Bruce Seeley, eds, Winnipeg, Manitoba Métis Federation Press, 1978. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.M.I., Bishop of St. Boniface in all likelihood, François Auguste Médéric Foucher, merchant from St. Jacques Lacagan. Father Douglas, T., was a native of this same village. L.O. Burgett, a French-speaking resident of St. Boniface who refused to oppose Riel in the September 1874 election. Joseph Dubuc, Attorney General of Manitoba, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, the influential ultramontan and nationalist group of the Conservative Party in Quebec, supported Riel's cause and insisted on the recognition of a complete amnesty. Letter to ad.lepin.montreal. Montreal Airst. My dear friend, these days, people are trying the impossible to put me aside. For nothing in the world. Do not consent. Wait for me. I'm going to Manitoba. Force the most indifferent to re-elect me in Proventer. I will be able to remember those who will help me. My dear friend, do not fear for your trial. It is certain that if they could, our enemies would make you disappear, but the jury prepared by Audiobook, and many other circumstances that I will make known to you in Pembina, will save you. Be prudent and firm. C. Foucher and Monsieur Douglas. Mr. Riel has just written to the New World that Monseigneur is against me and my re-election, but his letter was very poorly received, and you will see some reasoned articles appear which prove how much the Métis are loved here. Louis Riel. My respects to your Lady Pam, MGD. Draft stain and ink has soaked into the paper. The name of the recipient is missing, but the text leaves no doubt about the identity of his friend Ambroise de Lepin, and the year 1874. Riel discussed the same subject at length in a letter to Father Douglas, T., written the same day. See text. Joseph Audiobook, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, assisted Joseph Riel in preparing the defense of Ambroise de Lepin. Events would prove Riel's predictions false. Lepin was found guilty, and despite the jury's recommendation for clemency, the judge imposed the sentence of it would, in all probability, be François Auguste Médéric Foucher, merchant from St. Jacques de l'Écagan. Father Douglas, T., was a native of the same village. Abbot Georges Douglas, T., priest of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. Joseph Riel, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis, MP for St. François Xavier West. See text. Note. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, did not publish such a letter as Riel reports. On the other hand, the articles in their and August issues left no doubt about the support that the newspaper gave to Riel's candidacy, and declared that Quebec could not abandon the Métis leader-manager Alexandre Antonin Tach. O.me. Bishop of St. Boniface. Letter to aa.stain.montreal. August 1874. To His Greatness Manager Tach, Archbishop of St. Boniface. Monseigneur, I had the pleasure of seeing Rev. Monsieur Douglas and good Father Lacombe before their departure. They told me that your Greatness' health was not very good. I am saddened by it. I would like your health to be preserved for a long time. Monseigneur, I thank you for what you were kind enough to do this other year for my little sister Harriet. May God reward you, if, one day, I succeed as I hope, as I ask God and as my friends help me to succeed. I will try to remember well the good that your Greatness deigns to do to our family, especially in the area of education. Monseigneur, I fear that this letter will be intercepted. To obviate this inconvenience, my friend Lepin and others are requested by me to ask you in my name for your considerable support and thereby ensure my re-election. I believe that if I am re-elected, the federal government will find itself in a bad situation, because I am not in favor of leaving it alone. As long as it does not satisfy us. He must deliver justice, or the men of this administration must return power. Quebec needs, and especially the men of the Conservative Party here, that our issues of amnesty and responsible government are not compromised. These questions being the only ones that remain alive on the political horizon. The only ones therefore who can cordially rally French Canadians. The school issue has gone bad. They are trying to get involved in the affairs of the Northwest now. Since these cases are very popular in Quebec and the Métis nation has not yet given up. My lord, I am glad of Clark's demise, provided his fall was not bought at too high a price. I am happy with the arrival of my friend Audiobook to power. As for our current Prime Minister, the joint letter that Mr. Lepin and I had the honor of writing to you on September 1870, made known your Greatness what we thought of him, and what I still think of him. The character and ideas of this gentleman place him far below our just demands. I would be happy if by his conduct he proved to me that I was wrong. Monseigneur, I did not protest against the absence of responsible government, because I would like as much as possible to spare Messrs. Gerard and Riel. My business is not to overthrow anyone, if I can do otherwise. I want to erect. For this, I need help. I need you to always be there to protect me, to protect us and watch over our work. Monseigneur, I would not like to make known the procrastination, the indecisions of Mr. Riel, nor the placidity of the Honourable Senator Gerard. I hope that these gentlemen will always be with the Métis, and that their greatest political concerns will be focused on the accomplishment of the Manitoba Act. Monseigneur. When you accepted your mission from Canada, I always understood that you accepted it in order to prevent excesses on both sides, and to create a good arrangement between Canada and the Northwest, but this arrangement is largely recorded in the Act of Manitoba. This Act carries our most unshakable guarantees. It is therefore to accomplish this Act that the Canadians we need and whom we choose as representatives must work. In the way I have just said, the Manitoba Act is also your work. My Lord. Please take an interest in the true inauguration of responsible government, as you have taken an interest and succeeded in having our acres of land well described. Our individual freedoms are trampled upon by the absence of amnesty, and our constitutional freedoms by the absence of responsible government. Without re-election our ministry will not be responsible. Monseigneur, may God preserve you, may I soon have the happiness of kneeling at your feet, in your archbishopric. It is God who guides us. Bless me. Of your greatness the very humble and very devoted servant and protege Louis Riel. AASB, Touch Fund, T14740. Letter written on /N Fall 70 paper, the pages of which were paginated by Riel in the upper left corner. Other pagination figures were added later which are not in Riel's handwriting. A few days earlier, in a letter to Audiobook, the text, Riel painted a more detailed picture of the political situation in Abbot George Douglas, T. parish priest of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. Father Albert Lacombe, OMI. Well-known missionary among the Crees and the Feet. This is most likely the intervention of Manager Tatch to facilitate Harriet Riel's return to the boarding school, after the opening of classes in the fall of 1874. H. Riel to Manager Tatch, November, 1874, AASB, Funds Tatch, T 13305. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. He was subsequently arrested, tried, and found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott. Riel was expelled from the House of Commons in April 1874. His seat was subsequently declared vacant. He was re-elected by acclamation on September 1874. See Text 1, reference to the question of New Brunswick Schools. Henry Joseph Hines Clark. Clark's ministry was forced to resign in 1874 over opposition to a bill to revise the electoral map. Markham Gerard briefly succeeded him as Prime Minister. He was replaced by R. A. Davis, who succeeded in having a new redistribution plan accepted, which granted the English 14 of the 24 seats in the Legislative Assembly. Macfarlane. Manitoba Politics and Parties after Confederation. P. Joseph Audiobook became Attorney General in the Ministry of Markham Gerard on July 1874. The texts, and, are perhaps drafts of this letter. The text seems to suggest more than one author. The final text of this letter is not found in the AASB. The gentleman in question is Markham Gerard. Markham Gerard, Senator, Member of the Council of the Northwest Territories, Premier of Manitoba. Joseph Riel, MP for St. François West, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis. Letter to Joseph Audiobook, Montreal. // My dear friend, I owe you many letters, but I can only send you one word yet. Courage, my God, how overwhelmed you must be by everything that is happening in our dear country. But let's hope that our joint work will finally succeed. God willing. My respects to your lady. My wishes for you both and your little child. I thank you for the position you give to the Métis regarding my re-election. Here we are preparing to help you for the success of this election. The cause is making headway. They expelled me out of rage and injustice. But, thank God, I was able, as our people say, to work underneath. And they can't go far from that train, I think, without stopping. It's magnificent to see all of Quebec so devoted to our cause. I will be writing at home these days. Pam, MGD. Letter written on both sides of our single sheet. Although unsigned, the letter appears complete. The date of composition dates back to August while Riel was in Montreal. See texts, and the annotation is circled and appears at the top right corner of the first page, while the inscription LR 1874 occupies the same place on the back of the sheet. See the text note, and the text. The order of succession in the Audiobook papers would refer to a date after September 1874 since the text bears this date. Which obviously turns out to be incorrect. 2. Editorials devoted to the election of Riel appeared in Le Métis, St. Boniface, of August and August 1874. Marie-Anne Dubuc Nihino Alexandre Joseph Henry Dean Marie Dubuc, born July 1873, a weekly newspaper founded in May 1871 by Joseph Dubuc and Joseph Royal. Letter Joseph Dubuc. Montreal. Montreal, September 1874. My dear friend, it is therefore certain, I was re-elected by acclamation. I couldn't be more satisfied with this re-election. She will help our province, she will help the mixed race people in particular. I have all this ambition. I believe that the Provencher district, by re-electing me as it did, is giving itself powerful representation in the communes and with the government. Because my re-election is an embarrassment for the federal government and also for Parliament. I find myself honored to see myself re-elected for Provencher. I thanked everyone in the district and everyone who supported my re-election. I thank the entire Métis population for their constant and loyal support. You too, you, my dear Dubuc, I also thank you with all my heart. You knew how much I wanted to be re-elected. I had expressed it to you well and strongly from St. Paul and by a telegram from Kiev. And if before my election, I thought it necessary to share with you my way of seeing, if in order to be listened to by people who, for years, have paid little attention to me other than to impose sacrifice after sacrifice on me, to cause difficulties for me, hoping to end up making me disappear, if to be listened to by these people, among whom I have never placed you, I finally saw myself obliged to seriously try the lever of public opinion in the province of Quebec. I believed that this, although you were very much in touch with them, would not prevent you from being, as usual, devoted to the cause, that it would in no way change the disposition in which you were to work on my behalf. When I saw Clark disappear, you can get an idea of the relief I experienced, and of my joy. Seeing you take his place was a real good omen. I saw a very favorable personality replacing a very hostile one. It couldn't be more hostile. But in reality, the situation had changed. Ottawa always remained the same towards us. The crux of the great difficulty had not even been begun. I was happy to see you become more powerful to be better able to help us. But I said to myself, there is a danger here to be avoided. Satisfied with the disappearance of Clark and the arrival of Dubuc to power, the people in such a moment of reaction can delude themselves and trust too much. Because although Mr. Girard is a man that I esteem and from whom I expect a lot as a senator in Ottawa, because he is in his place there, I must admit to you that I cannot at all accept him as Prime Minister and leading player in local government. In the struggles that we have to face, the position he occupies requires more energy, activity, a greater spirit of supervision than my honorable friend Mr. Girard has demonstrated until now. You also know like me that he is obstinate, and as I made it clear to you, I feared that with him you would rather be compromised. Despite your goodwill and your arguments against his mode of action and vision, I feared that you would sooner be compromised than helped. One thing that confirmed my apprehension was hearing Le Métis say that you would not yourself lead the proceedings against Lepin North, Ellie, but through an honest and impartial substitute. And who is this honest and impartial substitute? Cornish. Several other clues showed me a tendency to believe that everything was turning pink. And I, who am responsible for contributing, by holding firm to my post, to restore our policy to a normal state, by forcing the proclamation of amnesty as stipulated, and by obtaining the application of at least the greatest of our principles of constitutional freedoms, that of responsible government. While Clark was disappearing and I had the happiness of seeing you rise in his place, however considerable the improvement was, should I shout, make people believe, or even let our friends believe that everything was won. When, after the crisis of my expulsion, we received the precious encouragement of seeing Clark fall and seeing you arrive at the administration of justice in the province, and that under the trappings of these happy events, I saw the people exposed to the danger of considering as the greatest possible advantage, which was only encouraging reasons to continue the struggle, should I not warn frankly to prevent eyes from turning away from the true goal. Other circumstances made it necessary for me to act forcefully. For years, Monsignor has put me through a dull and terrible struggle, God be blessed. I thought it had stopped since my expulsion. This summer, I noticed that this struggle was continuing. When I was at home, I acted with my whole party. Through their powerful support, Monsieur Richot and the clergy gave this continual agitation the moral force that sustained it. On the other hand, Monseigneur and some others fought with great constancy, skill and without appearing to do so, in the sense of a moderate party between the Orangemen and the party of the men of the Provisional Government. But as our conduct could not be more moderate, and as we showed ourselves to be inflexible only with regard to the principles that the arrangements of our delegates had enshrined in Ottawa, and as Monseigneur and his people showed themselves to be more moderate than us only by complying with the way in which the Canadian government generally interprets the Manitoba Act, it happened that my agitation being more according to the interests of the former settlers and the Métis made counterweight to the misconcerted policy of Monseigneur as well as to the bad will of the federal government. My dear friend, during that time, your fate was to be torn between Monseigneur and us. I am leaving for Quebec. September. You have often seen, Mr. Richot, if not others, take into their own hands the painful task of holding public assemblies to make the just demands and protests of the betrayed people heard. But it was difficult for him to always play this role. Since my departure and the arrest of several of the leaders, the agitation that we usually made having ceased, Monseigneur found himself, by being rid of my counterweight, and you no longer being requested by a single force, Monseigneur found himself able to train you. And Monsieur Richot, judging the situation, had only to bow his head. He was forced to reckon with this state of things as it developed. For my part, in my capacity as representative of the Act of Manitoba, of which Mr. Richot is like the meaning and the spirit, and mother, knowing how Monseigneur has always been ready to make of this Act, which is already itself a compromise, but constitutional and legal, to make, I say, of this Act the basis of an infinity of other compromises whatever between him and the government, I had to do everything in my power conscientiously, in the interest of the country whose Act of Manitoba and our other arrangements with Ottawa contain all the solid and the only true guarantees. I had to consciously do everything possible to prevent Monseigneur's policy from prevailing. I began to speak in American newspapers, with discretion. I am far, my dear friend, from having amused myself by dictating correspondence in which you thought you recognized me. All I did in the United States was to ask the Canadian household to insert 1 or 2 sentences into its columns. These few words were in fact inserted in an editorial article for which they provided the material. These few remarks did not compromise anyone. But, I knew well, they would be understood by those for whom they were made. Then, I went to Montreal to ask, however painful and serious the process was, to ask our friends to decide between Monseigneur's policy and mine, between his way of dealing with affairs with the government and my attitude. I wanted to know their decision before the provincial election and the Manitoba provincial elections. The day after this opening to my friends, one of them received a letter from the Honourable Mr. Riel in which it was said that he and Monseigneur were considering not re-electing me since they had no confidence in the amnesty. Nothing corroborated the attitude I had just taken, like this communication. My dear friend, you found me frank and you are right. Since we are at the point of explanations, I will tell you that I was surprised to see that after having fought together, as we have with the same principles and in the same direction, you found yourself suddenly mortified by my conduct, when without varying one iota, I continued as in the past to take my precautions to prevent Monseigneur from sidelining me, my party and all our politics. However, in all my presentations, I never failed to represent you as I knew you to be sincerely devoted to our cause, although surrounded by very great difficulties. In your letter from August you let me know the way in which you arranged our electoral divisions. I consider that it is indeed a great deal to have prevented its fragmentation. What I regret is that the House which could have taken advantage of the fight that I made against Clark in, not only or mainly for secondary questions, but directly on all our major questions, waited to make coalitions and get rid of Clark, until he had done us so much harm, and that we had, to obtain his fall from the hands of our enemies, 2 counties to sacrifice. I have often heard Saint Boniface say, but if you overthrow the local government, don't you see that you are in agreement with our enemies? But in the end, was it necessary to come to an agreement with our enemies, and how much did it cost us today, my dear friend? I am speaking to you about this, without argument. But let's talk about what was unfortunate that happened to us, and let's learn from it some useful lessons for the Parliament that will follow. You establish a very big difference between the mixed-race Canadian population of Manitoba and the French-Canadian population of Quebec, as a population distinct from the English population, each at home. And you seem to want to show that it was more difficult for us in Manitoba to keep our representation intact than it was in Quebec. Keeping our representation always or for a long time intact in Manitoba, I concede that it was difficult and probably impossible. But intact throughout the first and second Parliament, I submit that we had everything we needed for this. With the very important legal and constitutional recognition of our Catholic education rights, did we not have the free exercise of the French language, which is a means of very strong moral union. And above all, the fact that we were French representatives against English representatives, gave us a fairly distinct existence, and with equality of representation, there was easily a way to maintain this same equality of representation for the second Parliament. The first cause of this reduction in our representation was committed during the first provincial elections. If, at this really important time, instead of trying to do everything alone, and instead of getting along so much with the Lieutenant Governor, coming from Ottawa, Monsignor had gotten along more with his clergy and his own people, he would certainly have been able to understand that it was impossible to make a compact whole with the heterogeneous elements that he chose for us, even among the English officers of Wolseley's expedition. And since then, this dear bishop has always acted, either without the support of the men of the provisional government, or without his knowledge, or against him. These regrettable tensions produced a result: representatives instead of decrease in representation as well as in influence. I mention this for two reasons. First, because two generally French Canadians arriving from Canada have adopted Monseigneur's way of seeing and acting. It's easy to understand, it's excusable, I know that. Secondly, because soon again we will have our provincial elections. We must try to put our experience to good use. As for the way of understanding responsible government, we differ and do not understand each other. You explained your way of seeing this question very well. You explain yourself by relying heavily on the constitutional history of the English people. You tell me, responsible government consists of the responsibility of ministers towards the people, that is to say towards the chambers, and in their mutual responsibility, or solidarity for one another. The re-election of ministers is only a fairly secondary accessory to government. You add. When the chamber represents the people well, if the chamber always represented the people well, to be responsible to the chamber would be to be responsible to the people. But when the House does not represent the people well, the government may be responsible to the House, it appears to be responsible to the people, but in fact it is not. And the House has already been seen to misrepresent the people. This is why the English people ruled through their parliament that any representative of the people ascending to the ministry thereby lost their seat as representative of the people and was obliged to come and ask them to be re-elected, the people reserving by this measure to ultimately pronounce their approval or disapproval of the choice that the Crown or its lieutenant makes of the new ministry. This guarantee is very important, and not secondary. In my opinion, his existence is a powerful motive for the Crown to call to form the ministry only a man equally respectful of the prerogatives of the throne and the rights and privileges of the people. And in the event that the Crown, with the best will in the world, makes a mistake in its choice, and that for one reason or another, the chamber is willing to let it happen, which is very possible, the people themselves can remedy this, because they are in a position not to re-elect the man chosen by the Crown. The re-election of ministers is, in my eyes, proof that the English people want to give themselves the satisfaction of seeing whether the Crown is dealing with the great problem of responsible government each time it is charged, by the Constitution, with resolving it. You tell me that you would have had to be insane to go before the people to be re-elected, when a law exempted ministers from doing so. But you will admit, for your part, my dear friend, that I am far from being obliged to endorse a law like this, made not to develop the resources of the Manitoba Act, and apply its principles, but to delay this development of resources and this same application of principles. I am obliged to fight this law. It is contrary to the 2nd and 36th clauses of the Manitoba Act, which is not only the act of our Constitution but also the act of our stipulations with Ottawa. I would even say that this law was passed in an inappropriate manner, outrageous for The party of men of the provisional government. It was passed in, precisely at the time when the proclamation of the pound, of the Governor of Ontario unleashed fanaticism against us, and obliged us, the heads of the provisional government, to have rifle in our arms at all hours of the day and night, because after having passed the Manitoba Act, we also wanted to enforce it. During the session, several times each week, I went to the Archbishopric. I met you there. It was easy for you to talk to me about this law when it was in draft form. You could also come see me and agree with Mr. Richard to ensure whether it was consistent or contrary to the Manitoba Act. You had to do this. The ministers supposed to represent the culottes in the local cabinet never had the courtesy to send the persecuted leaders of the party which had elected them a single copy of the bill during any transfer. However, you know that among our French representation the ministers were those who depended the most on my party. In St. Charles, Clark, in St. François Xavier Ouest, Monsieur Royal, in St. Boniface Est, Monsieur Girard owed their entry into the chamber to the men of the provisional government who at that time formed, and who still form today, the only political party, organized, disciplined in the province of Manitoba. Here is my response and my remarks. After our mutual explanations and those I had with Mr. Royal. Now that you have a powerful hand in the direction of our provincial affairs, and that we all feel animated by the same desire to work united, together, there will be understanding. Yes, let's agree. You people are generally too inclined to welcome the information given to you by the biased mouths of our lieutenant governors. Study, consult, more than you have yet done the Manitoba Act. Understand me, my dear friend. It is good that you are on good terms with the men and supporters of Ottawa. Welcome. Well, make sure you know, don't discuss first of all, generally speaking, what these men think and want you to adopt. But inwardly, always distrust their opinions as a lawyer, as a governor and as a minister. The reason I give for this is that we are in struggle with them, that they are certainly ready to harm us as French and Catholics, that they spare nothing to diminish our influence, and that among them there are very few who are scrupulous. Let us be unpretentious but strive to be something for ourselves. I thank you for your letter of September. Thank you for the information you gave me. I am very grateful to you for the steps you took the trouble to take for my re-election. I will try to help you with the provincial elections. I thank you for sending me the letter from my beloved missionary sister. I have just received a letter from my mother telling me of your little boy's illness. I hope you see him return to health quickly. My good wishes, my greetings to Madame Dubuc. On my way to Quebec, I had the pleasure of meeting Monsieur Malhio, married to a Miss Hino. He was very good and became a minister. My dear friend, if you see me openly combating the political ideas of our Archbishop in this letter, do not think that I want to break with him. None. God save me from this unfortunate thought. I love it. He is for me the same as I always saw him, the chosen one of God, and my benefactor. At the same time as I combat some of his ideas, I remember that it was he who gave me my education which enabled me to express advantageously what I have to say. It is to this education for which I am indebted to Monseigneur in such a large part, that I owe the honor of being in context with his greatness. But I fight for his cause. I would like to give to the people that he contributed so much to found, in their Northwest, more solid guarantees of existence than that with which Monseigneur seems to want to be satisfied. Judge whether I am against him or for him. Besides, I hope that one day God will return to me the precious affection of this man who spent almost his entire life doing good to the Red River, to all the Métis people, who was my protector, and who, out of 9 living children that we were in our family, he, Monseigneur, protected 7 with great generosity. Believe me, my dear Dubuc, your devoted friend Louis Riel. P.S. September 1874. Yesterday Dr. Lacapelle received a letter from you which he kindly showed me. This letter shows me if I have a friend in you. Thank you for all the wishes you give me. As you recommend, I will be careful not to expose myself too much to the protection of our enemies. My dear friend, I recommend one thing to you. I asked you earlier, does not misinterpret Métis in general. They are a people still in their humble beginnings. You have always been one of his zealous defenders. Be aware of this. I have just received a letter from my mother through Monseigneur. In one of my previous letters I asked him to tell me if people were harsh towards you. They tell me most people are happy with you. Courage then and good luck. Pam, MGD. Document written on sheets of lined paper that Riel has paginated from 2. with the exception of the second, which does not bear a number. The fifth page was first numbered by Riel, who subsequently corrected his error. The acronym QRS.R. What you redeemed with your precious blood, QVUS, Jesus Christ, have redeemed with your precious blood, in Riel's handwriting, is at the top of the third page. The circled annotation appears in the upper left part of the first page. See the text, and text, note. This document constitutes the final text of two previous drafts. The first, PAM, MGD, consists of a draft, B1, of 4 pages relating to the first part of the letter. This draft is written on lined paper, stained, and torn along the central fold. The second draft, B2, PAM, MGD, is another incomplete but more extensive draft. It is also written on lined paper, and Riel has numbered the pages from to. The page is only 3/4 full, but the text is complete. The page is written on both sides, and the page forms a double page. This long essay provides us with revealing insights into Riel's personality, particularly in terms of the frustrations he felt at not being able to personally direct political life in Manitoba. In careful language, he attributes the pitiful state of the political situation in the province to Bishop Tatch and his policy of accommodation, with regard to the interests of the Métis and French Catholic groups. On the other hand, Riel sincerely and modestly presents himself as the authentic spokesperson for the interests of the people of Manitoba and the guardian of the guarantees enshrined in the Manitoba Act. His insistence, for example, on demanding the re-election of ministers who have accepted a cabinet position as the sine qua non of responsible government, can only come from the deep conviction that the will of the electorate must put pressure on the administration. These are the letter of May 1874, the text, and the telegram of July 1874. The text: Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. Clark's government was overthrown in July 1874 following a vote of confidence. The French-speaking deputies had withdrawn their support as a sign of protest against a redistribution bill which would give more electoral seats to the English element. Markham Gerard, Senator, member of the Council of the Northwest Territories, became Premier of Manitoba on July 1874. Journal founded in May 1871 by Joseph Dubuc and Joseph Royal. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. He was subsequently arrested and charged with the murder of Thomas Scott Andre, Nanin, no. cousin of Louis Riel. No sat on the War Council and voted in favor of the execution of Thomas Scott. No was put on trial and the court acquitted him. Elie Legemodier, a cousin of Riel. Legemodier sat on the War Council which condemned Thomas Scott. Like no, Legemodier underwent trial and the court acquitted him. Francis Evans Cornish, a Winnipeg lawyer who insisted on issuing arrest warrants for Riel and a D. Lepin. In Lepin's trial, Cornish acted as one of the Crown prosecutor's manager. Alexandre Antonin Tatch, O.M.L., Bishop of St. Boniface. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. The Canadian Home, a newspaper published in Worcester, Massachusetts. Joseph Royal, MP for St. François West, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis PAM, MGD. The letter is unfinished and undated. It discusses the responsible nature of MA's government. Gerard and the Lepin trial. Dubuc insists that only the court can decide the outcome. Garnet Joseph Woolsey, commander of the Red River Expedition PAM, MGD. This is a short note with which Dubuc had sent a letter from Sarah Riel, Sister Marguerite Marie. Letter dated August 1874. PAM, MGD, letter which has not been found. Henry Gideon Malheo, MP for Trois-Rivières, Minister of Crown Lands in the Cabinet of Charles de Boucherville. Emmanuel Priscilla Lacapelle, classmate of Riel at college in Montreal, defender of the Métis cause in Quebec. The letter in question is dated September. PAM, MGD. The letters from Julie Riel and Bishop Tatch have not been found. Letter to nj.richot.montreal./ Montreal October 1874. Monsieur le Curé, I wrote to you at the beginning of this week. In great haste. I'm getting back on track today. My election in the Provencher district is generally well received among the population of Lower Canada. My election gives nerve to the opposition in the federal parliament. And although I abstain entirely from political parties as such, however, from the point of view of the pressure that we must create in the federal parliament on the government, I cannot help but desire that we have a strong opposition. Currently, the opposition is not very powerful in Ottawa, but with a very strong issue, such as that of amnesty, it can in a short time begin to considerably influence the action of the ministry on this. Besides, my re-election arises with a broader significance than the question of amnesty. My re-election signifies all the demands of the old colony of Assiniboia and of the entire Northwest for the frank fulfillment of our arrangements with Ottawa, and as I keep repeating to our friends here, the arrangements that our delegates made in Ottawa, are due to the entire French-Canadian race whose representation in Parliament, regardless of party, has taken to heart the recognition and respect of all our rights, by a law, by the very act of the Constitution that we requested. The party game, the pretensions of the statesmen of Ottawa have, for 4 years, been able to confuse the question of our arrangements. The unanimity of the French-Canadian representatives caused Sir John's weaker party in Upper Canada to vote for our arrangements in. The same unanimity of French Canadians in Parliament will lead Sir John and his party, even weaker than ever in Upper Canada, to vote for the accomplishment of our arrangements. But this must be determined today by the constant pressure of the Métis, just as it was our movement and our provisional government which took into consideration the claims that you took it upon yourself to assert in person in Ottawa. My re-election will end up bringing French Canadians together in Parliament. Their parties may blame each other, but by force of circumstances they must come together, in front of Ontario, which poses itself as a different race and religion, against the Catholic and French element of the Confederation. For 4 years now, Ontario has made the Northwest question a question of race and religion, and since that time it has undermined, with this question, the just claims of Lower Canada in our favour. For 4 years now, instead of squarely accepting this question as posed by Upper Canada, the political leaders of Lower Canada have been shouting to all Canadians not to make it a question of race and religion, not to raise this question, that we must wait for fanaticism to subside on its own. But I say to our friends here, when will this fanaticism, maintained by the Orange societies, subside? This fanaticism wants to take over the Northwest, everything is coordinated with him for this. If French Canadians keep quiet to appease him, he will quiet his noise, but he will act secretly against Lower Canada, eating the Métis people to the bone. When French Canadians take up the question of the Northwest, saying and showing that they do not want to make it a question of race and religion, the organized fanaticism of Ontario resumes its usual uproar. It's astonishing how they have led the province of Quebec like this for 4 years. To finish this, the province of Quebec would only have to frankly accept the question of the Northwest as Upper Canada poses it, as a question of race and religion, and say to Ontario, you attack me as such, I defend myself as such. Ontario, which cannot accept the consequences of such a struggle, would say, but no, you are wrong, we have never prosecuted you as French, nor as Catholics. To prove it to you, we will give you what you ask for. This is what I say to French Canadians, our friends from all parties, whom I have the advantage of meeting here. Proof that the statesmen of Upper Canada cannot yet, and for a very long time to come, accept the consequences of a racial and religious struggle recognized as such by all of Upper and Lower Canada, is that the Honourable Mr. Blake, at the time of my expulsion, while voting for my expulsion, sought to deceive by trying to make people believe that this question was not one of race and religion. Now that the union of French Canadians is possible, on the question of amnesty and all our arrangements, is also proven since the halt on motion rallied them all, ministers and simple members. Despite the leaders and parties who could not do so. The French Canadian people are too unanimous in Lower Canada for their representatives in Parliament not to soon abandon the spirit of party, to safeguard the share of influence due to them in Manitoba and the Northwest Territory. Farther, this is how I speak here. I had the honour and the advantage of meeting Mr. Riel in Montreal several times. In one of these interviews, I pointed out to him that he and several others had done wrong, for years, to get along so little with the party of men of the provisional government and to have counted so little, whatever anyone says, with the program of this party, a program which is no other than the set of all our arrangements with Ottawa in. I told him, returning from Quebec with him, the last time I had the pleasure of seeing him, that since the first missionaries of Red River, until the province of Quebec, through its bishops, its priests and its arms given to Red River, worked very painfully to form a small people who were indeed called the Métis, but who until then had no political autonomy. In the very existence of this small people was put in danger. The movement against MacDougall took place, and the whole purpose of this movement was to obtain guarantees of existence for these little people. The third clause of the Manitoba Act, by ensuring a beautiful piece of territory for this small people, in their capacity as Métis, also guaranteed their autonomy. I told Mr. Riel to take this into his head and into his heart, the autonomy of the Métis people, to call for all possible French-Canadian emigration to Manitoba, with the well-established and avowed idea of preserving and growing the Métis people founded in the northwest by the province of Quebec. That this would have the great advantage of eliminating a lot of distrust between the Métis and a certain core of French-Canadian neck, of making the arrival of the Canadians here completely happy, and of making the satisfied Métis adopt a greater sum of French-Canadian mores, traditions, so that while calling ourselves the Métis people, we are in fact, without effort and with the best grace in the world, identified with the province of Quebec, through education. Which is very desirable, it seems to me. I asked Mr. Riel to want to adopt an idea that he may have already expressed to you, but which I entrust to you, Father, as I am accustomed to doing each time I have some plan to execute. This idea is here. On the Métis representatives to be elected to the local parliament, choose Métis from the party of the men of the provisional government, and give them as leaders in the chamber. Messrs. Dubuc and Riel consequently elect these two men also, so that our representatives make a tighter group in support of their two leaders or ministers, not choose them from among pretentious people. Moreover, give the places that our ministers will have at their disposal to French Canadians who are more educated and naturally have a great right to them. Also I believe that the Métis and the French Canadians who arrive to us would be satisfied and our influence in the room less exposed to the danger of divisions, of personal pretensions which sometimes become so fatal. Farther, excuse this long letter. I compensate myself for the pain of being deprived of seeing you. I wish you good health. May God reward you for everything you do for us. My greetings to Messrs. Payment and Jolicoeur. I hope that the trials of our dear friends will turn to the advantage of those we would like to oppress. My respects to my friend, Mr. Proulx. Your respectful and devoted friend Louis Riel. AASB, Touch Fund. T14921. Folio sheets numbered by Riel in the upper left part. Other pagination figures were later added, annotations used to clarify words that were difficult to read, on page, and also lines in the margins to draw attention to certain passages. The name of the recipient does not appear, but the mention that the person was one of the delegates of the provisional government to the Canadian government leaves no doubt about the identity of Father Richard Riel. Was elected by acclamation on September 1874. Riel was perhaps a little naive in believing that a national political party would take an intransigent course and fulfill the promise of an amnesty supposedly negotiated in 1870. The Liberals would gain almost nothing in Quebec and the Conservatives could maintain their hold on Quebec without it. Edward Blake, former Premier of Ontario and Liberal MP. Blake became Minister of Justice in 1875. L.H. Hulton, Liberal MP for Chateauguay, proposed an amendment to Mackenzie Bowell's motion which recommended Riel's expulsion from the House of Commons. The amendment requested that deliberations on this subject be postponed until the special committee to study the causes of difficulties in the Northwest presents its report. The amendment was rejected. George F.G. Stanley, The Birth of Western Canada, A History of the Riel Rebellions, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1966, p. Joseph Riel, MP for St. François-Xavier West, co-founder of the newspaper Le Métis. William MacDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Louis Payment, a cousin of Father Richard, farmer and hotelier of St. Norbert. It is probably Joseph Jolicoeur, born in 1810. He was the husband of S. In Prudence. Paul Proulx, a French-Canadian from Red River, married Riel's cousin, Angelique No. Letter to E.P. Lacapelle. Kiesevel. Kiesevel, New York, October 1874. My dear friend, I had to leave without having the pleasure of greeting you. But I expected that you would forgive easily. Because after all it has just been proven that I am not quite free yet. It will soon be 3 weeks since I left Montreal. Since then I have traveled. I visited Canadians from several states. It will do some good, I hope. If ever a transmigration of French Canadians took place from the United States to Manitoba, perhaps I would be there for some POS. I returned to Keysville to my excellent friend Mr. the Priest. I see by my outlawry that it was beginning to be time for me to leave Canada. But how blessed I am for having protected me so much, and to give me friends like those I have the pleasure of having there. I'm outlawed, but that doesn't bother me. I'm glad about it earlier. Since God wants it this way, I believe that nothing could serve me better. My enemies are mistaken if they think of killing me by putting me in such a state with respect to society. The more they persecute me, the more they will make it a happy necessity for me to place myself entirely in the hands of this good God who takes care of me with so much solicitude, although I hardly deserve it. And in fact, upon learning that the civil courts of Manitoba had just decreed my outlawry, I will tell you that I fled to the church of Keysville. I ran to recommend myself to God, to ask him to notice how now more than ever I need to be surrounded by his hand. I want to continue working. And for this I rely on his protection and the help of my friends. None, let my enemies not imagine that they are going to stop me from working for the success of the work I have to do. What I told you about a few weeks ago, I am still pursuing. I have to go to our place, on the edge of the international lines, that I bring the committee of my main friends there, and that I advise on the means of preventing the divisions which always threaten to take place in a party, at time of elections, especially when the leader is absent. But to get there, I need money. My dear doctor, I don't have much in my purse. I recommend myself to Mr. Riel. I know that God not only gave him a good fortune, he also gave him a good heart and an enlightened reason. I will explain to him what it is about, and I hope that, if he can, he will be willing to be favorable to my request. Thus the good provincial elections which it is so important to hold in Manitoba next December, and which I must prepare, will not be due only to my good will, but also to the goodwill of Mr. Riel. I need a powerful protector in my large undertakings. I dare to ask for it in Monsieur Riel. May he forgive me for so much freedom. My dear doctor, I hope that your lady and your grandchildren are well. I salute you all. My regards to your brother Hino, and to our friends who are around you. Now I don't know when I'll see you again. I wish you all many good things, to be happy always. Believe me, your very grateful friend Louis Riel. Asm. Letter written on 3 folio sheets and on a single sheet. The latter constitutes the 5th page of Riel's text. Although the name of Dr. Lacapelle does not appear in the greeting, the context leaves no doubt as to the identity of the recipient, Father Fabian Barnab, parish priest of Keysville, New York. A warrant for Riel's arrest was issued in 1873 for the murder of Thomas Scott, and indictment was subsequently issued. When Riel failed to appear in court and authorities were unable to apprehend him, the Crown asked the Court of Queen's Bench in Winnipeg to serve a summons requiring Riel to appear or be outlawed. On February 1875, the court heard the final reading of the summons and Riel was declared an outlaw. Winnipeg Daily Free Press, February 1875. Probable reference to Charles Srafin Rodier, a rich Montreal merchant, conservative in politics, known for his philanthropic works towards religious communities. The reference could relate to his nephew who had the same name and who was also an important Montreal merchant. Letter to my reverend sister, Keysville. My reverend sister, I left Montreal on October, and on Saturday, I reached the end of my little journey. Having left Montreal on Thursday, under the care of Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament, as you see, I found myself on Saturday under the care of her who is terrible, like an army arrayed in battle. I spent 9 days in the city. And as the people I would have liked to see were absent, I used my time to pray, to study, to consider, imploring God to teach me to do His holy will, to be careful in my actions, and to pray again. I left to return to Keysville on. I traveled happily. I was unable to meet those I intended to see. But I think it's better. Because it seems to me to see in what is happening around them, since I saw you Last time, a combination of things which prepare them and predispose them to welcome me well. I mix my poor voice with the all-powerful voice of the precious blood of our Saviour, so that the good Lord does not reject my prayer. My sister, I have striking proof of the protection of heaven. I don't deserve to be saved like this. So that I do not stop the flow of divine blessings upon my country, please ask God for me for forgiveness for all my sins, especially my sins of pride. I hope in the God of all virtues. I hope that the God of humility will bless me so that I become virtuous, humble. Pray to him for me to make my memory alive so that I keep great and in their merciful brightness the memory of his goodness. May he deign to vivify all my faculties for his own glory, and give me a right spirit and a pure heart. My reverend sister, I will return to those of whom I spoke to you, because here is the time when it seems to me that I need to meet them. From until next month, I intend to be at the place from where I was supposed to send you my news. Please implore the good Saviour for me, ask the Heavenly Father, in the name of his beloved Son, to make me successful, to be my strength and to hasten to help me. Our Lord can do everything and we can nothing without him. Ask him to make me hear cries of joy and to soon make my bones, now permeated with moisture, shudder with pleasure. My sister, I have sad news to tell you. One of my devoted friends, one of those who supported me the most in my work, has just been sentenced to death, or is going to be sentenced to death, the jury having found him guilty of having contributed to the execution of a man. The trial this friend is undergoing should not take place. He is not guilty at all. It was in a moment of war, under the orders of a just government, that this friend, named Mr. Ambrose D. Lepin, had an enemy executed, found guilty by a formal war council. Please commend him to God. Pam, MGD, file. Unfinished draft written on lined paper. The paper is very wrinkled and soiled, the edges of the sheets are torn and the folds show great fatigue. Although the letter is undated, it could not have been written before November 1874, when the jury returned its verdict in the trial of Ambrose Lepin. Chief Justice Wood imposed the death penalty 2 days later, on November. George B. Elliott and Frederick T. Brokowski, Comps. Preliminary investigation and trial of Ambrose D. Lepin for the murder of Thomas Scott, Montreal, Berland Disparats Lithographic Company, 1874. P. Riel does not mention the name of the recipient, but the reference to the precious blood of our Saviour seems to indicate that it is Sister Catherine Orelli of St. Hyacinth, the founder of the Congregation of the Precious Blood. Riel went to St. Paul at that time. See the text neutral smiley. Letter to a stain. St. Paul / St. Paul November 1874. Monsignor, I arrived here a few days ago. I risk a letter in the hands of the post office agents of the power. If they read it, they will find written there the expression of respect which animates me towards your person. Monsignor, I wish you a more cheerful November than the circumstances seem to want to give you. While the good Lord allows your beloved family, your Canadian Métis population, to be afflicted and persecuted, I pray that the wishes of your heart are granted in such a way as to make us reap all the fruit that God wants us to reap from our misfortunes. Monsignor, I learned with difficulty of the serious accident that happened to your health, when you hastened to help my courageous and well-loved friend Mr. Lepin. May the good Lord soon restore you to a completely favorable state of health. I tried to see you twice while I was in Montreal. I really regretted not being able to meet you. I had several things to communicate to you. Here I would also have been happy to see Monsieur Chapelio and Monsieur Proulx. Unfortunately I arrived in St. Paul too late to see them there. Monsignor, please bless me, and believe me of the Holy Catholic Church, the happy and devoted child Louis Riel. Monsieur Lepin. Monsignor, I hope that we will not have the misfortune that would take away our affection. I kiss him. Our enemies want to cover him with their contempt. I pay him my deep respects. Monsignor, pardon. But who would I address better than you to send him the expression of my attachment? To your grace, your respectfully devoted Louis Riel. AASB, Tatch Fund, T15102. The ink has soaked into the paper, making it difficult to write. Date of the anniversary of the Episcopal consecration of Tatch. Tatch had broken his leg on October 1874 while returning from Quebec, where he had gone to take part in the celebrations of the * trademark symbol anniversary of the establishment of the Episcopal See of Quebec, and also to obtain the support of the ecclesiastical hierarchy in favor of amnesty. Benoit, we de manager Tach, Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, had just been sentenced to death after being found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott Adolphe Chapliot, important political figure in Quebec. One of the defense lawyers at the Ambrose D trial. Lepin, Father Jean-Baptiste Proulx, French-Canadian priest attached to the Diocese of St. Boniface. Author of a memoir on the Fenian invasion of 1871. Letter to Ignace Burget. Chicago. // Chicago, November 1874. Monseigneur, I learn from the New World that your health is suffering more than usual. I hasten to express to you the pain this sad news causes me. May the good Lord restore your health, Monseigneur, and for a long time to come. Do not cease to remain among us. The services you render to your people are dear to our hearts. It is a very painful thing for us to see you, Monseigneur, you whom the good Lord used to prevent me from dying, to restore me to health and, what is even more precious, to restore me to health in such a way as to make me love and practice obedience. May you, by the divine goodness and power that you have made me experience so happily and that you make me still experiencing each day in such a sweet way, may you become very Monseigneur again. Please find my prayers and wishes for your happiness. I regret my unworthiness, which makes even the most ardent wishes that I make for you so weak. Must I be so helpless for you who have treated me, Monseigneur, with such powerful charity? I remember vividly, and with the grace of God, I will always remember with gratitude, the words of life that you deigned to pronounce over me last January at the Hotel Dieu. Monseigneur, in my gratitude please allow me to repeat these words which give me life. While I stood on my knees before you, begging you to heal me through the goodness and divine power of which you are the repository. Stand up, you said to me, stand up, you will regain your health. Do as your doctor directs. I bless the remedies ordered for you. Monseigneur, thank you. Oh, that you are a great benefactor to me. Monseigneur, deign to accept, deign to love my recognition. As our Lord Jesus Christ accepted and loved the recognition of the leper whom he had healed with so much mercy. And may the good Lord repay you 100-fold, in this life and in the next, the good that your greatness has done me. Your word of life over me, your blessing as an apostle and the obedience that you recommended to me heal me all. Pray again for me, please, so that I may be a truly obedient man and that in obedience I find the support and the enlightenment that I need so much. Forgive me, Monseigneur, when I speak to you about myself, and ask you to pray for me. Shouldn't I just worry about you and subscribe briefly? Of your greatness the very respectful and very grateful at the same time as very unworthy servant Louis Riel. Acum. Letter written on sheets of lined paper. The ink has faded and makes certain passages difficult to read. The letter shows all the consideration that Riel had towards the Ultramontan Bishop of Montreal. Riel would later maintain that Burget's intervention in January 1874 had miraculously cured him. See text note. In Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, of November 1875, we read a short note indicating that Manager Burget was seriously indisposed. Riel recounts in the text how Manager Burget restored his health. Dissertation on Manitoba politics. / representatives, being established in authority, with all the constitutional guarantees of true responsibility towards their constituents, the latter, although greatly bothered by the absence of the amnesty, and by being in fact treated as people outside the law, could have forced their representatives to energetically request amnesty, or, otherwise, that they would not re-elect them again. Thus the voters would have reacted on their representatives, the representatives on the ministers, and the latter on the to prevent the people from forcing the amnesty that we did not want to give them. We resolved to break the constitutional link which unites the ministers to the constituents as well as to the members. We did not want a re-election for the ministers. We know that the Commons in England determined on February 1706 that the seat of a representative who accepts office under the Crown becomes vacant. Representatives who accept the office of ministers are especially in this case. If, upon becoming ministers, they are not re-elected by their constituents, they are no longer representatives of the people. But the constitution of responsible government requires that cabinet members be representatives of the people. With us, the first ministry which was to be responsible as stipulated, after the of January 1871 and the then following session of Parliament, and which was not responsible, was composed of members of the Legislative Assembly, Messrs. Gerard, Clark, Boyd and Howard. At the end of Mr. Boyd resigned his office as minister, and at the beginning of Mr. Gerard did the same. These two gentlemen were replaced in the ministry by two other representatives who were not re-elected either. Of our legislative assembly composed of members, there were already only members left. The others having, according to the constitution, lost their seat by consenting to become ministers, and the re-election not having come to reinstall them as representatives of the people. Nevertheless, these 6 men, without a seat, voted as representatives, and took part in the making of all our laws. And as ministers, they had the initiative for all provincial laws and measures. But let's see where we were anyway. We understand that in the first provincial elections, the people being in fact outside the law, were not free to vote for whoever they wanted, and that the representation was composed much more according to the wishes of Ottawa which betrayed us than to the wishes of the betrayed people. I have just proven that as soon as the representation was elected, it began to be decimated, first of all by removing 4 members to make them ministers responsible to their lieutenant governor who appointed them, without allowing them to be re-elected. After having made this state of things last for a year, the newspaper Le Métis having demanded the re-election of the ministers, the lieutenant governor with his favourites deserting from the cause of the people, asked the chamber for the passage of a law which exempted the ministers from being re-elected throughout the first parliament which lasted for years. This chamber, so abnormally composed of representatives who, according to the unsuspecting statement of the lieutenant governor, had to exercise their functions with no rope around their necks, sanctioned this law. More comfortable with the chamber from the moment it had relinquished itself in the name of the people, without having the right to do so, and without being able to do otherwise, of the very considerable constitutional guarantee that the re-election of ministers entails, the Canadian government no longer hesitated. It was then that he removed 2 more representatives from the chamber, the 2 who took the place of Messrs. Boyd and Gerard following their resignation. In July 1874, another ministry was formed, because the House as composed was being so badly mistreated by the first government that it had to overthrow it for its own protection, and out of respect for itself. But the Canadian Lieutenant Governor, Morris, refused to accept the resignation of this ministry until he had secured another ministry which was in conformity with the policy of Ottawa against the former colonists. Mr. Gerard, who had resigned his place in the first government, again accepted the task of forming a new ministry, and he called for this new cabinet. Pam, MGD, incomplete draft written on large sheets of lined paper, embossed in the upper left corner. The document is smeared and frayed at the folds. Riel numbered the pages from to. According to the context, this document would have been composed on a date after July 1874, the date on which M.A. Gerard became Prime Minister. The subject of their text is similar to that of the present text at that time. A member of Parliament or a provincial assembly who accepted a position in a cabinet had to give up his seat and seek re-election. This custom was based on the principle that anyone who accepted a paid position from the Crown had to return to his constituents and thus ensure their support as a representative. Riel's thesis on Ottawa's reluctance with regard to the application of the principle of representative government in Manitoba, namely that the federal government did not want to have its hand forced on the question of amnesty by the Manitoban population who would have refused to re-elect ministers who did not support its views, seems erroneous. Given the lack of political leadership and experience in the community, the divisions among the population, and given that the administrative institution had to be created from scratch, the traditional conventions of responsible government seemed superfluous and the lieutenant governor had to play a role other than a figurative one. Moreover, to argue that if a responsible government had been in place, the public's desire for amnesty would have prevailed was to lend Manitoba a degree of influence over federal policy that it did not have. Donnelly, the Government of Manitoba, pp. Markham Gerard, Provincial Secretary Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General Alfred Boyd, Minister of Public Works Thomas Howard, whose first portfolio was that of Public Works which he subsequently exchanged for that of Provincial Secretary. The ministry of H.J. Clark was overthrown in July 1874 following a motion of no confidence. A few days later, Emma was given the task of forming a new government. Gerard Alexander Morris, the second Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba. Dissertation on Manitoba Politics. // The betrayal of the Canadian government on the subject of amnesty is not the only one against which we have had to protest since the hostile arrival of Colonel Wolseley at Fort Garry. The following year, at the beginning of the Canadian government committed another perfidious action against which we have made our protests heard each time we have demanded the faithful execution of the Manitoba Act. The second clause of the Act of Manitoba constitutes for this province a responsible government similar to that of the generality of the other Canadian provinces, as if Manitoba had been, from the beginning, one of the Confederate provinces. The 36th clause of the same Act, in fixing the duration of the government of Rupert's Land and the Northwest Territory, until January 1871, and until the end of the then next session of Parliament, also determines the time when our responsible government was to be inaugurated. Betrayed as we were by Canada on the subject of amnesty, we were eager to see the moment arrive when the inauguration of our Parliament and our responsible government would take place. We are eagerly calling for this moment when we can put in the hands of our representatives the responsibility of defending our rights and above all of demanding amnesty. We expected that our representatives would only act on the responsible ministry and that this in turn would advise the Lieutenant Governor on a ministerial policy consistent with the views and interests of the people. We had the legitimate hope that by these constitutional means Ottawa would soon be required to do us justice, by proclaiming the general amnesty as promised. But seeing the strength that our institutions of the Free English province were going to give us against it, the government of Ottawa, in agreement with the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, resolved to break, in the formation of the executive of this province, the constitutional link which places the ministers in the necessity of seeking the confidence of the chamber. He instructed his Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba to remove his ministers from the influence of the people, as much as possible, and to place them under his own dependence. To fulfill the goal of his masters in Ottawa, the Lieutenant Governor began by claiming that it was not necessary to risk the government of the province in the hands of the ministers he was going to choose. And he who had consented to settle at Fort Garry, without the proclamation of the stipulated amnesty, who had consented to become in our eyes the lieutenant of the perfidious government of Ottawa, daring to present himself as the safest friend of the province, safer than the Constitution itself, he charged his own person with the role of Prime Minister. Instead of calling on a member of the Legislative Assembly to form a ministry, it was he who directly called each member of his cabinet. The Constitution limits the number of members of our executive to 5. Apart from the President who is from the Legislative Council, the 4 other ministers so appointed by the Lieutenant Governor were from the Legislative Assembly. But as none of them owed their portfolio to each other, they all found themselves independent of each other, without solidarity between them, without energy as a body, but on the other hand, all separately enjoying the favor of the Lieutenant Governor. He was a remedy for this evil. By accepting portfolios of ministers under the Crown, these 4 members of the Legislative Assembly had lost the right to their seats as representatives of the people. According to the Constitution, they had made their seat vacant. All they had to do was get re-elected. The people could not accept them, if they did not have to present a policy consistent with their interests. He could protest against the danger of having the Lieutenant Governor as Prime Minister and demand that this office belonging by right to a representative of the people be entrusted to a representative of the people. But so that his ministers would not have to compromise in favor of any policy on the part of their voters, so as not to expose themselves to hearing blame for the defective way in which he had used to form his ministry, and also so as not to expose themselves to seeing the people refused to re-elect certain of their ministers who had been sent to them and recommended by the federal government, a particularity of which the people were beginning to hear about and to be rightly mortified. The Lieutenant Governor did not allow the members of his strange ministry to return before the people to be re-elected. He kept them minister like that is to say under his own dependence, and removed as much as possible from the influence of the people. For 3 years and more, the province of Manitoba has been governed by an arbitrary and unconstitutional executive of which not a single member is a representative of the people. The disadvantages of this unacceptable government were not apparent in all, nor to their extent, as long as the Honourable Mr. Archibald remained governor. Because if it is true to say that this man had accepted the responsibility of the federal government to come and play a false role in Manitoba and the Northwest, it is no less true to say that this gentleman, during his stay in the middle, showed himself to be gifted with a naturally just and upright mind. And it is probable that he had agreed to accept this position, false as it was, in the hope of changing it before long. But it only got worse. During the 2 years that he remained Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Archibald was much less governor than Prime Minister. He almost alone bore the full weight of the situation. Hoping and still asking for amnesty. He was able to contain to a certain point the violence of the Orange Lodges and prevent them from pushing their hatred, their revenge, the ruinous projects against the former colonists and the Métis too far, and he maintained their confidence. But the overly prolonged absence of the promised amnesty and the irresponsibility of 3 new representatives of the people. These 3 members, by accepting a portfolio, lost their seats and ceased to be representatives of the people. So that until July 1874, of our representatives elected at the end of December 1870, we only had. In such conditions, let's see if the chamber is not a simulation. All questions in the chamber are decided by a majority of votes. But if on our members elected by the people, for the Legislative Assembly, have ceased to be representatives and these favorites of the Lieutenant Governor, continue to hold a seat of representative in the room and to direct all the discussions of proposing all the measures and all the laws, we understand that in all this, these 9 generally concern themselves much less with the interests of their former constituents than with the good pleasure of the one who calls them in turn to his, and the others who alone are truly representatives of the people, by dividing themselves on any question in the most equal manner possible, find the majority in number. Let us assume that on any question of the administration of justice in the province, whether for creation, for maintenance, or for the organization of courts of justice, having civil and criminal jurisdiction, including procedure in civil matters, in these courts, the majority of the true representatives put themselves in favor of the true interests and desires of the province, and that the minority 7, by the very fact of the minority, cannot make its views prevail. What will happen? The minority will always find among the Lieutenant Governor's favorites the support it needs to have the strength. And we are led by the minority. Better than that, the favorites of the Canadian Lieutenant Governor, who alone are more numerous than the simple majority of our representatives, govern us as they please. This is how, in reality, our courts of justice were created, are maintained and are organized. Our legislature is unconstitutional, unacceptable. Our courts are not our courts. Because they are not created, they are not maintained, nor organized by the majority of our representatives. PAM, MGD, unfinished draft written in ink on large sheets of lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The sheets are written on one side only. They have a margin of 3 centimeters. The foliage from to is in the hand of Riel. The bottom of the second sheet was cut without affecting the text. The sheets, and bear the initials P.S. in Riel's hand. In the upper left corner. Some of the pages are worn and torn along the edges. The text has links to this one. Although there is no indication of a date, this sentence from the text puts us on the trail. For 3 years and more, the province of Manitoba has been governed by an arbitrary and unconstitutional executive. The inauguration of the civil government took place on January 1871. See texts, and which provide other examples of the same concerns about unconstitutional procedures. Garnet Joseph Wolseley, Commandant de l'Expedition de la Rivière Rouge. Adams George Archibald, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Dissertation on Manitoba politics. / of his ministers ended up making the burden he had taken on unbearable. In the fall of 1872, he left Fort Garry to go to Ottawa. He left saying that he would certainly not return, if he did not obtain amnesty and if he could not succeed in restoring the finances of Manitoba, which the federal government had lost, by not separating its accounts and its expenses from the accounts and expenses of the province. Ottawa preferred to accept the resignation of the Honourable Mr. Archibald. He therefore found himself powerless to have the amnesty proclaimed and to prevent the federal government from disposing of the revenues of the province as it wished. This would not have happened if Manitoba had had its responsible government to take jealous care of the interests of the people, and to advise the Honourable Mr. Archibald according to all the guarantees of public freedom consecrated by the Act of Manitoba, which is not only the act of our Constitution, but also that of our stipulations with the Canadian government. In Ottawa, the authorities wanted to replace Mr. Archibald with the Honourable Morris. The latter had been part of the federal government during the Troubles in the Northwest and during the Ministry's arrangements with the provisional government. The Honourable Mr. Morris accepted without modification or without any scruple the false situation that he was deemed worthy of filling. The new Lieutenant Governor took office declaring, not by proclamation, but in simple conversations, that he did not want to govern like his predecessor, but that he wanted to entrench himself in the constitutionality of his position. And he who must ensure that federal laws are respected in the province of which he is the Lieutenant Governor, he who seemed to want to make the word constitution sound, he let the Act of Manitoba, which is federal law, which is the constitution of our province and which is also a treaty, become a dead letter on the subject of responsible government and on the subject of several other things. He left his executive without a constitutional prime minister. He continued to use the members of this executive, as they were, that is to say without sending them back to their constituents to be re-elected. With the majority of these ministers lacking solidarity among themselves, irresponsible to the people of whom they are not representatives, a majority that the Lieutenant Governor easily monopolizes. Given that these ministers owe him everything, the Honourable Mr. Morris has completed the plunge of Manitoba into debt and into a completely despicable administration of justice. The Honourable Mr. Morris pretends to behave like a constitutional governor. He repeats quietly, and as often as he deems necessary to be believed, that he is a constitutional governor. But deep down it is what Honourable Mr. Archibald was, to himself his Prime Minister. With this. Pam, MGD. Incomplete draft written in black ink on large sheets of lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The bottom of the first page is missing but the text remains complete. Riel numbered the pages, and the content of the text is similar to this. Riel does not mention a date or place of provenance, but the similarity of this document to the text strongly supports the possibility that they were both composed around the same time, i.e. in 1874. The upper left corner of each sheet is decorated with the initials Q.P.S.R. What you redeemed with your precious blood, Q.Vus, Jesus Christ, have redeemed with your precious blood. The same initials are also found in the text Adams George Archibald, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Memoir relating to the difficulties of the Red River. To th. Scott had finally put an end to these troubles in the Northwest. The provisional government of this territory took advantage of the restoration of public tranquility to send delegates to Ottawa. The negotiations opened in this capital of Canada between the delegates of the Canadian government and the provisional government, I will not say only under the vigilant attention of the Canadian press, of all the people and of Parliament, but also with the knowledge and view of the entire continent, under the express mandate of Her Majesty the Queen of England. The fundamental condition of an agreement was on the part of our delegates that all the difficulties which had just arisen would be resolved without exception in a general amnesty. No doubt this amnesty was obligatory simply because the two colonies in dispute both reached a friendly understanding. Regardless, the people of the Northwest who established the provisional government, and the dignitaries, the officers of this provisional government had nothing to reproach themselves for and were not guilty of having executed. Scott, during these troubles, since Canada, our unjust aggressor, had attacked us by its employees, weapons in their hands, and had thus placed us in the necessity of defending ourselves in the same way. However, the Orangemen's habit of treating us as inferior, and the example that the Canadian government and its employees followed, by treating us as rebels, because we had not wanted to submit to their arbitrary procedures, made us see clearly how little our enemies cared. Pam, MGD, unfinished draft written on a sheet of lined paper. The sheet is soiled and torn. The document, without bearing a date, nevertheless seems to have been composed towards the end of 1874 or the beginning of 1875. The context leads us to believe that we are in the presence of a first draft of the text, or in the presence of notes which would have been used in its preparation. Memoir relating to the difficulties of Red River. Its straw, Omi jail before the arrival of the troops on August 1870, O'Donoghue with the majority of the French representatives, Alone and Scott of Winnipeg, were unshakably of the opinion to send to meet the troops as far as the mouth of the Winnipeg 2 men charged with asking them if they were bearers of amnesty. Otherwise, to tell them not to move forward. From August until the evening, I had to fight against this determination, refusing to sanction it and preventing it from being followed anyway. August Harrison, representative of Pointe-de-Chance, supported me in the most determined way. I had another thought, that of gathering at Fort Garry all the Métis who had served the provisional government, placing them on the south side of the Assiniboine and west of the Red River ready to greet the troops with a bonfire, while I with 80 or 100 men on guard, standing at the south gate of Fort Garry, having sent prominent men of the country to meet the commander to tell him that the fort was free and unoccupied. To receive the Queen's representative, I would have waited to withdraw with the Métis until the troops had taken possession of the fort. A small minority was hesitant if they would adopt this plan, but the others did not want it. The result of the discussion of these different ideas was that, due to lack of agreement, nothing was done in one direction or the other. Towards the beginning I told Mr. John McTavish that I would expect the troops around. So I was on the alert for a long time. Rarely going to bed before AM, having guards every evening far behind Winnipeg, fearing that the troops whose bad intentions were known to me would arrive at us during the night. I had detectives near the fort appeared. But towards the end I began to fear them. Those who were Americans, although interested in serving me well, were on such intimate terms with the Donahue, and those who were Muskegeons or English, though undoubtedly devoted, had already warned me and proved that they would be greatly exposed if their communications with our half-breeds became known. However, in the morning I knew that the troops were arriving. Monsignor Tatch arrived. I went to see him with O'Donoghue, Dauphiné, Poitras, Schmidt. I did not want to speak to Monsignor about anything political. But he hastened to say that he had all the possible assurances, but none in writing. I said to him, "What consoles us is that you did your best." Then I added in front of Joe's Royal, if the people were less young, Canada would not compromise with us like this. Monsignor said that the troops were still far away and were exhausted from the journey, and were not to be feared because their orders were precise, that General Lindsay had told him that this movement was nothing other than a movement of troops going from one place to another. I just didn't want to respond. Returning to the fort, another detective was waiting for me to tell me that the troops would come to Stock that evening. At the Nepad. I urged our people to salvage as much as we could of what belonged to us in the hold. For 2 weeks I had been busy with this thing, but O'Donoghue's idea of resisting the troops paramountized my precautionary measures. In the evening I assembled the council. Gerard, Royal, Dubuck came to see us. I suspended the council for a quarter of an hour, and during this time brought in these gentlemen, who took their leave of us after about 10 minutes spent with us. I was going to take them back to the crossing of the Big River. It was very dark. It was starting to rain a little. At the end of the quarter of an hour of distraction, I was at the fort continuing the council. It was 9 o'clock. I told the advisors that our duty was to leave the position only when the troops took it. It was important that none of the men in the fort should go out without orders this night more than before. However, I feared that our enemies from last winter would take advantage of the approach of the troops to attempt some assault on us. That we should not let ourselves be massacred by these people. As for the troops themselves, I said that I wanted to see for myself what they would do during the night. That consequently 2 things were necessary. Degree that while continuing to clear the fort of belongings that belonged to us, it was necessary that the soldiers and all our people at the fort were on a very punctual surveillance basis. Degree that I needed 4 men on horseback to accompany me to the Wolseley camp on the west side of the Red River, and 2 other men on horseback to accompany Mr. O'Donoghue, who was happy to go to the east side of the Red River to see if there was any movement there. We left in pouring rain coming from the north. The weather was so dark that 2 men on horseback holding hands could barely see each other. We were fully armed. We moved forward with the greatest caution, especially when we had to cross the bridge of some flow. Because the abundance of rain having caused these flows to rise, fearing that parties might be in ambush there, we did not dare in the middle of this darkness to venture near the bridges. nor on the bridges which without hindrance on the way could have been barricaded in a moment for the return. So we recognized the places as much as possible. Finally we saw the glow of the fires. We pushed far enough to make out the fires themselves. But it was evident that we were approaching the line of sentinels and outposts, and having no business of passing into their hands. We returned names. Our horses seemed on the alert, snorting loudly. The word of command having brought back my 4 guards near to each side of me. We returned to the fort, still being careful. Colonel Gay, Baptiste Newelt, Francis St. Luc and Charles Campan were the people who accompanied me. Gay, who had taken our interests to heart, was worried and disgusted with the English. From time to time Champagne played a prank. The other 2 were very cheerful, Street Luck especially. But we were wet to the skin. We returned to the fort around a I saw everyone, those who worked in the hangars, those who guarded, the soldiers watching over the barracks, and the representatives. Donahue also returned, having discovered nothing. I took off my soaked sweatshirt and my shoes. Thrown 2 big blankets on my back, wrapped myself in them, got into bed. I slept about 3/4 of an hour. My main papers were sent and Schmidt was working to save those of his department. When I got up it was starting to get light. The rain had not let up. Around 8 o'clock I was served a meat lunch. I was hungry. I ate well, but the cold and lack of sleep undoubtedly made me too unwell. I experienced it shortly after my lunch. Mr. William Fraser, one of our representatives, came to the fort early in the morning. I asked him if he had seen the troops. He tells me no. So I said to him, "It is especially now that you will be able to know my true intentions." But he seemed to ignore my words. Pam, MGD, incomplete draft written on folio sheets of lined paper. The paper is smeared, the ink has faded, and the edges of the pages are torn. The annotation document B at the top of the first page is not in the same ink as that of the text. It was probably added by another hand at a later date. The annotation B at the top of the 5th page is similar to that found on the first page. In the left margin of the 4th page appear marks that resemble those of a game of tic-tac-toe. The ink is similar to that used to write the text. We have also identified by means of letters the texts, and B2%. William Bernard O'Donoghue, Treasurer in the Provisional Government. Hugh Alone, Winnipeg Representative at the November Convention. Member of the Provisional Government. Alfred Henry Scott, Winnipeg Representative at the January Convention. Member of the Provisional Government. It was impossible to identify these characters. François Xavier Dauphiné, Métis from St. François Xavier, became Vice President of the Provisional Government. Pierre Poitras, Métis from St. François Xavier, representative of his parish at the November and January conventions. Louis Schmidt, Métis from St. Boniface, Assistant Secretary of State in the Provisional Government. Sir James Alexander Lindsay, British military officer who led the organization of the Red River Expedition. Markham Gerard, a French-Canadian who came to Red River at the instigation of Bishop Tatch. Joseph Royal, lawyer and journalist from Montreal, came to Manitoba in 1870. Joseph Dubuc, a classmate of Riel's at their college in Montreal, came to Manitoba at Riel's invitation. This is the Red River where a ferry crossing operated near the mouth of the Assiniboine Garnet. Joseph Woolsey, commander of the Red River Expedition. J.E. Norbert Gay, French military officer who served in the Guerry campaigns. Jean-Baptiste No, Métis from St. Vital, cousin of Louis Riel. François St. Luc, Métis from St. and Charles Champagne, a law student from Quebec who came to Red River in 1870 with Joseph Dubuc. William Fraser, resident of Kildonan, member of the Council of Assiniboia from 1868 to 1870. XN. Memoir relating to the difficulties of the Red River. Precious in my eyes, and it has always been too precious for me to have dared to play with such a sacred thing. In the fight that the Ottawa government and the Honourable William McDougall had opened against us, we on both sides acted rather roughly, and that's something you can't avoid when you go to war. But I can assure Upper Canada that I consider it with too much admiration as a strong, enterprising and glorious people to have ever thought of offending it gratuitously. Could we, in defending ourselves against armed forces, be more moderate than we have been? Could we run less than what others would have been more sparing of the blood of those who came without any legal authority to declare to us the but I collect myself before the great God of heaven and earth, before the God of Upper and Lower Canada, I implore him to let me know by his all-merciful light if I did wrong in executing Th. Scott. I should rather say by leaving him or having him executed after having been convicted as he was before a court-martial. My God, I beg you by the blood of our Lord Jesus Christ and by the goodness of Mary Immaculate, let me know if I have done wrong in having executed. Scott. I am very willing, my God, to humiliate myself according to all justice by publicly confessing what I have done wrong. If I did wrong in having executed. Scott, Divine Spirit, deign to make it known to me perfectly, so that I may ask your forgiveness, implore perfect contrition and do penance for it, so that I ask forgiveness of men, so that I openly admit this fault, if I have made it. And if I did wrong by letting or having executed. Scott, deign to make me do penance in this world. Oh, how precious is a man's life in the sight of God. My God, my conscience is firm in the thought that the death of Scott is an execution that I allowed to happen, or that I had done for reasons of honesty and impartiality which protect me from your anger. So be with me. Moses did well to kill the Egyptian with his own hand. And I believe I acted with even more circumspection than him in relation to you and your justice, my God. Pam, MGD, incomplete draft written on folio sheets. We repaired the rips along the folds. The pagination is not by Riel. Compared to the other documents dealing with the death of Thomas Scott, the texts, and this one is placed on a different level, introspective and almost metaphysical. In all probability, the text will have been composed towards the end of 1874 or the beginning of 1875. Exodus. Letter to Edmund Mallet. / Major, I would like to please your grandchildren. But the measure of my means is small. Resigned to my poverty, doing what I can, I send each of them cents. It seems to me that I please God when I do something to gladden the hearts of little children. God's affection for them is so tender and so great. I very much hope that your grandchildren, these little friends of good, come to the aid of my undertakings with their little innocent and joyful prayers. USJBBM, Collection Mallet. This fragment is a copy of an original which has since disappeared. The copyist is the same as the one who transcribed the text. At the top of the second page, the copyist made this annotation: autographs of Louis Riel, Reverend J.B.H. Millet J.B. They were receiving R.F. Barnab. The text of the fragment does not allow us to determine with any precision the date and place of composition. Letter to Alphonse Desjardins. Albany. / Albany, New York, January 1875. Sir and very dear friend, it is time that I wished you a happy new year. I hope this new year is and will be favorable to you. And may your family enjoy perfect health. I owe you a lot for the year that has just ended. The difficulties that my knowledge caused you were great, but the generosity with which you accepted them was even greater. I mix my thanks with my wishes. I hope that the province of Quebec will obtain Lepin's life. If party spirit is strong, the momentum of this province to save us is also very strong. May God repay Lower Canada for the good it does us. May the New World succeed in making the true principles prevail, for which it fights so well. With the triumph of principles, the men and the young province of Manitoba will live. I hope that your efforts and your work for the Northwest, and especially since the arrest of Mr. Lepin, will end up being fully appreciated. I don't know when I can shake your hand. My respects and my wishes for a happy new year to your lady. I wish for the happiness of your grandchildren whose cheerfulness has often distracted me from my worries. My respects to your father. And to the doctors, my friends. I wish them all a happy new year. Your devoted and very grateful friend Louis Riel. I.Sab. Letter written in black ink on a /IO sheet that has been repaired. Above the salutation is written in pencil the annotation Louis Riel in a hand other than that of Riel. The name of Desjardins does not appear, but the contents of the letter leave no doubt as to the identity of the recipient. Furthermore, this letter had once been in the possession of Alfred Mignot who, in 1949, made a handwritten copy of it for manager Olivier Moraoult, rector of the University of Montreal. Mignot had written at the head of the copy, authentic copy of a letter from Louis Riel addressed to Mr. Alphonse Desjardins dated January 1875, AUM. Collection Baby. See text note. Ambrose de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, convicted of the murder of Thomas Scott and sentenced to the death penalty. See text note. Virginie Père Edward Desjardins, Doctors Louis Edouard and Henry Desjardins letter to Ignace Burget. Suncook //Suncook, New Hampshire. January 1875. Monsignor, I owe you my good wishes and my prayers. I remember your greatness every day, and often every day. But at the start of the year, it is appropriate that I redouble my consideration towards you. Because with the end of each year, we take the opportunity to take a break from the conduct of life. And with the beginning of a new year, all man seems to want to renew himself. It is especially in happy dispositions that we must think of being well. It is important for me that I be completely devoted to you, and to cause you, if I can, some pleasure. For since God brings me back to life through you, you certainly hold the place of God with me. And if I had the good fortune to give you some joy, I am sure that in doing so, I would also please the good Lord. Monsignor, let me tell you that I love you and that I am grateful to you. In memory of the novena that your greatness recommended to me to do last year, after you had the charity of calling me back to life, I began to do one last Friday. I regret being cold and almost without fervor there. Please ask God for his holy charity for me. Monsignor, I wish you good health, a happy new year and many consolations as pastor. I have the honor to be of your greatness, the grateful child Louis Riel. Acum. Letter written on folio paper. The purple ink has faded. The text also expresses Riel's gratitude to Manager Burget for having returned the. Riel recounts the details of this novena in the text neutral smiley. Letter to EA. Tasco. Suncook. / Suncook, January 1875 to His Majesty Monseigneur Tasco, Archbishop of Quebec. Monseigneur, the honor I had to pay you the homage of my respect last September invites me to obtain the joy of wishing happiness and good health to your greatness at the beginning of this year. Monsignor, I pray God to keep you for a long time on the glorious seat that you occupy, to make the seeds you plant grow and reach full maturity in the vast field entrusted to you for the glory of God. Exercise, Monsignor, on French-Canadian society, the Catholic influence that Holy Providence wants you to exercise on it. Be happy among those whom heaven has given you. This is one of the wishes that my heart forms for you. I hope, Monsignor, that I will often have the consolation of finding from you the enlightenment I need to continue the religious and national struggle that I have been waging for 5 years, because I am forced to do so by our enemies, and I wish to continue as much out of honor as out of duty. Since the bishops of Lower Canada are willing to come to our aid as they do through their influence, to rescue us from the fury of our enemies, and since for a long time to come, it is certain that Upper Canada will always try to crush the little Métis people, and that our safeguard, after Providence, will always be the only province of Quebec. Monseigneur, I confess to you, when I am freer than today I will dare to address your greatness, to the good capital of Quebec. Your salutary influence, the influence of your city will weigh heavily in our favor, in critical circumstances. What the local legislature has just done in favor of my courageous friend, Mr. Lepin, convinces me and excites my gratitude to a high. Please, Monsignor, accept the respectful expression of my most devoted and grateful feelings and believe me of your greatness, the very obedient and very humble servant Louis Riel. AQ, Diocese of St. Boniface I-12A, CN. A handwritten copy which is not in Riel's hand is found in AASB, Funds Tach, T55040. The original is written on lined paper. The folds show great fatigue. Above and below the date, in the top right corner, appear 2 annotations of a more recent date, 12A and letter from Louis. In 1874, in September, Riel visited Cardinal Tasco without, however, managing to arouse the same interest and support in this liberal prelate as in Manager Ignace Burget, the Ultramontane Bishop of Montreal. Stanley, Louis Riel, P. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. After the court sentenced him to the death penalty for the murder of Thomas Scott, the Legislative Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a resolution asking the Governor-General to pardon Lepin and Riel. Letter to Charles Lerich. Suncook. Suncook, New Hampshire, January 1875 to His Highness Monsignor Charles Lerich, Bishop of St. Hyacinthe. Monsignor, I owe to your greatness a respectful memory. The kind hospitality that you offered me and which I enjoyed so well during the few hours that I spent in Billow, your kindness, provide me with the opportunity to congratulate myself on the happy thought that brought me to see your greatness, to show my respect, to thank her for the interest that she herself and her diocese have in the cause of the Métis. Monsignor, at the beginning of this year, allow me to express to you the wishes I express for your happiness, for the success of your great and pious works. I wish you well. I will take the liberty of commending myself to the prayers of your greatness, me, my courageous friend, Mr. Lepin, and all those who suffer persecution for justice in Manitoba. Your prayers will be of great help to us. If God is for us, no one can ever harm us. Monsignor, it is certain that a serious political career opens up before me. I do not want to spoil it by moving away from the bishops, but rather, I want to make it fruitful for good, by staying close to them. I know I am unworthy of your attention. But the trouble you took to interrupt your numerous occupations to condescend to talk about the Northwest, and our troubles, when I went to Biloela, makes me hope that your greatness will still deign to take an interest in us. And I have the honor to be, Monsignor of your greatness, the very respectful and grateful servant, Louis Riel AESH, ill. A letter written in light purple ink on folio sheets of lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. Above and below the word Suncook. Another hand wrote the same word in black ink. Another annotation, in the same hand, written opposite the text, is found at the end of the letter. January 1875. Riel thanks the Ev for welcoming him for a moment. The visit probably took place in September 1874, when Riel visited Quebec and Trois-Rivières. Although the interview took place in Biloela, Riel also visited the episcopal town of St. Hyacinthe. There, in the offices of the local newspaper, Le Courrier, he met, among others, Honor Messier, who became Premier of the province of Quebec in 1887 following the feelings raised by the hanging of Riel. Robert Rumilly, History of the Province of Quebec, Montreal, Fides, 1971, Volume, George Edson Cartier, p. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott and sentenced to death. On January, 6 days before the date of this letter, Lepin had been informed of the commutation of his death sentence. The new sentence would consist of a 2-year prison term and the loss of his civil rights. Letter to N.J. Richot. Kiesevel. // New York, February 1875. Reverend J. N. Richot. Cure of Saint Norbert. Mr. Priest, it has been several months since I wrote to you. But be certain, every day and several times a day, I recommend you to the good Lord, so that he may support you, and reward you for all your work and sacrifices, as painful as they are. Great. Father, the time to wish each other a happy new year has passed. But I did not let it pass without presenting to heaven my wishes, for I see it as a consolation. I will even say that it is in a way a promise of success for our cause and for me, to learn that my outlawry has begun to be proclaimed in Saint Norbert. Our enemies do wrong. They are wrong to seek in this way to want to deal me the fatal blow, the same where the good Lord began to bless me. Where he deigned to continue to bless me, where I ask him to continue to help me, where I see him, where I want to see him constantly acting for our cause which is his. I'm glad our enemies have started proclaiming my outlawing in Saint Norbert. I thank God for having had the goodness to remove Monsieur Lepin from the mortal fury of our treacherous and barbaric oppressors. What will become of Nord? If these generous and unfortunate friends could feel the embraces I give them from afar, they know I'm all theirs. They can rest assured that I will not stop until we have full justice. And God helping us, we will get it. I may be expelled from Parliament again. If I don't know if I will go to Canada now. For the moment, it seems to me that I do not have a sufficient reason, a real and fairly considerable advantage to gain, to take the risk right away. Besides, I am waiting for God to make his will known to me in the way he pleases. I'm ready. I want to do whatever the good Lord wants me to do for his cause. Persecutions, Mr. Priest, bring me great happiness as they increase. Unworthy as I am, my confessors allow me to approach the holy table almost every day. I try to nourish myself, I try to nourish my moral strength, with obedience and with the bread of the strong. And I'm not in trouble. My concern is all for those who are dear to me and for our cause. And my hope is firmer than ever. Now that Mackenzie has got his hands on the issue of amnesty, in a way visible enough for everyone to talk about it, and to know it well. It is finished. We have it. He is launched into the fragile vessel of half measures which satisfy no one and whose nature is to produce general uncertainty. His weakness will give us amnesty. And what is much better, whatever the way in which Mackenzie makes us hold this amnesty, whether he is said to have been active or passive in this matter, he will have great blame in Upper Canada, and little credit in the province of Quebec. It is at this moment that we will bleed his vein to resolve more than one question. I saw the result of our provincial elections. I hope things go better than in the first Parliament. Farther, please offer my greetings to all our friends. If you could let us know that I am well. And even better than ever, you would make me a great pleasure. My respects to all the Reverend Fathers and gentlemen that you will have there opportunity to see. I don't know how to write to Monseigneur, now that I am truly outlawed. This letter, I am sending it to the Assumption by the parish priest of Keyseville so that from there it can be sent to you, without being suspicious. Please present my humble respects to Monseigneur. If I am expelled from Parliament once again, it would perhaps be the time, if it is feasible, to push the idea that you expressed to me last spring in Montreal, to be re-elected in some district of Quebec to represent it in the federal parliament. I have the honor, Mr. Priest, to subscribe to your grateful and respectful friend. Louis Riel. Pam, MGB. Document written on sheets of lined paper. The folds show a lot of fatigue the sheriff had proclaimed Riel's outlawry after Mass, in St. Norbert, on January 1875. Le Métis, St. Boniface, January 1875. See text note. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott and sentenced to the death penalty. The Governor-General, Lord Dufferin, granted Lepin a commutation of his sentence. Reno, a cousin of Louis Riel who sat on the military tribunal that convicted Thomas Scott, was later charged with the murder of Thomas Scott. But the jury failed to reach a verdict. When the amnesty was proclaimed, No was released on bail and proceedings against him were subsequently dropped. Perhaps Riel realized that if there had been people who had questioned the wisdom of the decision to re-elect him in September 1874, there must now, with time, be more people who thought the same way. Alexander Mackenzie, Prime Minister of Canada. Manager Alexandre Antonin Thatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Fabian Barnab, Priest of Keyseville, New York. With letter relating to amnesty. // The majority of English people in the Confederation have been accustomed, for 4 years, to ignoring and denying that a general amnesty had ever been promised. She has been accustomed to opposing such amnesty. On the other hand, Lower Canada always believed that a general amnesty had been guaranteed. He understood it. And he ended up putting forward the reasons that militated in favor of a full amnesty, and strongly asking for it. During these 4 years, Upper Canada, through the perfidious inaction of Sir John, and the unrestrained hostility of Mackenzie, took away from the French race the preponderant influence that the provisional government had acquired for many years in the Northwest. The entire mixed race population is outraged and betrayed. Its main defenders are slandered and persecuted with impunity. The Métis lack homogeneous emigration, because they fear, when they come to find us, they will suffer like us. Manitoba, which is the gateway to the Northwest, is filling with elements favorable to Ontario. And for lack of freedom, for lack of amnesty, from our first Parliament, our representation, initially equal in number to the English representation, is thrown into a notable inferiority from 12 to 12 that it was. It now only acts against it. Having once regained this great object, Upper Canada found itself consoled for the failures and humiliations suffered. In its national point of view, it was enough. And from then on, amnesty became a question that could not be pushed any further. Mackenzie and MacDonald knew how fortunate they had been to succeed so well with such a bad cause. They understood that exasperation could return to the Métis and perhaps even to the French Canadians. For Mackenzie, whose zeal against us had played Sir John hard, from a party point of view, all that remained for him was to clear this question of amnesty from his own intrigues and those of his adversary. If MacDonald himself still sought to complicate it, It was only to delay its outcome, in order to give himself time to resolve it himself and thus make amends in the eyes of his allies in Lower Canada, if that were possible. Mackenzie therefore needed a plausible reason to justify turning around, and surrendering his sail to the wind that was blowing in the direction of complete amnesty. The report of the committee is there to serve him admirably well. This report in hand, he said to Sir John, "You have been discovered. You promised a complete amnesty. I have to give it. It's your fault. Thanks to you, the government's honor is at stake. I have to get it out." Lepine and Riel, whom Upper Canada was keen to punish, received the honor of the government as a guarantee of a complete amnesty. Despite myself, I must act. And in fact, as the duty to redeem national honor must speak louder than all repugnance, Mr. Mackenzie would have been there. Unassailable. It would have been logical. He would have shown honesty. And his party, in Ontario, had what it needed to defend itself and maintain firm confidence vis-a-vis the Tories. Upper Canada may be fanatical and unscrupulous towards us. We know how smart it is in business. And if because of such an attitude, Mackenzie had really found himself in an impasse, this province would not have failed to say to him, "Work, after all, you did well." Besides, it seems to me that it would have been a great move for Mackenzie, after having made amnesty such a burning issue, to get his hands on it in this way, to extinguish it completely, when he no longer needs it, take it completely, at once, out of the political domain. Sir John would have been appalled, especially since there was nothing left for him to do there, or even to see there. While today the question will not be settled, Sir John's party will continue to stir it up, to agitate it. It is even now that he has a good chance of doing so. Sir John remains, as well, with the reasonable hope, if not of saying the last word of their difficulty, at least to greatly harm a notoriously inconsistent, dishonest and clumsy adversary. As for the French-Canadian ministers, we could make at least the same criticisms against them as against Mr. Mackenzie. We can say that they too were inconsistent, not very proud of the honor of the government and clumsy. But with this difference that Mackenzie wandered to please his province, while our ministers wandered, knowing that they collided head-on with the unanimous opinion, the unanimous sympathies, the true interests of all the French-Canadian people. It could be pointed out to them that it is little to their credit not to have understood, or to have acted as if they had not understood, that amnesty was a dried-up question for the national interest of Upper Canada, since by betraying this question, this province had been able to regain a serious preponderance in the Northwest, for not having understood that this is nothing more than a party card game, that naturally it was embarrassing for Mackenzie to start one morning, turning back, in front of everyone, a current that he himself had given to ideas, that he was hard-pressed to retrace his steps, that when his interest made it necessary for him, he should insist on appearing to return only with great repugnance, but that deep down he would be happy if Lower Canada forced his hand, that it would be doing Mackenzie himself a favor to force his hand on this occasion, and that, given the attitude of the province of Quebec in favor of a complete amnesty, only French-Canadian ministers were able to lend him the solid support he needed to be reassured against the difficulties he feared. That it was therefore up to them to help him effectively. If the Mackenzie-Fornia ministry had recommended a complete amnesty, as it would have been easy for it to do after the resolutions and the speech of the Minister of Public Works, it would carry with it all the support of Lower Canada, without losing any of its forces in Ontario. But we will see what results he will achieve with his recommendation of an amnesty armed with the prescription. Half measures of this kind are half satisfactions, that is to say disappointments for everyone. They produce non-confidence. It seems to me that we should not take into account the allegation that England is hostile to a complete amnesty. Nothing seems more false to me than that. Let's go to the evidence. On July 1873, Lord Kimberley said to the Governor-General, "But as the Canadian government is now responsible for the affairs of Manitoba, and as any decision rendered in relation to the question of amnesty must necessarily have a great influence on these affairs, His Majesty's government, before sending to your lordship any instructions in this respect, desire to know whether your ministers have any objection to the granting of an amnesty with the restriction above indicated. We see that England is ready to do whatever Canada takes the responsibility of advising it. There is only one thing that England does not want to do, even though Canada advises it, that is to come out of its reserves. Canada can tell him over and over again, resolve the issue yourself. Only you can. England will always respond as Lord Carnarvon responded to Count Dufferin last January, despite the full confidence of His Majesty's government in the perfection and impartiality of the account which you have been able to make of the circumstances relating to this affair. There are serious objections to its undertaking to decide a question which can only be understood in its full extent by those who, being on the spot, know all the details. I also do not believe that we should identify the action of the Governor-General with the policy of the Colonial Office, on this question of the North. England appoints a Governor-General of Canada. But this governor is responsible for his actions. And he must have the courage to take all this responsibility in certain cases. If he does well, so much the better. If he hurts, too bad for him. For England, it wants to stay above this possible blame. And I find that she takes great care to remind Count Dufferin of this, when Lord Carnarvon continues the fourth paragraph of which I have just quoted the beginning, in his January dispatch, by saying, "It is because of the almost insurmountable difficulty for people from a distant country and who, necessarily can only know imperfectly the facts and opinions that the Queen confers on the governors of her colonies, the exercise of the prerogative of pardoning, to those of their citizens convicted of crimes by the courts. And I am," adds Lord Carnarvon, "I am definitely of the opinion that in the 39th paragraph of your dispatch, you precisely indicate the manner of action to follow. That is to say that by acting by virtue of the powers with which you are invested by the royal instructions, you yourself must, here is the point, you yourself must decide whether the sentence pronounced against Lepin must be suffered. Also the action of the Governor-General is made very distinct from that of the Imperial Government. In the 5th paragraph, Lord Carnarvon announces, however, that Her Majesty's Government agrees to provide the assistance and support that Count Dufferin and his ministers expect. And in the 6th paragraph, he makes it known how far this assistance and this support will go. "It is with great pleasure," said Lord Coles Carnarvon, "that I can adhere to the course of action which you yourself have deemed appropriate in view of the considerations which, after careful consideration, have not appeared to justify complete pardon for the crimes committed." All the rest of the correspondence between the Governor-General and the Colonial Office is an attempt to help each other as much as their sympathies would like, but which the interest of politics constantly keeps within the limits desired by prudence. In a word, it is a passing game of the same ideas which are communicated to one by the other, to be reheated before returning, and in which the two end up intertwining to such an extent that unless you pay close attention, you no longer know which of the two is acting. But this should not prevent us from seeing the true meaning of the dispatches. The Governor-General gives his information, the Colonial Office defines the position it deems appropriate to take, it makes its reservations. And it is only after that he begins to repeat, in the tone of his authority, what the Governor-General has communicated to him, taking care not to conclude with more than the premises laid down by the latter. Adhering to his line of conduct, to his impressions, to his very expressions, and to the spirit of his communications, but no more than that. Let us now examine the conduct of Count Dufferin on the very fact of the commutation. He therefore commutes, according to his own judgment, the sentence allegedly legally imposed against Mr. Lepin. This commutation which cannot fail to be agreeable to us, in that it saves the life of a man unjustly convicted, and sentenced to death by courts which have no right to proceed against him in the Scott case, of a man to whom we are devoted as he himself was devoted to the national cause in the Northwest. This commutation, I say, is made in such a way as to bleed our hearts, since it makes us overwhelmed with new misfortunes, our foreheads covered with insults, a ball and chain on our feet, the one whose complete release is due to us. However, Count Dufferin, in doing this, did not listen. Only followed his inclinations to be hostile to us. Other things served as his advice. Lord Carnarvon said to him in his January dispatch these words which I have already quoted: "It is because of the almost insurmountable difficulty for people from a distant country and who, necessarily, can only know imperfectly the facts and the opinions that the Queen, etc., etc. Let's first see what the facts are. The Canadian government and the adventurers of Ontario trampled underfoot the rights of nations, when they wanted to seize the direction of our public affairs by force, when they, foreigners, proclaimed the fall of the government of the Hudson's Bay Company, which we regarded as ours. To enter the Northwest Territory, as they did, was to give themselves in our eyes, and in the eyes of all, the title of invaders. Agents of the Canadian government, friends of Upper Canada, have openly declared war on us, without having either imperial authority, right, or cause to wage war against us. We, by defending with arms in hand our lives and our properties threatened, and our rights shamefully disregarded, we acted within the limits of legitimate resistance. Scott lost his life. But it is a misfortune that he must have foreseen, of which he was willing to run the risk, by becoming a member of Colonel Dennis's active militias. The scope of this risk must have appeared to him in all its reality, when, having already been imprisoned, for the first time, at the beginning of December 1869, as a very dangerous partisan of MacDougall, and having escaped from his prison, we meet him again, after a few months, in the ranks of this enemy militia, on a battlefield. But especially from the moment that he had become, a second time, our prisoner of war, he should have understood the more than obvious danger to which he exposed himself, by further inciting his companions in prison to revolt, by himself throwing himself on the captain of his guards, striking him, while his companions, too faithful to follow his instigations and his example, pulled down the partitions of their apartments and used them to take control of the soldiers charged with keep them, thus going beyond all known rules of moderation. At the same time that Ontarians were committing these acts of violent aggression, in Fort Garry, where they were our prisoners of war, the savages of the country were in great agitation. Who was agitating them? Among others, one named Monkman like Scott, in the pay of Colonel Dennis, and who had received from this agent of the Canadian government the mission of raising the savages against the former colonists, whose establishments were thus exposed to barbaric massacres. When the mass of the people no longer saw anyone governing public affairs, to avoid the extreme misfortune of anarchy, they entrusted us with their government. We therefore governed, relying as much on the need to ensure our preservation as on a respectful presumption of imperial authority, for this. But unless we forced our prisoners of war not to fight their guards, it became impossible for us to impose, to command those who continued to conspire outside against the peace, property and lives of citizens. One of those who had invaded our native country, a brigand, one of the madmen who had been working, as we know, for a long time to cause a civil war and an Indian war to break out among us, Scott was brought before a war council, condemned to death and executed. The punishment was inflicted because it was richly deserved. It was beneficial, because he forced peace on the perverse or blind Ontarians who were constantly redoubling their efforts to continue the war that MacDougall and Dennis had declared on us 3 months before. This war, of which Mr. D. Smith, Special Commissioner of Canada, with us, had himself worked for the greater part of his time at Garry, to inflame the animosities, and whose attacks he had tried to direct, before resorting to the peaceful and honest means that the latitude of his instructions left him the freedom to adopt. The federal government condemned in a dispatch to Mr. MacDougall, dated December 1869, his proclamations of false Canadian annexation and unjust war. But this dispatch was only made public in the Northwest after the arrival of His Majesty Monsignor Tatch, responsible for making it known. If the war declared at Fort Garry, at the beginning of December 1869, by MacDougall and Dennis, in the name of Canada, was only disavowed by the federal government after the military execution of Thomas Scott, the only ones who can be held responsible for this execution are the agents of Canada and Canada itself. Before the execution of Scott, Canadian commissioners invited the provisional government to come to an amicable understanding with. After the execution of Scott, a new commissioner from Canada again invited the same provisional government to always come to an amicable agreement with the government of Ottawa. The invitation was accepted. The provisional government and the Canadian government dealt together and resolved together the difficulties of the Northwest. These are the facts. The Governor-General has long known that Ontario is wrong, from the point of view of law and all justice, that the Canadian government, as an unjust aggressor, finds itself in an untenable position on the whole question of the troubles in the Northwest. The Governor-General, in judging the facts, knows very well that the provisional government was legitimately constituted. He has seen very well and for a long time that the Métis people, the members and officers of the provisional government, were and still are right, that Scott's death is justifiable, that the Canadian government has no jurisdiction to exercise retrospectively over us, for times when we did not belong to it in any way, such as from the 1st of July 1867 until the same month, 1870, and even if he had this jurisdiction, the laws of conscience between nations absolutely forbade him from making us endure the slightest suffering, the slightest concern for difficulties already arranged and for which he had been the first to request the amicable solution. That Lower Canada has every reason in the world to support us. We would be surprised to hear Count Dufferin's conscientious personal comments on this. As for the opinions, this is how they presented themselves to him. If Ontario is wrong, if he was repressed in the Northwest, as he deserved, he retained a strong resentment, which he expressed loudly, both in the federal parliament and in his local parliament, and in all his press, and on all his hustings. He made incredible efforts until he caught up. He deliberately ignored the provisional government, the stipulations that the federal government had made with this same provisional government, and he mocked the accomplished resolution of all the difficulties. By starting his hostilities all over again. He focused his hatred on the execution of Thomas Scott, which he called a cruel, atrocious, unjustifiable murder. Such is the language of the mass of the people in Upper Canada. But the very political leaders of this province have marched on this at the head of public opinion. While in Lower Canada, the people may well give their sympathies to the provisional government and to the champions of its cause in the North and in the East West, no matter how much he agitated and demanded. Its leaders in the ministry, and the official press with a few noble exceptions, far from favoring these good impulses in their due measure, have made it their task to surround them. As ministers of different colors succeed one another in power, whatever their previous view on this question, they immediately compress public opinion, the voice of the French-Canadian people. The Governor-General has noted that this conduct of our ministers paralyzes Lower Canada in the reclamation of its rights and in the true expression of its best-deserved sympathies. He sees that public opinion in Lower Canada and the Métis thus thwarted in Ottawa by their own leaders remains weakened and as if without spring. Clearly, on the other hand, opinion in Ontario is stronger and more powerfully used by the leaders of this province to make their most unjust and arrogant pretensions prevail. It is from these facts and these opinions that the Governor-General based his reasoning, and he said to himself, the French Canadians and the Métis have the right. Their Ottawa ministers may invite them to procrastinate indefinitely, but here they have arrived at assert itself quite strongly, so let's not hold the officials of the provisional government who are accused of Scott's death. Upper Canada and its people in the Northwest were and are still wrong, but since they have asserted themselves, their political leaders in the lead to the point of intimidating the French-Canadian ministers for almost 5 years, and since they have succeeded in making the members of the provisional government look like murderers and in exercising false jurisdiction over them, let us agree with Upper Canada and the followers of its cause. Let us stigmatize the members of the provisional government. It seems to me that the commutation of Lepin's sentence, as done by Count Dufferin, is a perfect summary of the current political situation in Canada. On January, the Governor-General announced to Lord Carnarvon that everyone was satisfied. As for me personally, he said, I cannot help but be deeply touched, in the presence of the testimonies of confidence placed in me by the population with whom I have the good fortune to be in contact, of the impartiality and the correctness of view which marked the decision which it was my duty to make in relation to this serious and important question. Excellency has the pleasure of being in contact mainly with the ministers who represent it, and the retinue of their friends. I certainly wouldn't want to judge this tribute otherwise than it deserves. But the first remark that came to my mind when reading this did not lead me to take these words of the Governor-General as a compliment. They seem to me to be a report which wants to say to England, you know, Upper Canada was wrong. And of course it is proud of the turn of events. Lower Canada and the Métis had the right on their side. But we can be without worry, their ministers here and their official newspapers are not yet in too bad a mood. Why did our ministers let us have a trial without jurisdiction? Once Lepin was sentenced to death by an incompetent court, why did they not insist on the pardon decided by the Governor-General in Council? They cannot exonerate themselves. If they had wanted it, the pardon of Lepin would have been decided in Council. Never would the English ministers have dared to leave the solution of this question to the discretion of the Governor, without the consent of their French colleagues. What, too, control Anglo-Saxon hostility in state deliberations. We only have the presence of our ministers, their dedication and their energy, and our ministers are going to entrust to hands in whom we do not trust the task of resolving an essentially French-Canadian question. When our politicians arrive at the helm of affairs, the French-Canadian people shout to them, "You are our most trusted men. In all your difficulties in defending our rights, our sacred rights, when you have to fight too much, we ask you through the voice of the Constitution to appeal to us." And now in this obviously just question, so openly proclaimed just by Mackenzie himself, our ministers, without needing to appeal to their constituents, since the petitions of the provincial legislature, of all the people, still supported by the enormous weight of the request of our bishops, have warned them and are stolen to their aid, here, I say, is that in this question to which we are entitled, our ministers, as if embarrassed by the incomparable support that comes to grant them Lower Canada, went, with their English colleagues, to knock on the door of the English Governor-General and even of the English government, to conjure them both, or one or the other, to decide on the fate of Lepin. I understand this from the English ministers. Because they know that either the Governor or England, in such a case, will take advantage of the great opportunity. But on the part of our ministers such behavior is inexplicable. They cannot excuse what they call the immense difficulties of resolving this question. For this is precisely why they had to, and because of its importance, not let this question take a single step beyond their immediate control. It is not when the rudder becomes difficult to move in our direction that we want them to abandon it entirely to those whose malicious intervention they must be, in the interest of Lower Canada and the Métis of the Northwest, the first to prevent. Our ministers have committed the weakness of leaving our fate to the discretion of our enemies. But this weakness becomes doubly reprehensible when we see that they were waiting for this decision, whatever it might have been, to make it a precedent whose authority they were preparing to invoke, in order to justify their upcoming adherence to Mackenzie's policy on the subject of his conditional amnesty. Certainly our ministers were far from unaware of what the result of the isolated action of the Governor-General would be in relation to the Lepin question. The federal cabinet had been preparing a 5-year ban with the amnesty for a long time. In the spring of, immediately after the session, it was announced in Manitoba that we would be amnested, but on the condition of exile for 5 years. This is how the Mackenzie resolutions must have taken our ministers unexpectedly. In summary, firstly, for the double reason that the question of amnesty had reached its full maturity, and that the French-Canadian ministers represent an element whose goodwill is indispensable in the Confederation. The amnesty as promised was an easy thing for our ministers to obtain. Secondly, England is too wise to dictate to the Canadian government the policy it follows with respect to Manitoba. She leaves the responsibility to him. She just presses on. It is the business of the Ottawa government if its decisions, its actions towards us are not marked with the seal of probity. Thirdly, it was impossible for the Governor-General to ignore what the policy of his ministers should be on the subject of amnesty. When these same ministers disclosed, a year in advance and in the province of Manitoba, that their decided policy was to provide an amnesty with 5 years of exile. This knowledge of the Governor-General, combined with that which he already had of the audacity of the English side and the almost nullity of the French-Canadian side of his counsel, put him in a position to commute the sentence of Mr. Lepin, very nearly as his English advisers were going to recommend amnesty, and as his French-Canadian advisers were going to let this recommendation of amnesty take place. Now, although at the last moment Count Dufferin seems to have made the switch all alone, it is in vain to say that he acted without his ministers. Their designs, their actions, their dispositions that His Excellency knew so well informed her in a manner as certain as they could have done it themselves orally, immediately. The ministry is therefore not only responsible for its imperfect amnesty recommendation, but it is he as well as the Governor-General, but it is to the French-Canadian ministers above all that the French-Canadian people, the Métis, Lepin and I are indebted for the affronts which are thrown in our faces, with impunity, in the documents of the commutation and by the character of the commutation itself. I have the honor, dear Mr. your very humble servant Louis Riel. ANQ, Capay Collections, Riel Papers. In February 1926. Camille Bertrand made a handwritten copy, APC, MG. F. on the original, which was then part of the library of the late Senator Alphonse Desjardins in Terrebonne. The copyist also indicates that there was no title page. The original is written on large sheets of lined paper bound at the top, They include a margin of 4 centimeters on the left. The page preceding the first page of text has been cut, leaving only a narrow strip near the binding. Riel numbered the pages from to. The date appears in the left margin at the top of the first page. Many annotations were added at a later date. Figures and shorthand signs are found above the date on the first page. The annotation, U. App Packets appears on the remaining part of the cut page. There is an X in the margin of the page, 2 reference points in the margin of the page, a question mark in the margin of the pages, and the annotation crossed outwards in the margin of the page, and the term brackets in the margin of the page. The characters of the first 4 lines of the page were redrawn, supposedly to make them more readable. While he was composing this letter, Riel was either in Kiev, see text, or on his way to Montreal, see text. John A. MacDonald, former Prime Minister, leader of the Federal Conservatives. Alexander Mackenzie, Prime Minister of Canada. A special committee of the House of Commons, composed of 7 members, met from April to May 1874 to study the causes of the disturbances in the Northwest and the reasons which delayed the recognition of their amnesty. The House received the committee's report on May. Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties. p.3. Ambroise de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, was tried and found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott. Telesphore Fournier, federal deputy for Bellechasse, occupied 3 successive positions in the cabinet of Alexander Mackenzie. Alexander Mackenzie, Prime Minister of Canada. He also held the Public Works portfolio. John Wodehouse, 1st Earl of Kimberley, Colonial Secretary in the government of William Gladstone. Frederick Temple Blackwood, Earl of Dufferin, Governor-General of Canada. The text of Lord Kimberley's letter is reproduced in full in Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties. pp. Henry Howard Molyneux Herbert, 4th Earl of Carnarvon, Colonial Secretary in the government of Benjamin Disraeli. The text of Lord Carnarvon's letter is reproduced verbatim in correspondence and further correspondence relating to the commutation of the sentence of death passed on Ambroise Lepin for the murder of Thomas Scott at Fort Garry. Canada Sessional Papers, Volume 1875, Volume pp. Thomas Scott, a member of the Portage la Prairie contingent commanded by Major Bolton, was executed on March 1870, by order of a Métis court. John Stutton Dennis, military officer and surveyor who was entrusted with the responsibility of establishing a system of surveying public lands in the Northwest. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Joseph Monkman, an English half-breed who helped J.C. Schultz to flee to Ontario in 1870. This dispatch is reproduced in full in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, O.M.L., Bishop of St. Boniface. Bishop Tatch arrived at Red River 4 days after Scott's execution. The Canadian government had asked him to return from Rome, where he was attending the sessions of the Ecumenical Council, in order to serve as its emissary in its negotiations with the provisional government. Document reprinted in extenso. Darn's correspondence and further correspondence relating to the commutation of the sentence. Letter to Ignace Burget, Montreal /Hull, to His Greatness Monseigneur Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, I received your letter of last January. This response from your hand, better still, from your heart, did me good. I thank your greatness for the good wishes that you had the charity to give me. There is no doubt that heaven wills this to happen. But I am so unworthy, I have so many and such great sins to reproach myself for. It takes the virtue of the precious blood of our Lord to bring my soul back to life. Monsignor, I have a particular need that in His mercy the Word of God does not lose sight of me. I am writing to you under the impression of this thought, and to ask you to thank, for me, Jesus who is so good, and that you ask Him urgently, to fill, from now on and for when I am completely healed, my heart with a true and lasting gratitude to Him. When I am fully restored to life, what if my feelings of love would dissipate and become light? What a misfortune that would be for me, in advance. I return to you during this holy time, Monsignor, so that you may pray forward, please, and obtain for me to be firm in the service of God and religion and society until my last breath. May the good Lord humiliate me in good and never allow me to be humiliated in evil. May He deign to glorify me, if it pleases Him, in good, but never in evil. Following your holy invitation, I unite with you, Monsignor, of heart and soul, to attract the abundance of celestial blessings which alone can procure our happiness. My prayers may well slow down the growth of yours. But you encourage me, and by this charity, God is glorified. It is so consoling to think that our Lord places himself in the company of those who gather in his name to pray. May God repay you 100-fold in this world and in the next for the good you do me. Monsignor, I thank you for petitioning for a full amnesty. I cannot end without asking you for a favor. That of also supporting my prayers, so that God may deign to fill with his grace the charitable and good doctor who takes care of me. Bless me, please. Of your greatness the very humble and very grateful servant Louis Riel. Acom. Letter written on a #/IO sheet. As the ink has faded, some words have become quite indistinct. The annotations above the date and between the date and the salutation are not Riel's. Although Riel does not indicate the place of origin, he wrote it either from Montreal or during the trip between Montreal and Hull. He arrived in Hull on March 1875. We have not found this letter, which would be the response to the one written between January and January. The text following the trial and conviction of Ambroise Lepine. Numerous petitions asking for pardon and amnesty were sent to Ottawa. The ecclesiastical hierarchy of the province of Quebec petitioned the Governor-General in favor of a general amnesty. Benoit, Life of Manager Tatch. Letter to the Métis Nation and the French-Canadian people. Montreal. Montreal, April 1875. To the Métis Nation and to the French-Canadian people. It has been 6 years since the small but generous Métis Nation has honored me with its trust. She took me to the head of her government during the crisis of she retained me as her leader during the 3 years of persecution which followed the transfer, until the arrest of Monsieur Lepine, and since then, notwithstanding the greatest obstacles, she elected me her representative in the beautiful district of Provencher, 3 times in less than I thank her, very especially her noble clergy and her courageous principal men. During these 3 different phases of a great ordeal, the Métis Nation did not want, for anything in the world, to abandon its leaders, devoted no doubt, but subjected by a treacherous government to all kinds of humiliation and misery. God will reward her for her faithfulness and constancy. Despite the setbacks, the Métis cause continues to grow. They wanted to extricate us from our soil. And the result was that we had to give ourselves guarantees for our future. The arrangements and Act of Manitoba. From the transfer to the arrests of, we were betrayed. We tried to stifle our protests. But our cause has been pushed back into the immense territory of the Northwest. It was established at the foot of the Rocky Mountains and on the banks of the Great Lakes. Since the fall of, it was thought that the cause could be cushioned by arresting the Métis leaders. I was persecuted, outlawed, expelled from Parliament, rather than proclaiming the agreed amnesty, and rather than allowing me to arrive freely in Ottawa, to confront our claims with those of the ministry. But these iniquitous procedures have truly awakened the French-Canadian people. As it broke out, the betrayal made itself known. And now Lower Canada is sufficiently aware of our cause to defend it properly. She will triumph. I ask the magnanimous province of Quebec, its archbishop, its bishops, its priests, its citizens of all ranks and elsewhere, all those who are our friends, to accept our best feelings of recognition. I thank the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde and the Honourable Federal Member for Hochelaga for having, following their high programme, defended our rights towards and against all parties. I thank the Liberal Party for having, despite the indifference of its leaders, vigorously defended the cause of complete amnesty when it was in opposition, and since it came to the ministry, for having often still pleaded in our favour. Today his sympathies for us may be veiled, deep down they are still the same. This party is only overwhelmed, its situation has become false, due to the personal aims and moral weakness of its leaders. As for the Conservative Party, I thank it for also defending us, while its leaders in Ottawa pretended not to have dealt with us, allowed us to be persecuted and worked against us. Now, the disappearance of the men who led it badly leaves the Conservative Party free to act. Its great devotion is showing, and it will be of incalculable help to us. The 2 political parties of Lower Canada, among many very generous friends whom I will always remember, above all each provided a man who could not be more devoted to the cause of the Métis people. On one side it is Mr. Rodrigue Masson, and on the other, Mr. Dre.P. Lacapelle. Mr. Masson, when his leaders prevented our cause from emerging in Lower Canada, Mr. Masson was not afraid to speak out in full Parliament to stop the torrent of Ontario public opinion fiercely against us. The services that Mr. Dr. Lacapelle, while remaining in the modest circle of private life, has rendered to us in politics and otherwise, are great and inestimable. Their lack of publicity perhaps only leaves me more able to see the righteousness and all the heart that inspired them. I have the honor, with great respect and great attachment to your humble servant Pam, MGD, document written on large sheets of lined paper which include a blank margin of 4 cm. Riel has foliated the pages from 2. But in the sequence of the text the page must precede the page. The leaves are not detached. The ink has faded, particularly in the greeting at the beginning and in the first part of the page that Riel numbered. There are tears in the paper on the edge of the sheets. The text indicates that it is the draft of an article written for Le Nouveau Monde. See text note. Alphonse Desjardins, Federal Deputy for Hochelaga, Director of the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, letter to A.A. Stain. Montreal. // to His Greatness Monsignor Tatch, Archbishop of St. Boniface. Monsignor, I am leaving Montreal soon. Since a letter from me coming from here will be less suspected than from the United States, I want to take advantage of this circumstance and give you a sign of life from me. Monsignor, I hope your health is in better condition. I wish you with all my heart a perfect recovery. Your silver wedding anniversary will be a wonderful celebration for you. From afar I will take part in it through the wishes I form for you. I have your latest brochure on amnesty. I thank your greatness for the honor it gives me and for the great marks of attention you deign to grant me. Monsignor, believe me of your greatness the very humble servant Louis Riel. AD, W206.M62F, 2012. Microfilmed copy of a document no longer in the AASB. The letter bears no date, but the reference to the silver wedding anniversary of Bishop Tatch places the letter at a date prior to June 1875. Tatch devint Eve d'Arth, in the parts of the infidels, and coadjutor de manager provincial la June 1850. Special celebrations took place in St. Boniface to mark this anniversary. In all likelihood, Riel would have written this letter towards the end of April, from Montreal, where he had gone to visit manager Ignace Burget. During his stay in Montreal he also composed the text, Letter to the Métis Nation and to the French-Canadian People. The reference refers to the second pamphlet by manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch on the question of amnesty, encore. L'amnistie, St. Boniface, Man, Imprimerie du Métis, 1875. Letter to Ignace Burget. Montreal. // to Her Lordship Burget, Bishop of Montreal. I thank your Lordship for allowing me to come to her. My journey protected by your blessing has been very happy. In return for this new benefit that I have received from you, I pray to God to preserve you and to make all your holy initiatives successful. I ask you for an audience, my Lord, having a project to submit to you, so that you would kindly tell me the value that I must make of this project, whether you believe it to be pleasing to God, or whether I should put it aside. Concerned about the future of the little Métis people, I ask them if there is not a way to unite them entirely with their clergy, and to arrange it so that the two parties into which it is already divided can each come, in turn, to power, with the confidence and friendship of our people. It seems to me that the thing is possible. To better explain to your Lordship what I would like, allow me to tell him where the Métis of Manitoba are today, regarding their relations with the vast majority of them agree in politics with this vast majority is made up of the men of the provisional government. The rest, which at most includes families, form the party of those, either who opened their arms to MacDougall or who did not dare to offer him resistance. Their number is comparatively small, but they are comfortable people and of some influence. If, on the one hand, I see that in the hour of danger these men failed, on the other hand, I do not dare to attribute the conduct they followed to truly bad dispositions. Because before the Ottawa government invaded our country, they were our trusted men. They alone held the principal public offices under the government of the Hudson's Bay Company. Their way of acting has always been praiseworthy in that it has not failed to be in harmony with religious influence. A good number of them found themselves absent from the country when MacDougall appeared on our borders. For those who were on the scene at the time of the crisis, they saw the men of the Hudson's Bay Company in whom they had placed their trust clash with the movement of our resistance. They heard, not without fear, enumerating the dangers to which we exposed ourselves. Monsignor, who had alone guided this group until then, was in Rome. And when he returned to our midst, their eyes, which could hardly get to the bottom of the motives which animated his greatness, simply saw that she was in the service of the same government in Ottawa that they themselves supported. Since then, they have remained consistent with federal policy. They were flattered, encouraged by her. Certain evil men have done everything in their power to exasperate their spirits, already sored by the struggles of the Civil War which threatened us all winter. Currently they form a small band apart. By supporting erroneous ideas, they were unable to enjoy the approval of our clergy. And their disappointment was great when they began to perceive that the influence was also against them. During the winter, Mr. Clark tried to organize them and give them the name National Party. As for me, I have never wanted to call my party anything other than the Party of the Men of the Provisional Government. I could well have taken the name of the Conservative Party. This name would have been pleasant to the religious influence that I love and with which I work. But by taking this name, I greatly exposed my political adversaries among the Métis to taking the name Liberals. While deep down I believe that they really don't know what liberalism means, and that if they make the clergy look bad, it is much less because they are hostile to them than because they are angry at not having their influence on their side. I would like to save this part of the Métis people from the misfortune of liberal ideas. Now here are the means that presented themselves to my mind to achieve this goal. These means, I ask you to judge. I will try, Monseigneur, to hasten the presentation of my thoughts. Degree take, over time, the necessary precautions to provide this political party with a man, with good principles, who would work to gain confidence, with a view to becoming their leader, a man whose dispositions should rival in zeal the men of the provisional government in the defense of our nationality, a man who would be fit to try to supplant us, not through slander, but through the production of political plans better than ours. Degree both parties adopt as their program the conservative ideas of society, the Catholic program. Degree in order to avoid any radical difficulty in the naming of the parties. Each party take a name insignificant in terms of principles, for example, one, to be called the Party of the Noelists, the other, the Party of the Josephists, of the name of Joseph. As by an organization of this character, all the people would recognize to their clergy the certain right to bring their influence into play in any political question. The clergy would feel less compelled to assert their authority in a host of secondary questions. And each time, on the other hand, that his voice was raised to mark the way in major difficulties, this voice would find itself newer, stronger, and better obeyed. Monsignor, in making the assumption that my project is practicable, a serious difficulty presents itself. The province of Quebec exerts all its influence on the Métis people and imposes it on them. The Métis of Manitoba cannot help but copy Lower Canada. And as there is a distinctly conservative party and a liberal party here, despite all efforts, these two parties will establish themselves and reproduce here. If they continue to exist here. So I say to myself, would it not be possible to first eliminate here the designations of conservatives and liberals and replace them with others, similar to those that I mentioned with regard to the Métis. The current disorganization of political parties which have, strictly speaking, no leader, at present, in Lower Canada, would seem to lend itself to the realization of this idea. Perhaps this would allow the Catholic program to take hold more easily among almost the entire French-Canadian people. Very generally, the men who belong to Mr. Cartier's party will end up, I believe, by rallying to the Catholic program. But it is more difficult for liberals, because they bear a name whose sole meaning puts them in real enmity with the clergy, and leads them to constantly fight against it. However, over a certain number of generations, this deplorable struggle could end up placing an unfortunately considerable part of the French-Canadian people under the sad banner of liberalism. Then, using numerical forces, the leaders of this party would be irrevocably drawn against the Church and their supporters with them. Today the liberals, because of their small numbers, feel defeated. They realize the illness of their principles. They do not know precisely what name to take, whether it is that of liberals, nationals, or reformists. This desire they have to pass as others seems to me to be a fairly certain indication that they would generally be quite disposed to take a name foreign to Bad principles. For example, would their patriotism not make them accept with true pleasure the name Samuelists, named after the illustrious Samuel de Champlain? Whereas the Conservatives could be named after someone else of the model men we count as ancestors. Our vigilant clergy could indiscriminately keep all the people in the path of good principles. It could leave it to the parties to compete for ministerial power on the more or less merit of their purely political programs, as on all bills, which moreover would be heard by both parties in a manner consistent with true principles. The clergy would have much influence not only on one party, but on both, so that the whole nation would be kind to them. I know, Monsignor, that the faults and vices of men would not cease to create many inconveniences. But I imagine that they would be less. Neither there would be, for the adoption of this project, difficulties to be encountered in crowds, perhaps, but with the all-powerful help of the one who does such great things for the people he adopts, we could overcome it. And we would have the happiness of seeing this beautiful little French-Canadian people, surrounded by so many contrary influences, this favorite people, remain Catholic, live in beautiful harmony with his clergy. And if it were necessary, after all, that one of the two parties wanted to have liberalist tendencies, at least we would have the consolation of seeing it move more slowly towards this emancipation that the parties called liberal seek, vis-a-vis the Church, with all the more enthusiasm as they feel more denounced by the very name that they the honor of speaking to your greatness about it. It would make it very easy to carry out the plan that I would like to apply to the Métis of Manitoba. Monsignor, when last year I threw myself at your feet to ask you to heal me in the name of the good Lord, one of my motives, in addressing you, was to protest against these unjust difficulties which have been created for you as bishop, to protest that our Lord has given you, by making you one of the shepherds of his people, power, not only in the spiritual order, over our souls, but also, in the order of external things, on our bodies. By granting me, you have given me a subject of gratitude which will live as long as I do. But you can also heal political society, if only it wants to be docile to your teachings as bishop. Your laborious and precious life is spent trying to get the French-Canadian people off the paths of liberalism into which they are beginning to let themselves be led. What can I not contribute, through my project, to making all the French-Canadian people and the Métis adhere to the Catholic program? The approval of your greatness would be for me the support of divine providence. Please accept, Monseigneur, my feelings of love and respect. Louis Riel. ASSH, Fund of Canon Godefroy Lemache, letter written on large sheets including a blank margin of 4 centimeters. On the left. Riel numbered the first 3 pages, the other 8 were numbered by another hand, at a later date. The first page is very smudged, mainly around the middle of the first paragraph. The bottom and right edge of several other pages are also soiled, and the ink has begun to fade in some places. Despite the absence of date and place of provenance, the text offers several clues. Riel is located in the province of Q in Montreal probably. Riel also alludes to the visit the year before where I threw myself at your feet to ask you to heal me in the name of God. This visit took place on January 1874. See text. The resemblance between the text and this one suggests that both were composed at the same time. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.Me, Bishop of St. Boniface Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General of Manitoba. The Catholic program was drawn up in April 1871 by the Ultramontane leaders of Montreal. Allegiance was declared to the Conservative Party while affirming the supremacy of the Church over the state and the right of the Church to remind statesmen and voters of their duties. It was above all an attempt to found a Catholic party within the provincial Conservative Party. Bishop Burget of Montreal and Bishop Laflèche of Trois-Rivières supported this program with all their prestige. There was only one elected politician among the supporters of the program. Rumilly, History of the Province of Quebec, Happy Smiley. Under these designations we recognize the first names of Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert. George Etienne Cartier, leader of the moderate element within the Federal Conservative Party in the province of Quebec. Cartier died in 1873 towards the end of 1871. Nationalist liberals and those liberals who did not subscribe to anti-clerical or annexationist ideology united to form the First National Party. The National Party displayed great activity in federal politics and its candidate, Louis Jet, triumphed over George Etienne Cartier in the 1872 elections in the riding of Montreal East, Ibert. Happy Smiley. The letter to Edmund Mallet. Keysevel. // Keysevel N. and. May 1875. Major E. Mallet. Very dear friend, are you not surprised by my silence? The reason that prevented me from writing to you and sending you what I owe you, and more particularly the last piasters, is that I was in Canada. From there, I did not dare to write, nor risk sending money across the border. But once I have been freed, I hasten to send you a few lines. This time, I worked openly. I can. In Montreal, I traveled day and night, in the tanks. Thank God, I was not touched. Providence has made it reach to this point that at this current moment, I believe that Mackenzie would not see me, if he touched me with his eyes. The Quebec provincial elections make it a powerful interest for the federal ministry not to arrest me. Because now that a pale amnesty has been issued, he would not like to reawaken the question that he wants to put to rest. So Lepin's determination, if it is authentic, to endure only what he cannot control and not to choose between their misfortunes and the injustices that are done to him, is likely to embarrass the Canadian government. My respects to your lady, my greetings to your grandchildren. I am sending you $35 piasters. And shortly you will have the other 35 piasters that I have owed you for too long. I made a trip to Montreal that the good Lord blessed. I have confidence in it. I hope this journey bears good fruit. When I have the pleasure of seeing you, dear sir, I will be able to tell you a little story about it. Me a word from Colonel King, the priest of Keysevel, greets you very friendly. I have spoken of your generous line of conduct, to men who know how to appreciate it. The good Lord, for whom you work, will distinguish you, Major. Let us continue to want and strive to do good. Let us be good servants of God. Pray for me. Believe me, your friend Louis Riel. USJBBM, Mallet Collection. Copy of an original which has since been lost. The original or Riel's writing gave the unknown copyist a lot of trouble since he left blanks in parentheses where he could not decipher the text. This copyist is not the same as the one who copied 2 other Riel manuscripts in the Mallet collection, the texts, and it is likely that Riel visited Mallet towards the end of 1874 and borrowed the money at that time. Reference to Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie, whose government finally settled their amnesty question by granting a plenary amnesty for all those who had taken part in the Red River insurrection, with the exception of Riel, Ambrose Lepin, and William O'Donoghue. The Conservatives of the province of Quebec took advantage of the question of amnesty and the Northwest in the provincial election of July 1875. Charles Boucher de Boucherville and his party managed to remain in power. Ambrose de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Lepin was arrested in September 1873 on charges of the murder of Thomas Scott. The court found him guilty and sentenced him to the death penalty. 15 days before the date of the execution, the Governor-General, Lord Dufferin, announced the commutation of the sentence to 2 years in prison and the loss of his political rights. On April 1875, Lepin was informed that he would be pardoned and that he would be released from prison if he agreed to a 5-year exile. Lepin refused the offer. Pam, MGD, Lepin in Riel, June 1875. William Smith King, Minnesota Republican Representative in Congress, 1875. On May 1875, Mallet responded to Riel's letter and sent him a newspaper clipping which reported that W.S. King had been accused of accepting bribes. Pam, MGD, file, Father Fabian Barnab, parish priest of Keysevel, New York. Letter to Julie Riel. // Very dear Mom, I am looking for every way to hear from you. And I don't have any. When did you receive any from me? Wouldn't it now be easier for you to write to me? I wish it with all my heart. Because really I am worried about your state, the state or perhaps the family. I saw on an English newspaper that a correspondent from Citizen had seen you yourself, dear Mom, with one of my sisters who was recently married. He said give me your news. What condition are you in for house maintenance? If you have any difficulty, any misery, don't hesitate. Sell my land at Point A Growet. The 12 channels remaining out of the 16 of which I sold 4 to Mr. Bannatyne. This letter can serve as authorization for you to sell these 12 chains of earth. But always keep this letter in your possession. My most sensitive regards, my brothers and my sisters. I kiss you all. May the good Lord be with you. My respects and compliments to Nanin, to all his family, to my uncle Benjamin, to my poor grandmother, Finally, to all my cousins, aunts, uncles, and friends. My respects to Mr. Lepin and Mrs. Lepin. I see that Mr. Lepin prefers to stay in prison. Friends here find it all the more noble. Your affectionate child Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. File. The third and fourth pages of this letter are soiled. The letter does not indicate the date or place of origin. However, based on the content and references in the text, we can infer that it is the year 1875. The allusion to the decision of Ambrose D. Lepin's decision to remain in prison rather than go into exile would suggest early May as the likely date of composition. See note, probably the Ottawa Citizen. Reference to Octavie Riel, who married Louis Lavallee on February 1875. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne, federal MP for Prevanter. Riel had sold this portion of his land in 1873. The texts, and contain information about this transaction. Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel Eularly and Harriet Riel Endrano, a cousin of Riel who was accused of the murder of Thomas Scott and later. Benjamin Legemodier Marie-Anne Legemodier ni Gabri Ambrose de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. He was found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott and sentenced to death. This sentence was commuted to a period of imprisonment of 2 years. He was later offered to commute his prison sentence if he agreed to a 5-year exile. Lepin refused and remained in prison. See text note -- letter to Alphonse Desjardins. Suncook. Suncook, New Hampshire. Alf. Desjardins M.P. Very dear friend, I have just sent to the priest of Keyseville what he must send to you. The electoral fight is hot, I see, in some places. It is my interest that even the most indirect opposition to the federal ministry is strong. I wish you all the best. Above all, I hope that this election will be an opportunity well used to push ideas forward. What matters to the people, to the real French-Canadian interests, is not that Boucherville's cabinet obtains a considerable majority, but it is that having emerged from the elections almost as strong as it entered them, we can see that the horizon of our policy will have expanded and clarified, and that during the struggle, our public men, in greater numbers, will have oriented themselves towards this theatre of confederation that the spirit of party has prevented them from knowing too much. So far. Partisanship fights hard in your elections. My thanks to Lower Canada are meant to relax a little the bonds of this deplorable spirit, on both sides. And I believe they can help make your position and that of your newspaper easier between the Conservatives and the Liberals. I congratulate Monsieur Talon on his successes, and I congratulate his friends with. I come back to another matter. Would you be kind enough to include, in my thanks to the Métis, instead of the sentence, since the arrests have, we thought we could reduce our force by arresting the Métis leaders. I say the following: since then, we thought we could reduce our force by arresting the Métis leaders. In my thanks to the province of Quebec, I still want to be sure about what I say about the New World. It seems to me that in the corrective letter that I sent you afterwards, I made another mistake. Finally here, I thank the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde, and the Honourable Federal Deputy for Hochelaga, for having, thanks to a program of lofty ideas, defended our rights against all the. And then in the document which will reach you through Mr. Barnab, please also put in place of the last sentence of all, this one, but it is to him, but it is to the French-Canadian ministers above all, that the French-Canadian people, the Métis, Lepin and I, are indebted for the affronts lavished on us by the documents relating to the commutation and the character of the commutation itself. Your most devoted and grateful friend Louis Riel. You will give me great pleasure, and oblige me greatly, by making these corrections. All yours Louis Riel. Aum. Collection baby. Letter written on lined paper. The ink has faded and the paper is frayed at the creases. The postscript and signature are barely legible. The first 2 quotations in the letter correspond to the text, which seems to indicate that this latter document was intended for publication in Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal. The third quote near the end of the letter refers to a different article that Riel had sent to priest Fabien Barnab of Keyseville, New York. He acknowledged receipt on June 1875 and informed Riel that he had sent his article to the New World, Pam, MGD. Neither Riel's letter to Barnab nor the text that accompanied it has been found. Father Fabien Barnab, parish priest of Keyseville, New York. Charles Eugene Boucher de Boucherville. Boucherville, a member of the Legislative Council. replaced Gideon Ouimet as Premier of Quebec when a scandal forced the latter to resign in 1874. Boucherville and the Conservatives retained power in the elections of July 1875. During this campaign, provincial and federal issues intersected, which worked to the detriment of the Liberals. Unlike the election of 1871 in which the Ultramontans opposed both the Liberals and the Conservatives with their Catholic program, this time they sided with the Conservatives. Boucherville's prestige in religious circles facilitated the rapprochement. Louis-Olivier Talon. Allusion to the nomination of Talon as Conservative candidate in the riding of Montreal East. Success due largely to the efforts of the Ultramontan group associated with the newspaper Le Nouveau Monde. See text note. This corrective letter has not been found. The honourable member is the recipient himself, Alphonse Desjardins Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Lepin was found guilty of the murder of Thomas Scott and sentenced to death. The sentence was subsequently commuted to 2 years imprisonment and the loss of political rights. Letter to the voters of the District of Provencher and to my compatriots in Manitoba, Worcester. June 1875. To the voters of the District of Provencher and to my compatriots of the Gentlemen, a force majeure has separated me from you. The fixed policy of the federal government leaves me nothing to expect from it for the present. Despite many obstacles and painful trials, you did not hesitate to demonstrate your confidence in me by re-electing me 3 times in less than 11 months for your representative in the House of Representatives Municipalities. I thank you for that. I thank my friends throughout the province of Manitoba for the support they were kind enough to give me during 6 years of struggles, and for the place they kept for me among the defenders of the interests of our in the Northwest Territory. There are many of our brothers who made our cause their own cause. I would like to assure them that exile will never make me forget the sympathies with which they gave me so much. We were not alone in demanding what is due to us by the pact. The province of Quebec rose to defend us and made its most eloquent voices heard in our favor. Her generous and powerful assistance was invaluable to us, and it is through her, I have the firm hope, that justice will one day be done to us. May she please accept the expression of deep gratitude that the banishment voted against me could not weaken. Happy again if my distance from the country can contribute in anything to the triumph of the cause to which I have given myself entirely and which I pray to God to always have in his care. As for the decree that hits me, I must protest, and I protest against its injustice. This is not how the Canadian government was supposed to show its respect for the faith of the treaties. May he be more faithful in fulfilling his obligations to you than he was to the generous man of my misfortunes and our struggles, Mr. Lepin and myself. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, with respect and constant attachment, your devoted friend Louis Riel. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, June 1875. Riel had been elected representative of the constituency of Provencher in October 1873. February and September 1874. Riel found himself condemned to a 5-year exile because he had been excluded from the general amnesty. Letter to Alphonse Desjardins. Worcester. / Worcester, Massachusetts. Alphonse Desjardins, Ecker, M.P. Editor-in-Chief of the New World. As I begin to suffer the decree of exile brought against me, I cannot silence the feelings that animate me towards the friends I met during the troubles in the Northwest. I wish to express these feelings loudly. On the other hand, I do not want to encourage the injustices of my enemies by my silence. I was not in a hurry to speak, because people endowed with strength and authority quite differently from me educated public opinion on the cause which is dear to me. Today it's my turn to raise my voice. I only have one word to say. Will you do me the honor of giving it a place in your newspaper so that it reaches everyone to whom I address it? This new favor on your part will oblige me greatly. Already, I am very indebted to you and to your newspaper for the generosity with which you have constantly defended our rights towards and against all party interests. I have the honor to subscribe, with great esteem, your very humble servant and friend Louis Riel. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, June 1875. On February 1875, the Canadian Parliament adopted a motion presented by Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie. Plenary amnesty was granted to all those who had taken part in the Red River insurrection, with the exception of Riel, Ambrose D. Lepin, and William O'Donoghue. Riel and Lepin were to be banned from British territory for a period of 5 years. No. Letter to Julie Riel, Worcester. / My dear mother, on the 1st of June I arrived in Albany at the home of Monsieur Lesage, brother-in-law of Monsieur Foucher. What a pleasure it was for me to find 3 letters there, one from my little sister Harriet, one from Louis dated April, and one from Marguerite Marie. It has been a long time since I had any news from you. Mr. Lesage told me that he received other letters for me and that he sent them to Worcester. So these are running after me. I suppose these are the letters that Louis is talking to me about, written before the marriage of my dear sister Octavie. If you received the letter I wrote to you from Montreal, you could see that I was worried about you all. But the news I just received makes me breathe a little. However, dear Mom, Harriet told me that you were not well at all. May the good Lord restore your health to you, dear Mom. May he keep you in our love for a long time to come. I kiss you with all my heart. Dear Mom. How I wish I could be near you. Sometime this summer or towards the end of the summer I will be going to Pembina. I will probably settle there for the time I spend in exile. From there, perhaps I will have the pleasure of seeing you. Come with me, if you want. We could move to St. Joseph. My regards to the whole family, the new household and all our relatives and friends. Your affectionate child Louis Riel. Pam, MGD, file. Letter written in light purple ink on both sides of a long narrow sheet. The ink has soaked into the paper. Additionally, the document is soiled and cropped at the edges. Although the place of origin is not indicated, it can be identified from the contents of the letter. The approximate date of June 1875 is provided to us by a subsequent communication. The text, which refers to events mentioned in this letter. The identity of this person remains unknown. François Auguste Médéric Foucher, merchant from St. Jacques-de-l'Écagan, Pam, MGD, file, April 1875. In this letter, Harriet complains that the family has not received news from Louis since February. Louis Lavallee had married a younger sister of Riel, Octavie, on February 1875. This letter from Louis Lavallee has not been found. Sarah Riel, the eldest of Riel's sisters. Sarah's letter was dated May 1875, Pam, MGD. It was attached to a letter of the same date, addressed to his mother, Iberd. In all probability, the text neutral smiley. Letter to Edmund Mallet. Keyseville. / Keyseville, New York, July 1875. Major E. Mallet, very dear friend, I went to spend another fortnight in Lower Canada. This is what stopped me from writing to you. I plan to go see you soon. Please tell me if B. is absent or if he is present. My respects to your lady and your grandchildren. My good wishes. You would greatly oblige me if you can inform me about the friendship of your friend Louis Riel. C. By LV. In the priest of Keyseville greets you in a friendly manner. All yours. USJBBM. Collection Mallet. Copy of an original which has since been lost. The following note precedes the text. Copy. Original given to Mons. Wilbur F. Bryant, West Point, Nebraska, author of The Blood of Abel. The same copyist made the transcription of another original by Riel, the text, but it was not he who made the copy of the text character that we could not identify. Father Fabian Barnab, parish priest of Keyseville, New York. Letter to Ignace Burgett, Worcester. July 1875 to His Majesty Monseigneur Burgett, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, allow me to write to you, having nothing other to ask you than a little remembrance before God, so that he may come to my aid, in his goodness. I am constantly busy, Monseigneur, I am busy obeying, but may I walk slowly on this beautiful path. Oh, how sick I was when I went to throw myself at your feet. That I was weak, especially spiritually, since my poor efforts of a year and a half to obey well have not yet gotten me the prize that is promised if I do everything the doctor prescribes. Monseigneur, you are my father. I come to humbly reject myself before you and assure you that I want to remain all my life, with my heart and mind humiliated in the dust before God. I reserve nothing for myself of everything that belongs to me, of everything that touches me. I fervently wish to serve as much as possible to bring about the greater glory of God, the honor and good of religion and society, the salvation of many souls. I want to sanctify myself with the divine help of Him in whom we can do all things. Monseigneur, I am writing to you in this way, in the hope that you yourself will be willing to offer my letter to God, and make it pleasing to Him. I ask the good Lord to give me faith, as big as a grain of mustard seed. May God reward you here below for all your goodness. And bear with me, Monseigneur, that I subscribe your son in Jesus Christ Louis Riel. Acom. Letter written on a /fa/IO sheet of lined paper. The annotation to the left of the date is not by Riel. After his expulsion from Parliament, Riel went to the United States. In April he made a short stay in Montreal where he wrote his manifesto to the Métis nation and the French-Canadian people. The text. Returning to the United States, he visited Suncook, New Hampshire, Keysville, New York, and Worcester, Massachusetts. From the latter place he sent, on July, a letter to his mother. The text. This meeting took place on January 1874 at the Hotel Dieu in Montreal where Burget was receiving rest. Riel had already recalled this meeting in a previous letter to Burget. The text. Reference to the parable of the mustard seed in the Gospel. Matthew. Letter to Julie Riel. Worcester. / Worcester, Massachusetts, July 1875. Dearest Mother, I would like to know your news. Send your letters to me here in Worcester. The Reverend Mr. Crimeo will send them to me. I am well, thank God. I am preparing to go and settle, as I told you in my last letter, to settle in St. May the good Lord keep you all in good health and bless you so that you do not suffer too much. Tell me what your means of subsistence are. I hope you sold the land at Point A Growet to provide for your needs. My respects to my dear grandmother, my uncles and aunts, my cousins and all our relatives. Nanan, my dear Andre, tell him that I am constantly in spirit with my political friends. May they all pray and let their children pray so that the good Lord preserves and makes the little mixed race nation grow and that it be faithful to its mission. Because she has one and a beautiful one. The trials she faces are proof of this. Let the Métis recommend themselves to the good Lord as a people, and anyone will be against us, in reality. If God is for us no one can be against. During the 5 years that I will spend in exile, I only have this to do, and to say to the Métis, stay Métis, become more Métis than ever. Dear Mom, I hope to have the pleasure of seeing you this fall. I will go to St. Joseph early enough to make it easy for you to come there, if indeed you can come there. Tell me, do you owe anything to Mr. Larivai or Mr. Budrio? Answer me immediately, please. I kiss you dear Mom, and am your respectful child. I kiss all my brothers and sisters. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper. The ink has soaked into the paper and faded. Father Jean-Baptiste Primio, founder of the parish of Notre Dame des Canardines in Worcester, Massachusetts. The text. The said property corresponds to the land register plot, located in the parish of Stiegouth. Riel bought it from Cyril Dumar in 1869. Marie-Anne Legemodierne, Gabriel Jean-Baptiste, Benjamin, and Romain Legemodierne Joseph, La Cyprus, Noni Legemodierne. Queen Lamarierni Legemodierne. Riel had many cousins. Andre, Nanan, no, a cousin of Riel. No was accused and acquitted of the murder of Thomas Scott. It is probably François La Rivière from St. Vital in all probability. François Budrio from Winnipeg. Letter to N.J. Richot. Worcester. / Worcester, Massachusetts, July 1875. Reverend J. N. Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert. Sir, I have just received a letter from my mother, in which I find this sentence: Monsieur Richot has just asked me to give me a little help. You would not believe, Father, how much this kindness on your part touches me. I know everything a struggle has cost you over the years. And find yourself still ready to take a step like the one my mother announced to me, to give me this pleasure, and provide this service to my family. I am sensitive to this. I can't wait to write to you to thank you. I authorize my mother to sell my land at Point A Growet, or my black mare. And if necessary, both of these, the land and the mare. Although these two objects are quite precious to me. But I can't do anything about the house from here. Towards the fall I will go to Pembina. And there I will try to provide a little for the needs of the family. Then I would come back east. Unless it is necessary to do so, a few months before the session, I will openly go to Lower Canada. As I deal with it like any other person, I will retire to some hotel. I know this might play Mackenzie's telegraph wire, but that's what it is. With the letters I have in hand, this could well shorten the 5 years. Moreover, may the will of God be accomplished in all things. I saw with pleasure that you made the dedication of your beloved chapel. On it to Notre Dame. I also see what a beautiful Saint Jean-Baptiste you had. I look forward to being here with you. Your very humble servant and friend Louis Riel. Excuse this hastily written letter. AASB, Touch Fund. T16153. Letter written on ifolio paper. Riel had included in his letter a small note containing this. Reverend J.B. They received priest of Notre Dame de Worcester, Massachusetts. This appears to be the first letter to Richard written from Worcester, Massachusetts, which would explain the sending of the address. On the other hand, there is, in this regard, no reference in the text. Julie Riel born Legemodier. This letter has not been found. The sale of this property had been mentioned in a letter to his mother 3 days earlier. The text Alexander Mackenzie, Prime Minister of Canada. It is not clear what documents Riel is referring to. The chapel of Notre Dame de Bon Secours, a few steps from the church of St. Norbert St. John the Baptist, patron saint of Quebec and French Canadians, whose feast day we celebrate. Letter to Julie Riel. Manchester. / New Hampshire, Manchester, August 1875. Dearest Mother, I suppose you have received my last letters, and I hope you and the whole family are well. I ask God to protect you all and take care of us with His great goodness. Send me news as often as you can. Time, despite all our adversities, still passes quite quickly. I see with great pleasure the time that I have set for going to Pembina. As I want to settle there, I will go there early enough, so that we can be there this winter. Well, I say well. That means as good as possible, because I assure you that my stock market is not high these days. Eularly is good, I hope. And the whole family. My respects to my grandmother. To my uncles, aunts and cousins. I remember them all well. I don't forget anyone. May Charles be a good boy at my aunt's house. May he remember the respect and obedience he owes my aunt. It wasn't my aunt who gave birth to him, but it was she who kept him alive. He owes her more than he can ever do her any favors. I trust him. I hope he will be good. As he becomes a man, he will remember that we do not grow to be able to do as we please, but to be wiser. I speak to him that way because I fear he will cause my aunt some unpleasantness. However, as I just said, I trust him. I hope he will be good. X*N, Cam, Tell, NC, A, my dear brother-in-law and Octavie that I expect to receive news from them more often than that. Dear Mom, may God be with you, and pray for your loving son. Louis Riel, Pam, MGD, file. Letter written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. Part of the top of the third page is missing. There are water stains on the document and the folds are worn. The existing letters are the texts, and Eularly Riel. A younger sister. Marie-Anne Legemodier ni Gabriel Jean Baptiste, Benjamin, and Romain Legemodier Joseph, Lars Cypers, Noemi Legemodier and Reina Le Marie ni Legemodier. Riel had many cousins. Reference to Charles Riel, a younger brother of Louis, who worked on the railway construction sites near Stiegaz and who stayed with his aunt Joseph, the wife of Amabelno. Charles died on November 1875 following an attack of fever. L. Lavallee to L. Riel, November 1875, Pam, MGD, file. Joseph Legemodier, wife of Amabelno, from the parish of St. Pierre Louis Lavallee, married Octavie Riel on February 1875. Octavie Lavallee ni Riel, a younger sister of Louis. Letter to Ignace Burget, Montreal. / To His Greatness Monseigneur Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, I leave your episcopal city so generous and so beneficent. May God return to her all the good that she accomplishes in all forms, corresponding as she does to the spirit that you breathe upon her. Yourself, Monseigneur, may the hand of our Lord Jesus Christ reward you in this world, while waiting for it to crown you in the next life. Monseigneur, I learned with pain that your greatness has been enduring increased suffering in recent days. I ask God to always be of help to you, to take away your suffering and to preserve you, and to him who dares to say, in Jesus Christ, of your greatness, the humble son Louis Riel. I leave under your holy blessing, Monseigneur Ackham. Letter written on a folio sheet. The letter is undated, but the following annotation, in a hand other than that of Riel, appears on the back of the last page. Mr. Louis Riel, September 1875. His leaving Montreal. The annotations above and to the left of the salutation are not Riel's. Letter to Julie Riel. Albany. / Albany, New York, October 1875. Dearest Mother, it has been a long time since I heard from you. How are you? Did you receive my letters this summer? Did Monsieur Richard receive my letters? I would like to know that. I must have gone so long without hearing from you. Eularly, and what is the whole family like? Octavie and her husband, they wrote to me, will I find letters from you somewhere, and then our dear parents, my beloved grandmother, give them all my respects and my friendships. I will write to you very soon. I thought about leaving this week to go to St. Joseph. But something unexpected prevented me from doing so. Dearest Mother, I pray to God to have you all under His holy protection, and I subscribe with great affection. Your son Louis Riel, LCLS.2ESS. Let Mr. Lepin know that he is not leaving my mind or heart. His conduct is appreciated and it will have its effects. Pam, MGD. Letter written in light purple ink. The texts, and Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. The text is the only letter known from this period. Louis Riel. A younger sister, Octavie Riel, a younger sister, married Louis Lavallee on February 1875. Marie-Anne Leger-Modierne Gabri. He had to postpone his departure because of an interview he was to have with the American Senator, Oliver P. Morton. See text. Ambrose de Lepin was sentenced to the death penalty for the murder of Thomas Scott. The Governor-General changed the sentence to 2 years in prison. Lepin regained his freedom on October 1876. Letter to Oliver Morton. Washington. Washington D.C. 31 St. of October 1875. Honorable O.P. Morton. Mr. Senator, I have to write to you. I must say my wish is to acknowledge very particularly the honor which you have done to me, in hearing me, in treating me so well, when I had come to you, alone and without any introduction. The high rank you have in the esteem as well as in the Senate of the great American people tells me how to appreciate the interviews you have kindly granted to me. Perhaps it is not entirely out of place to say, Mr. Senator, that during my visit to Indianapolis, I have been so slow in developing you my plan. I felt this time such a difficulty to express my thoughts in English, that I caused you to believe my plan impossible. The fact is I have only shown you the skeleton of it. I have exhibited none of the details which would have made it look different. Your objections are sound. They are foreseen in my plan. But I am not discouraged. As I told you, I hope the divine providence will help me. My interviews with you, though unsuccessful, I consider them as so much done towards success. You have accorded several interviews. You have been very indulgent. Mr. Senator, I will keep your name amongst those of my most respected friends. Pam, MGD. This text is a draft. The paper is embossed in the upper left-hand corner and the pages are stained. In October 1875, Riel went to Indianapolis where he met Oliver P. Morton, Republican senator from Indiana. During these meetings, Riel put forth his plan for an American-based invasion of Manitoba. Morton did not commit himself to this proposal. Through the intercession of Edmund Mallett, a prominent Franco-American, Riel met other American statesmen, including President Ulysses S. Grant, and discussed his plan with them. Flanagan, Louis David Riel, pp. Riel later prepared a map. See text showing the main entries into Manitoba and containing information on the revenues and population. For a commentary on the plan and the text related to it, consult Gilles Martel, Annotated Geographic Map. Riel Project Bulletin du Projet Riel, pp. Neutral smiley. Letter from Ignace Burget. Washington, D.C. December 1875 to His Majesty Monseigneur Ignace Burget, Bishop of Montreal. Monseigneur, it is necessary for me to often get closer to your person, for I find among you strengths and lights of which I cannot be blessed for the easy access which you grant to me and the kindness which your Majesty continues to have for me. One thing does not escape my mind. It is your letter of last July, in which your Lordship announces to me a mission that I will have to accomplish in every way. Naturally, I can't do anything myself. But by remaining attached to the true vine, I can do everything through the infinite vigor of the tree that nourishes me. Without relying on myself and relying on our Lord, I accept with the greatest happiness the mission that you announced to me. I accepted it at first. But now I accept with gratitude and joy all that this mission must cause me in terms of pain and consolation. I want to use my life to strengthen myself in obedience. But, Monsignor, as I find myself at present, I obey mainly out of fear. Because if I didn't follow my doctor's orders, I would die. Not that I believe I obey perfectly even according to fear, since it is true to say that God, again, does not cease to help me with the greatest charity. I want to obey better than I have done so far. To this end, I pray you, Monseigneur, obtain for me from the Son of Man that I obey from now on, but above all out of love of God and my neighbor. As for what depends on me, for that, I sacrifice myself. Enjoying the full exercise of my freedom, I currently place myself at the service of the Holy Spirit. Monseigneur, bear witness to my happiness in this world and in the next. I commit myself to the Holy Spirit in a special way, to be his alone. I am not worthy of him even looking at me. But may charity itself take pity on me. May she deign to command me, inspire me, lead me by the hand, from now on, every moment of my life up to and including my last breath. May the sacrament of confirmation, which I trust to have received as a Christian in my early youth, and whose happy effects I subsequently regret having paralyzed in me, by my numerous and serious faults, finally flourish in my soul and in my body with the fullness of the 7 free gifts of the Holy Spirit, and I could make a good war against evil. Monseigneur, I speak to your lordship as if I were next to you in an intimate interview. It's been a long time since I last saw you. If it is not too tiring for you, I will extend my letter a little, with your permission. Monseigneur, I have already had the pleasure of speaking to you about the Pope. I want the common father of the faithful to know that our new Catholic people is emerging in the world at this time, the Métis people. I have a great desire that the Métis people be recommended to the Holy Father in a special way. If the Pope knew that the political leaders of this little people have the ambition to make them a truly Catholic people, zealous for the greater glory of God, the honor of religion, the good of society and the salvation of souls, in a word, a people who provide many elected to heaven, if the Pope knew that, he would be happy. And nothing seems enviable to me like pleasing a sovereign pontiff, and even a saddened pontiff like Pius IX. Monseigneur, I have my eyes on the Pope as on the natural protector of the Métis people. This is our support. We have none stronger. Strictly speaking, we have no other, since the Pope is the King of Kings. I love the Pope. He is the visible Christ of the militant Church and the most powerful protector of the suffering Church, which is so dear to us. As a Christian man, a public man, the Pope is my leader, my light and my strength. If I only had time to go to Rome and return immediately, I would go straight, only to see the sovereign pontiff, express my love to him, strengthen myself under his gaze and his blessing. And I would find it like the trouble of returning in haste, crossing great empires and beautiful kingdoms, without being able to stop to consider their splendor. But why did I speak of going to Rome, since by faith we live in Rome. Monseigneur, please write to His Holiness and say to him for me, Holy Father, bless the Métis nation. It is the youngest of all the nations in the world. She is very small. She loves the Blessed Virgin. Bless her as a Catholic nation. And in the midst of your family made up of all other peoples, the Métis nation will be your joy. As for me personally, I am unworthy of the attention of him who holds the place of the man God on earth. I dare not ask that his august mouth speak even a word in my favor. If only he would deign to raise his gaze to the sky for me, for my friend, A.D. Lepin, for André Neo, Elie de Largemaudière, for all the other Métis leaders, for my father's family, for my own home and all those dear to me, in our Lord, your affectionate son Louis Riel. And December 1875 AACM. At the bottom of the 3rd page, towards the left, Riel added this annotation. N.B. As this sheet is separate from the next one, I also sign it with my name. Louis Riel. The textual note indicates where this page ends. L annotation L. Riel hopes for the future of the Métis people, which is above. The date is not in Riel's handwriting. Riel finished this letter on December, the day before his extraordinary spiritual experience at St. Patrick's Church in Washington, D.C. Riel made 2 copies of this letter, Text 1 and its variant. Appendix/Appendix 1. Copy of the baptismal certificate of Louis Riel Sr. Extract from the Register of Baptisms, Marriages and Burials of the Parish of Ste Genevieve to Berthier, County of Berthier, District of on the 23rd of September, 1822, by me, the undersigned priest, was baptized Louis, born in the Pays Horts, aged 5 years and 2 months, son of Jean-Baptiste Riel L'Irlandais. Traveller domiciled in this parish, and of Marguerite Boucher. Godfather Louis Boucher. Having godmother Adelaide Turin. His wife and father did not sign this requirement. Signed, L. Lamothe Trowich Extract, I undersigned priest and priest I certify to be in complete conformity with the original remaining in the parish archives. 1842 Berthia this June J.F. Gagnon, priest. Pam, MGD. Copy made by Riel on a single sheet of lined paper, text written perpendicular to the lines. The sheet is torn at the edges. It seems very likely that Riel made this copy on the document in Ibert, which itself appears to be a copy of the original certificate that Albert H. Gagnon wrote in June 1842. Louis Riel Sr. was born on June 1817 in Île-et-la-Crosse, Pam, Genealogical Sheets, 1974. A 1. Copy of a statement by Redstone. November 1860 Small Moose River Chief of the Assiniboine Indians the Redstone. I Chief of the Assiniboine give the right of my nation and also the right of our lands from the Long River to the Assiniboine. These rights I give to George Rosset to do the best he can, much the same as he would do for himself. Matoriking the Iron Dagger Interpreter Antoine Fleury. This is a true copy of the original document. John Fisher. Pam, MGD. This document is torn diagonally across the top and a word above the date cannot be deciphered. The text is in Riel's hand with the exception of John Fisher's signature as witness. Text A1 is a similar text copied by Riel. It has not been possible to identify Redstone. A1. Marriage contract between Louis Riel and Marie-Julie Guérinard. Montreal. // Before the notaries public for this part of the province of Canada constituting the former province of Lower Canada, residing in the city of Montreal undersigned were present Mr. Louis Riel, boy of age and using his rights, currently residing in the city of Montreal on the one hand, and Miss Marie-Julie Guérinard, girl of age and user of her rights, residing at Coteau St. Louis, parish of Montreal, resulting from the legitimate marriage of Joseph Guérinard and Lady Louise Euphemie Burke, his wife on the other hand, which parties being on the point of contracting marriage together have preliminary agreed on the following, namely, they have promised to take each other as husband and wife by name and laws of marriage to have it celebrated as soon as one of the said parties requires the other. That there will be no community of property between the said future spouses, either those which currently belong to them or those which will become theirs hereafter or which they may acquire in terms of movables or immovables during their marriage, notwithstanding all customs or uses to the contrary from which they have expressly deviated and renounced, by means of which each of them will enjoy separately their movable property and their immovable property without the said Mr. the future husband being able to claim or ask for those of the said DLLE future wife, nor reciprocally the said DLLE future wife for those of the said Mr. future husband for any reason whatsoever, for the purpose of which enjoyment of his said movable and immovable property present and future, and so that the said DLLE future wife can manage them, govern and administer, make rental leases, give receipts and discharges, do everything which will depend and which will be the result of this administration. The said Mr. Future Husband has now authorized it and hereby authorizes it forever and irrevocably in such a way that it will not be obliged to take further or more special authorization even though the case requires it more particularly or otherwise. The future spouses will therefore not be held liable for each other's debts, neither those prior to the marriage nor those contracted during it. It will be the one who contracted them who will pay them from his or her property. The said future husband will be solely responsible and liable for all the costs and charges of the said marriage without being able to demand any compensation whatsoever from the said future daughter or her heirs. These are the agreements concluded between the said parties in the presence of the undersigned notaries. To insinuate and register the present wherever necessary, all power is given to the bearer of their expedition of the present, which made and passed in Montreal in the office of Mr. A.C. Deakery, one of the undersigned notaries in the year 1866 on the 12th day of the month of June in the afternoon under number 44, and have the said future spouses signed with us notaries after reading. 3 invalid crossed out words and a good marginal reference. Louis Riel, Marie-Julie Guérinard E. Mackintosh, N.P. A.C. Deakery, N.P. ANQN, Notary A.C. Deakery. No. Text of the contract recorded in the notary's office. Marie Guérinard's parents were neighbors of John Lee, an uncle of Riel in Montreal. When the young girl's parents learned of the marriage from the publication of the benches, their objections to Riel's mixed race were so strong that they broke off relations, and Riel left Montreal. A 1. Copy of a statement by Whitecap Wood Mountain, the 14th of March, 1870. The chief of the Sioux tribe, the Whitecap. When myself and my nation came to understand anything, our idea was travel on English ground and live with them. And that we have done. We have made peace with half-breeds, Chippewa, Prize and Assiniboine. This we mean to keep strong. We have also chosen George Rossett to work for us and to do what he thinks is right. We give him our rights on both sides of Missouri's. Laventer Gardespie witness, Ambrose Fisher witness there. Whitecap X his mark true copy of the original document, John Fisher, witness Francois Poitras, witness. Pam, MGD. This document is written on both sides of a single sheet of lined paper embossed in the upper left-hand corner. With the exception of John Fisher's signature as witness. The entire text is in Riel's hand. Text 1 is a similar text copied by Riel. Whitecap was the leader of the Whitecap Band which had left Minnesota in 1862 as a result of the Sioux War. Whitecap hunted with the Métis of the Questionapel Lakes and was later given a reserve at Moose Woods on the South Saskatchewan River. George F.G. Stanley, displaced red men, the Sioux in Canada in 1 century later, Western Canadian Reserve Indians since Treaty, I. Getty and D.B. Smith, eds, Vancouver. University of British Columbia Press, 1978, p. George Rossett, known as Charmaine, was a notorious trader associated with John Christian Schultz. A 1. Letter from Marcel Roy to Louis Schmidt. Saint Vital. Mr. Louis Schmidt, I authorize you and ask you to kindly assert with Colonel Dennis the right that I have to claim against the damage that the government agents in the office are causing me to experience today. By having sold me a homestead at Rat River on land that Mr. J. Baptiste Lederoot had taken it before the transfer and of which he was in peaceful possession at the very time of the transfer. Because the agent at the land office entered my name for this homestead, I had to settle there. I built my house there, plowed it and made other improvements. But all these works located on the land of J.B. Lederoot. I find myself in the need to defend myself through a lawsuit that I do not have the means to do. And on the other hand, Mr. Lederoot comes with Manitoba law to prohibit me from working any further on his land. Unable to lose my improvements, nor risk a lawsuit, I ask the agents of the land office to reimburse me for all the costs that I find myself losing. Yours most devoted, Marcel Roy. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written by Riel. Embossed paper at upper right corner, faded ink. The document originally bore the date March, for which Riel substituted March using lighter ink. This last date is blurred. A 1. Declaration relating to the results of an election. St. Francois Xavier West. / Saint Francois Xavier West, September 1872. It is hereby certified that electors had their names registered in favor of Mr. Robert Cunningham on the 19th day of September 1872. At the poll held at the schoolhouse in St. Francois Xavier West. And that at the same poll voters had their names and votes recorded for Mr. Pascal Brilland. That 5 other voters also had their votes recorded for Honorable Mr. Norkey. Certified by C. A. Hubert, Dip. Off. Rap. John B. McDermott, Pierre Lavallée Jr., Charles Baron John Bouchard McKay. Pam, MGD. Document written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The ink has soaked the paper and made pastes. The paper is smeared. There are traces of pencil calculations on the back of the last page. The content refers to the federal election of 1872. With the exception of the signature of the witnesses. The text is in Riel's hand. John Norkey, MLA for High Bluff, Minister of Public Works, Minister of Agriculture. A 1. Petition to Alexander Morris. St. Vital. / did with the people of the R. And it has been 3 years since it was filled. And we also want to say with respect to you, that as well as long as our people from P. will be Magans, we will not be well. We will be very happy if the Canadian government followed frank justice and frankly gave to our people the lands which was promised to them in their arrangement with the government. And we ask you, that Mons. Riel with all the principles be free, because we know that they do not have the pleasure of roaming the city like the others, because our people cannot go into the city without being beaten, knocked out, and maganated by T.S. and even by soldiers, and it is impossible to have justice. We are writing to you, LG, to tell you that we respect you and that we are doing everything possible to speak as best we can to all wild nations to act in law and justice. Everywhere in the camps and the half-breed places there is peace and tranquility, and every savage nation says that if they receive good proposals from the government, perhaps they will make a peace treaty for the roads, and because there is still no law in this country, here we are doing as we have always done. We are making a strong law, and our law is strong because it is supported by the majority of the public. While waiting for good proposals and respecting you, our L.G. John Fisher, President, signed by the board Pierre, Nomi, Alexandre Fisher, Pierre Peltier, Joseph Racet, Saint Pierre Poitras, Pierre Jean, François Laframboise, Joseph Desmarais, André Trottier. Pam, MGD. Document written on a sheet of school paper intended for writing exercises. Unfinished draft that appears to have been composed in haste. Riel's writing is less clear than usual, and the overlapping words make the text very difficult to decipher. The paper is smudged along the center fold. The manuscript does not bear a date, but text A1, a copy of the Lieutenant Governor's response transcribed by Riel, allows us to locate the date. The signatories were residents of Lac Appel. See text A1 where a similar approach is discussed. The left margin has 4ts followed by the word armed repeated twice and again followed by 4ts. On the reverse, the right margin contains 3d followed by the word teeth repeated twice and again followed by 3 of a 1. Traduction to His Excellency the Right Honourable Earl of Dufferin, KP, KCB, Governor General of the Dominion of Canada, etc., etc., in Council. // To His Excellency the Right Honourable Count Dufferin KP, K.C.B. Governor General of the Power of Canada, etc., etc., in Council. We, the undersigned, settlers of Manitoba, beg Your Excellency to deign to allow us to speak to him about our hay lands. It has already been 3 years since the Manitoba Act was passed by which these lands are guaranteed to us. And nothing, that we know of, has yet been done to resolve this issue that we need to resolve. May Your Excellency allow us to inform you that this delay adds every day to the difficulties which this final regulation naturally presents. Population growth complicates and even endangers our rights. By addressing Your Excellency we ask him to deign to act on this as soon as possible. And we will at the same time take the liberty of saying a word or two on what we believe to be the best way of resolving this matter. And we think that the easiest, simplest and fairest way is for Your Excellency in Council to give to any settler of the ancient colony of Assiniboia in complete and absolute ownership the 2 miles or the part of the 2 miles of hay land which are adjacent or which is adjacent, behind, the land of. We come to this conclusion because we and our fathers have in fact owned and occupied these lands for a period of years. These lands were surveyed by Hudson's Bay Company surveyors. Because this possession and occupation have been recognized as such by the laws of the country. Because by calculating that these lands belonged to us, the lands of the colony of Assiniboia were divided in a way that, without these 2,000, we could not subsist. Most of these lands do not exceed the number of acres. Because these 2 miles or parts of 2 miles of hay land, at the end of the land of the former colony, were granted by the wild owners of the land, to the former settlers who, from the beginning of this concession until their time of the Treaty of 1871, did not stop paying the concessionary Indians a considerable value in particular for these 2, and we will even add in general for all the hay land. These 2 miles being therefore granted to us by the Indians and not being uncultivated lands could not be handed over to the Crown by the transfer of this country to the power, and cannot consequently be administered by the Canadian government for the advantage of the power as public lands, seeing that according to the 30th clause of the Manitoba Act, the ungranted and uncultivated lands were from the date of the transfer, united with the Crown and administered by the Canadian government for the benefit of Canada. If Your Excellency deigns to confirm our ownership over these 2 miles, she will leave us farms of no more than 100 acres in extent. This arrangement would spread great satisfaction, would not interfere with the rights of anyone else, and would forever and happily end a question on which our existence depends. In addition, it will prevent many disputes and lawsuits between the old and new settlers, which it is advantageous to avoid as much as possible in this remote country. Hoping that Your Excellency will give his kind attention to our request, we remain your obedient servants Pam, MGD. Full a translation of the printed copy of the English text of the petition addressed to Governor-General Dufferin. The translation is 6 pages long. The pages and are not detached. An earlier draft translation, B, was written on the lower part of the recto and verso of a sheet containing the English text printed on the first and second pages. There are pencil marks and stains across the printed text on this second page. We also notice the subtraction asterisk equals. On the back of this same sheet Riel wrote the following lines: Your Excellency in Council, by making this arrangement this order will not give us land. Riel had started writing in pencil before continuing with ink. The pronoun your written in pencil remains very visible at the top of the page. Below these lines is the sketch in pencil of a plan of land along the river with the bottom line on which is inscribed the sequence of the following numbers, 1203, 1445, 165,175, 18, and or at the bottom of the page. Riel wrote the following 2 words in reverse, paper, and English. The bottom of the left margin of the first page is damaged, but we were able to reconstruct the text by consulting the complete translation. The lesson of this fragment, B, was retained and compared to that of the definitive text. See the textual notes. The document does not bear a date. The year can easily be identified thanks to this reference. It has already been 3 years since the Manitoba Act was passed. Most of the petitions regarding the privilege of cutting hay were sent between the months of January and May. We do not know the author of the English text of this petition, nor do we know if Riel had anything to do with its preparation. Furthermore, it is not clear why Riel made a translation of it, and what use was made of it. The privilege of cutting hay over a distance of 3 kilometers beyond the end of the land in the settlement belt was already recognized when the settlers arrived and their Métis reserves were distributed. Early in 1872, the Manitoba Assembly sent an address to the Governor-General confirming the immemorial usage of rights of hay and common and had claimed their complete fulfillment. Ottawa did not move, Kemp, land grants under the Manitoba Act. There is a discrepancy between the English text which refers to the Manitoba Act and the text of Riel's translation which refers to the Treaty of 1871. The context of Riel's sentence seems to refer to Treaty No signed by the Cree and Ojibwe of southern Manitoba. The provision of the Manitoba Act provided that all ungranted lands in the province became Crown land and were subject to the administration of the federal government for the purposes of the Dominion. IA 1. Copy of a letter from Alexander Morris to John Fisher at A.L. Government House, June 1873. Fort Garry. John Fisher, Speaker of meeting held last May and others. Gentlemen, the address voted at your meeting last May, which you erroneously refer to as a council, was submitted to me, and I must tell you that I only received it after the explanations of Mr. Fisher, who made me understand that it was not a council but simply a committee which had been formed to prepare it. Since there is only one council to administer the affairs of the Northwest and of which I have the honor of being the governor. In response, I must tell you that you are mistaken in assuming that there are no laws in force in the Northwest Territories. The law of England is in force there, and the government of the territories has been entrusted to me as governor and to a council appointed by the Crown and which currently consists of 11 members whose number may be increased to 21. The application of the criminal laws of the Dominion has been extended to the Northwest, and a severe law prohibits the sale of spirituous liquors there. Magistrates will be appointed to apply these laws, and a police force will be maintained to safeguard order and prevent crimes and offences against our population. I will submit your letter to the Northwest Council and will also send a copy to the Secretary of State in Ottawa. I will not answer you at greater length now, but I want you to understand that the government has only one object in view, that of treating the inhabitants of this country with justice and impartiality, and of administering the affairs of the country for the greatest good of the people. You must be well convinced of this. You ask that Louis Riel not be disturbed for his past conduct, but I can only tell you in response to this request, that I do not have the power to grant your request, as the Queen alone, in the exercise of her discretionary power, can pardon the offences of which he is accused, if she judges it appropriate. I thank you for your expressions of good feelings and confidence in me as your governor, and I will try to maintain this confidence by acting with justice and impartiality and with the sincere desire to assure our population the exercise of their just rights as well as the tranquility, prosperity and contentment compatible with the institutions that the government. I have the honor to be true copy of a document signed by Lieutenant Governor Morris, addressed to Mr. John Fisher and others of Lac Questionnappel Pam, MGD. In all probability Riel made a copy of this letter as soon as it was received. This is, from Morris, an acknowledgement of receipt of text 1 and his response. Pam, MGB, constitutes the final English text. Pam MGB, is a draft of the French text. Pam MGB, constitutes the final text of the French version. This is the one that Riel transcribed. See text 1 which deals with a similar subject. A1. Petition to Alexander Morris. Saint Vital. Question Appeal Lake Province August 19th 1873 To Your Majesty Lieutenant Governor, we addressing to Your Majesty. The time is past the promises you made to us, we thinking long for that promise. That is the reason we are addressing to Your Majesty. We made an assembly the public to counsel this affairs for the promise you have made to us, and try to send us as soon as possible. We know we have our rights in our native lands. You told us to be quiet and peace, and it's all right and peaceable. It is only the H.B.C. Chief Trader, Archibald MacDonald, Swan River District that is put the trouble, and Edward Mackay tell so much lies to the government and to the Indians. You can believe the public than 2 or 3 men. Do not listen any lies. We are afraid to put the trouble at last with their lies. We do not know if Your Majesty tells them to come and tell lies. We are afraid of their lies. All what was said last winter against the half-breeds, it is all lies. We have found out that it is Archibald MacDonald and Edward Mackay to make bad friends. Pam, MGD. This incomplete draft is written in pencil on lined paper. The folds are pronounced and there are stains along the edges. The upper right-hand corner was already folded when Riel wrote the date. The last paragraph is composed on the reverse side of the page. For another petition by Questionnappel Lake residents, see text A1. A1. Certification of election to the House of Commons. St. Boniface. / We, the returning officer and free voters of the electoral district of Degree Provencher, in the province of Manitoba, do hereby certify that Degree Louis Riel, Esquire of Saint Vital, in the said electoral district of Provencher, in Manitoba, has been elected as a member of the House of Commons, for the said electoral district of Degree Provencher, said dated and signed and sealed in duplicate, at Degree Saint Boniface, in the province of Manitoba, this degree 13th day of Degree October. In the year 1870 degree 3. Nicolas Moir. G.B. Ban 18 Amable Gaudry Andre Bocheman. Pam, MGD. File. This official form was used to report the results of federal elections in constituencies in Manitoba. The numbers too were added in pencil to assist in completing the information required by the declaration. The correction free is also in pencil. See the textual notes. The letters L.S enclosed in a rectangle are found at the bottom and to the right of their 4 signatures, to indicate where the legal seal should be placed. These seals were once affixed to, but have since been detached from, the form. The document is torn along its folds and it is stained. Pam, MGD, is a handwritten copy of this declaration, but is not in Riel's hand. A1. Certificate of election to the House of Commons. St. Boniface. / We, the returning officer and 3 of the electors of the electoral district of Provencher, in the province of Manitoba, hereby certify that Louis Riel, Esquire, has been elected a member of the House of Commons of Canada, for the electoral district of Provencher. Dated at St. Boniface this 13th day of February. D. 1874 sealed and made in duplicate. Nicolas Moir reporting officer, Blérard. Cyril Marchand. Pam, MGD. Unlike text 1, this declaration was written by the reporting officer Nicolas Moir. The document is stained and the ink has faded. We repaired the rips in the folds and on the edges. To the right of each signature, we have affixed the purple stamp. Between the designation reporting officer and the name of the first witness below, the letters, UE, were added in the same ink as that of the signatures. On the back of the sheet, we find the following annotation in pencil, letters from Dubuc, Lepin, etc. A1. Certificate of election to the House of Commons. St. Norbert. / St. Norbert, September 1874. I hereby certify that the deputy-elect for the electoral district of Provencher in the province of Manitoba, in accordance with the attached brief, is Louis Riel, gentleman of the parish of St. Vital in the county of Provencher, aforesaid province, no other candidate having been regularly nominated. Joseph Leckand, Rapport your officer Louis Riel, Mr. P. Pam, MGD, file. Like text 1, the declaration was written by the reporting officer. The folds are tired. There are tears in the folds. Incra and close. It is impossible to identify the copyist. Probably the electricity decree. A 1. Letter from Ignace Burget to Louis Riel. Montreal, July 1875. Dear Mr. Riel, I received yours yesterday from the Current, which touched me deeply, because this letter is proof to me that you are animated by very good feelings and at the same time tormented inside by an inclination or I don't know what, which makes you find hard the path of obedience in which you walk, without wanting to leave it, something that happens. So I have the deep conviction that you will receive here below and sooner than you think the reward of these interior sacrifices 1,000 times more painful than the sacrifices of material and visible things. But God, who has always directed and assisted you until this present hour, will not abandon you at the height of your troubles. For he has given you a mission which you will have to accomplish in all points. Through the grace of God, you will persevere in the path which has been marked out for you, that is to say, you will reserve for yourself nothing of what belongs to you, of what touches you. You will ardently wish to serve God and procure His glory as much as possible. You will constantly work for the honor of religion, for the salvation of souls, for the good of society. Finally, you will sanctify yourself by ardently desiring the sanctification of others. As you asked, I offered your letter to God, praying Him to confirm your good feelings and make you persevere in them until the end. May your faith be more and more lively and animated so as to never shrink from the difficulties that present life necessarily offers us in whatever situation we find ourselves. Take care of your health and comply with the direction of your doctor. Trust in divine providence and believe that nothing happens in this world without His order or permission. Be prepared for any event by maintaining unalterable calm. I bless you and I remain your most humble and obedient servant. Ig. from Montreal. Pam, MGD. It is impossible to specify when Riel transcribed this document. The reason which led him to make a copy seems more obvious. According to Riel, this letter established the foundation of his prophetic mission. APC, MGIF, is another copy, v, of the same letter and slight variations are noted in the textual notes. The variant is written on folio sheets of lined paper. The paper is soiled, frayed at the folds and torn at the edges. The text. Burget's letter repeats all the salient points of Riel's letter of July 1875.